everyone, welcome to the Tableau tutorials. These tutorials are focused wholly on Tableau. That means we would be discussing all the ins and outs about Tableau. So let us start with the tutorials, and just remember one thing: even if you have no knowledge on how to operate with Tableau, then also you're fine to proceed with the tutorials because these are designed for absolute beginners. Basic knowledge of computers is fine for you to get started on this course. The first question that we would be answering is, what is Tableau? So Tableau is a powerful data visualization tool, and it is used in a specific industry known as the business intelligence industry. Now, it is one of the fastest growing business intelligence tools. That is why we have decided to bring you these Tableau tutorials. This tool helps in simplifying the raw data in a very easily understandable format. So basically, the data that we have is usually complex and could not be understood by everyone, right? The professionals need to be there to understand the data, to understand the insights. But with the help of Tableau, it makes so easy to understand the data that even if you're not a professional, then also you can understand easily that what the data is trying to say to you. That is why Tableau is also loved by the non-technical users that can use the simple drag and drop tool to create customized dashboards and prepare reports. Now let us discuss about some facts of Tableau. The users who are using Tableau can use it to create dashboards that depict the trends and variations. Now, what is a dashboard? A dashboard is actually something that we call in Tableau as a collection of different visualizations. Like if we take a look at a graph, a simple graph, so that is considered a visualization. Okay. Now, if we want to depict numerous insights about the data, then we create a combination of these graphs or these visualizations, which is known as dashboard. And we can easily share these dashboards with others also or on the internet using Tableau. Tableau can connect to a large number of files: the relational data, the structured data, the unstructured data, and even the big data sources as well, from which it can directly just take the data and import it into itself. There are around 50 plus sources with which Tableau can connect. It provides the facilities such as data blending and real-time collaboration features. That means if your data is from multiple sources, or if your data that you need to work upon is in different types, like let's say we have one Excel sheet and the other we have is the CSV sheet, or we have a PDF file, we can take those different datas, different formats of data, and combine them together in Tableau and use them together as well. Tableau is generally used by the businesses, academic researchers, and many government organizations for visual data analysis. Now, data analysis is a really important term that has gained popularity, especially in the 21st century. It is actually an integral part of the data science, which is considered as one of the sexiest jobs of the 21st century. So whenever we talk about data visualization, Tableau is a tool that first comes into the mind of the people because it's so easy to use. Its interface is so beginner friendly. It is also positioned as a leader business intelligence and analytics platform in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. So that tells you about the importance of this tool. These were some of the facts about Tableau that were just to give you some confidence that you are on the right path. Next, we would be talking about the features of Tableau. So data analysis is very fast, especially with the tools like Tableau. The visualizations created are very easy to create and they're very easy to understand. However, the other features of Tableau include data blending. That means it can take data from the different sources, from different formats, and combine them together. Real-time analysis means that you can extract the data perform the analysis and generate reports, and at the other instant again extract the data. That means in the real time you can perform the analysis. Like as the data changes, your visualization can also change, or your dashboard can also change. Next is the data collaboration. That means you can collaborate using the data from the different sources, from the different connections. The greatest thing is that it does not require any kind of a coding knowledge or programming skills to operate, as opposed to the field of data science, which is highly programming based. So now we would be learning about some of the products of Tableau actually. So Tableau is can come in different formats, okay, and these formats or these tools are all available for us to use, but it is our choice on which tool we want to use. Some of them are paid, some of them are for free. Broadly, we can classify the Tableau products into two broad categories: the developer tools and the sharing tools. So what happens in Tableau, or basically in any tool, in any visualization tool, is the first thing is we extract the data, we import the data, then we try to understand the data and create visualizations out of it. Once we have created the visualizations, then those visualizations needs to be combined together. After they've been combined, a story or a dashboard is being created. Now this dashboard contains reports or visual insights into the data. This dashboard needs to be shared throughout the community, throughout the team, throughout the management, wherever we want. That is why Tableau products are divided into the developer tools and the sharing tools. Developer tools contains two products, that is Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. Developer tools are primarily used for the whole process of importing data, gaining insights, creating visualizations, and preparing the dashboards. While the latter part, that is the sharing of the dashboards or the sharing of the individual visualizations, is done by the sharing tools. We have three sharing tools, that is Tableau Online, Tableau Server, and Tableau Reader. Now over here also some of them are paid, while some of them are available for free. So what we will do is, in this tutorial we would be working primarily on the Tableau Public software. Why we would be doing that, you will just get to know it in a few seconds later, when we will discuss about each of these tools, their advantages and disadvantages in detail. Starting with Tableau Desktop. So Tableau Desktop is a developer tool, as we have already discussed. It has a rich feature set and allows us to customize the reports. All these steps, right from the chart creation, the report creation, to blending them all together, all the necessary work can be done in Tableau Desktop. So as we have discussed already, that real-time data analysis is one of the prime features of Tableau. So for this purpose, Tableau Desktop provides connectivity to something called as data warehouse, where we can just perform the live data analysis. The workbooks and the dashboards created here can be shared either locally or publicly. Now this Tableau Desktop is further divided into two categories, that is Tableau Desktop Personal and Tableau Desktop Professional. Tableau Desktop Personal means the development features are similar to Tableau Desktop. The personal version helps to keep the workbook or the visualizations private with limited access. The workbooks created so cannot be published online. So for the distribution purposes, either you have to go for offline mode, or through Tableau Public you have to make the distributions. In case of Tableau Desktop Professional Edition, it provides the features that the reports or the dashboards created can be published online or in the Tableau Server tool. In the professional version, there is full access to all sorts of the data type. It is best suited for those who want to work on it professionally and want to share their data not over to the whole community on the internet, but only to their specific teams. So this was about the first tool, that is Tableau Desktop. And that's all for this video. We will discuss more about the Tableau product suite tools in the upcoming videos. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In the previous video, we discussed about the basics of Tableau, its basic features, how it works, and some of the products that are available in the Tableau product suite. The first product we discussed in detail was Tableau Desktop. We discussed about it. It's two versions, that is the Tableau Desktop Personal and Tableau Desktop Professional. The thing with Tableau Desktop is that it is a fully paid tool. If you want to purchase it, of course, you can just go for it. However, I would recommend you all to first start working with the second tool, that is Tableau Public, because the advantage with Tableau Public is that the data is available to be shared online in the community. That means whatever work you do, whatever visualizations you create would be directly shared over the internet, so that you can interact with like-minded people. You can interact with others, you can just share your knowledge, you can gain knowledge from them. Tableau Desktop is generally used by the professionals, so if you are planning to work on a team, then you can purchase this Tableau Desktop. Furthermore, if you want to use Tableau Desktop as a trial, then a 14-day trial version of Tableau Desktop is available, which can be very easily installed into your system. How, I will show you in the later videos. But for now, let us move on to our second tool, which we will be using primarily in these tutorials, and that is Tableau Public. So this version of Tableau is built for the cost-effective users or the beginners. By the word public, it means that the workbooks that you have created or the visualizations that you have created, you cannot save them locally. However, there are few tricks through which we can do, but they won't be interactive. Okay, so what you will do is, once you have created the visualization, you will just save them on the Tableau Public Cloud. So this would give you exposure, which is very important as a beginner. You can interact with the community, you can interact with fellow users, you can interact with like-minded people. Now, whatever things you share over the cloud on Tableau Public, they would be fully accessible by everyone. So there would be no restrictions. That is why it is recommended by the workspaces or by the companies not to use Tableau Public, because they contain sensitive information which need not to be shared over the internet. There is no privacy to the saved files on the cloud, because anyone can download them, access them, edit them and use them. This version, that is why, is best for the individuals who want to learn Tableau and for the ones who want to share their data with the general public. So since we are all beginners, we are just trying to learn this Tableau, that's why I would recommend you all to go with this particular product. Now, these were the two products of the developer tools. Now we will be discussing about the three sharing tools in the Tableau product suite, starting with Tableau Server. Now, Tableau Server is again a software that is specifically used to share the workbooks, share the visualizations, and anything else that is created in the Tableau Desktop application across the organization. Now, this thing is really important over here, across the organization. That means whatever you publish on Tableau Server has a limited access. Only the people whom you have chosen can access the particular visualization or the particular report. There are numerous ways through which you can set up teams, you can set up groups, you can set up permissions for the users on Tableau Server, which we will be taking a look at detail in the upcoming videos. But to understand the gist of it, to share the dashboards in the Tableau Server, you must first publish your work in the Tableau Desktop. Once the work has been uploaded to the server, it would be accessible only to the licensed users. That's why if your data contains any kind of a sensitive information, or you don't want it to be freely available on the internet, you should go for Tableau Server. Now there is one important thing, that suppose you want to just share your data with the licensed users, then they do not need to have Tableau Server installed on their machine. They can use it over the site as well. They just need their login credentials and just enter them on the web browser, and they would be good to go. The security is really high in Tableau server. That is why the organizations prefer it. The admin of the organization has the full control over the server of taking and maintaining the permissions and the other things. As you might have guessed, Tableau server is again a paid tool. Next, we discuss about the other tool, that is Tableau Online. As the name suggests, it is online sharing tool of Tableau. Its functionalities are very similar to Tableau server. However, there is one catch, that the data is stored on servers that are hosted in the cloud, which are maintained by the Tableau group. There is no storage limit. That means you can publish as many visualizations from your account as you want. The Tableau Online creates a direct link to a huge number of data sources that are hosted in the cloud, like MySQL, Hive, Amazon, Spark SQL, etc. So Tableau Online also needs the workbooks to be created by Tableau Desktop or Tableau Online as well. Tableau Public as well. That means that data would be available freely for anyone to access. No login credentials are required, and that is why, since cloud servers are used of Tableau itself, so it is free to use. But the thing is that anyone can access this data, so if any kind of sensitive information needs to be shared, you might not want to go for this one, Tableau Online. Okay. Also, the data that is streamed from the web applications like Google Analytics, Salesforce, etc. are also supported by Tableau server and Tableau Online. Last but not the least, we have Tableau Reader. It is also a free tool that allows us to view the workbooks and visualizations that were created either using Tableau Desktop or Tableau Public. The data can be filtered, but editing and modifications are restricted to an extent. That means it's just kind of a read-only version of the reports that you have. So any kind of filtering criteria you can apply, but you cannot edit the data in any kind. They are interactive but not editable. The security level is 0 in Tableau Reader because anyone who gets his hands on the workbook can view it using Tableau Reader. Of course, it's free. That's why you have to pay it with your data. If you want to share the dashboards that you have created, the receiver should have the Tableau Reader installed to view the document. This is a restriction that is being imposed in Tableau Reader. So these were some of the products of Tableau. Now we come to this topic, that is how Tableau works. Okay. So actually this is a really important topic. Let's get started with it. What happens is that Tableau connects and extracts the data that is stored in various places, right? It can pull the data from any platform that is imaginable. A simple database such as Excel, PDF, CSV file, to even complex databases like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure SQL database, Google Cloud SQL, Oracle, MySQL, anything you can imagine, Tableau can just work with it. Okay, and once it has extracted the data, then it can just work with the data. So what happens is, when Tableau is launched, the data connectors that are available are shown to you. You can just select that which is the data connector you are going to use, or what is the source of your data, and then Tableau will automatically just connect with that particular source, installing the required libraries, everything that all goes in the backend, so you do not need to worry. And it pulls the data into itself. Now once the data is pulled, it can be connected in two ways, that is the live version and the extracted version. Okay, now what is the difference between this live version and extracted version? This is really important, but this we are not going to discuss in this video. This is a topic of the future videos. We would be understanding this with a practical example. Now once the data has been pulled, the data analysts or the data engineers who want to work with the data use it to develop the visualizations, and the dashboards are created which can be shared very easily using the different sharing tools of the Tableau product suite that we discussed. So this was how the Tableau works. And that's all for this video. We will discuss more about Tableau basics in the upcoming videos. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to understand how Tableau works. So up till now, we know that the working of Tableau is really simple. The basic importance of Tableau is in the fact that it can connect to multiple data sources, which include the simple ones such as Excel, PDF, to really complex ones and cloud databases as well, such as Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, etc. Now, once the data source is selected, that is once you know that what is your data source from where you want to fetch data into Tableau, you need to generate a request by Tableau, that is just a single click, to pull that data into the software, into Tableau. Once it's been pulled, then you have to select the way through which it's going to be connected, that is either the live form or the extracted form. Okay, after the connection has been established, then the visualizations can be made. Once the visualizations are made, a collection of the visualizations in the form of the dashboards, stories can be created. Once they are created, then these dashboards or stories or even individual visualizations can be distributed over the internet or over to the specific users through the various sharing tools like Tableau Server, Tableau Online, and Tableau Reader. The data from Tableau Desktop can be published to Tableau Server. It is an enterprise platform where we have different features available like collaboration, distribution, security model, automation features, etc. With the help of Tableau Server, the end users have a better experience in accessing the files from all locations and through different devices. That means it could be a desktop, it could be a mobile, or even it could be an email. I would also be showing you later in the tutorial on how can you subscribe to the email of your own visualization. That means weekly, monthly frequency that you can set, or even the daily frequency you can set, and it would send you emails about your visualization so you can revisit it. The most important thing with Tableau Server, that you do not need to have it installed on your system to use it. You can use it through the web browser as well. So this was all about Tableau working. Now let us discuss about the uses of Tableau. So we have been discussing that Tableau is a really fast growing tool and it is a business intelligence tool. So these are the different ways in which Tableau is being used. The first is the business intelligence, that is to prepare reports for different businesses, to analyze the data, create visualizations. The second is data visualization. Now, data visualization is a really important branch of data science in which the data is visualized in the form of different graphs or plots or visualizations to gain valuable insights. So this is the field also where Tableau is used. Data collaboration, as we know that Tableau can be used for real-time data analysis and data collaboration. That also includes blending. That means getting the data from different sources and then using it to gain insights or create visualizations. So these are the two fields, that is data collaboration and data blending, where Tableau is primarily used. Next, we have real-time data analysis. That means the data that is changing constantly. We can also use Tableau to analyze that kind of data. It is often used in the fields of weather forecast and prediction, stock markets, etc. Query translation into visualization. So suppose you have a particular query, that also you can translate into visualization. You can use the different concepts of SQL such as unions, joins, etc. or fundamental database concepts into Tableau as well. To import large data size, since we know that Tableau can connect with almost any possible data source that you can imagine. So if you want to import large sizes of data, that includes even big data, then also you can use Tableau. To create no-code data queries, as we have been discussing, that working with Tableau is really easy. You do not need to have any programming knowledge to work with Tableau. All you need to do is have a basic knowledge of computers, you must know how to drag and drop the things, and you would be good to go with Tableau. So if you're not too much into the technical part, if you're a non-technical user, then also you can very easily use Tableau to manage large size metadata. Now Tableau has an effective way of dealing with metadata. Metadata, for those of you who don't know, is the data about data. Like if we talk about a table, so what is the size of the table, what is the name of the table, how many rows are there in the table, how many columns are there in the table, how many duplicate values are in the table, how many null values are in the table, what is the data type of the different columns of the table. This is all the metadata. That means the data about the table or data about any entity that holds the data. Like we know table holds the data, so the data about the table is metadata. So if the metadata is in humongous amounts, then also you can use Tableau to manage it. Now it might have got clear into your mind that why you should use Tableau, but if still you don't have any kind of if you have a doubt, then let me just clear with these points. The first thing is that Tableau is a perfect visualization tool that is used for analysis. The reason being, it's really simple to use and has got a ton of potential. You can use the different visualizations which are provided or which have the built-in support of Tableau. Also, with few changes, you can create your own custom visualizations in Tableau as well. It is more suitable for quick and easy representation of big data, which also helps in resolving the various big data issues. It has different options through which we can optimize and enhance the progress of an operation. Also, you can moderate the speed through Tableau as well. That is how quickly it's going to work. Extensive options to secure data without any kind of a scripting are also provided by Tableau. The security features like row level security and permissions are inbuilt, so your data is highly secure. It can be utilized or used without any coding knowledge. Only dragging and dropping is sufficient, and that is used to create high level of visualizations. Okay. Tableau can be used in different formats because it comes with the different products which have been discussed in the Tableau product suite, like Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Cloud, Tableau Online, Tableau Reader, etc. Some are paid, but some are free. If you want to go for the paid ones, you can go, but if you want to learn more, if you want to connect with more people, I would recommend you to go for the free versions. Tableau is integrated with over 250 applications. That means these are the number of the data connectors available in Tableau through which you can connect your data. In Tableau, we are free to explore the data without even knowing the questions that we need to answer. Because what happens in data science usually, that firstly the questions needs to be known, only then the answer could be find out. But in Tableau we have so good built-in features like data blending and drill down, through which we can examine the data to analyze the different patterns, understand the variations in the data, and find out the answers on our way. And the visualizations are really easy. Anyone can work with them. So that is all that we need to know about the theory of Tableau, and that's all for this video. Also, in the next video, what we will be doing is we would be trying to install the different Tableau products. So first of all, we would see the installation of the two major Tableau products, that is Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. However, we would be only using Tableau Public because Tableau Desktop is a 14-day trial edition, which is usually used by the professionals. So we would be working with Tableau Public. Then after we have learned everything that we need to know about that particular software, we would be moving on to the sharing tools. So in that, I would be showing you Tableau Server, Tableau Online. Tableau server again is a paid version, but we would be seeing how can we work with it, because it's really important to understand the intricacies of Tableau server and how many levels of security is provided. Then we would be using Tableau online to publish our reports or our visualizations online so that they can be accessed with people all around the globe. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to discuss the installation of Tableau desktop, its whole setting up, and the installation of Tableau public and its setting up, because the process is really simple. For those of you who don't know the difference between the two, Tableau desktop is a paid software which is generally used by companies. However, if you want to use it, a 14-day trial version is available, which you can just use to get a glimpse of how it works. However, if you're a beginner and want to learn Tableau, then you can go for Tableau Public, because that's freely available, and that allows you to share your data all over the internet to connect with a community of like-minded people who like to use on Tableau or who like to work on Tableau. So this is what we get on Googling Tableau desktop. Of course, you can use any other search engine, that's no compulsion. And here is a little summary about Tableau software. So let's just read that real quick. Tableau software is an American interactive data visualization software company that focused on business intelligence, founded in the year 2003 in Mountain View, California, and is currently headquartered in Seattle, Washington. And in 2019, the company was acquired by Salesforce for $15.7 billion. So that's not something we need to know. All we need to know is that it is an independent company, that is the Tableau software company. Okay. Now, this is the first link, that is the Tableau desktop link that you need to go for to download Tableau desktop. Okay. Now, once you open this link, this is the site of Tableau desktop that you would be greeted for. Okay, so this is the whole site that would give you some glimpse of the Tableau software, how it works, how can you just work with it. Like you can see, they have created some chart and they're showing how to just work with that particular chart, right? Now all this information is available on the website itself. All we need to do is try this particular software for free. Okay, so this is the button, try it for free button. If you just click on this, or if you click on the try now button, then you would be able to download the 14-day trial version. In case you want to purchase it, you can go to buy now or the pricing section to get the pricing for this. This is what you would get once you click on this try it for free. This is something that you will get. So let me just quickly enter my email ID and then we would be good to go. Although it asks for a business email, but there is no compulsion for you to add your business email. You can simply just provide a simple Gmail address. Okay. So this is my email address. As you can see, it's a simple Gmail address. I've provided it and it's accepted. We can click on download free trial. Now what happens? My download begins. I can click on to save it. Now its size is 455 MB, so it's going to take a few minutes to download. You have to wait for that particular amount of time. So let's just meet once this file has been fully downloaded. Okay. So once the file has been downloaded, that is the 455 MB file, this kind of a screen would be visible. Actually, if that is not visible automatically, you gotta run the file, the exe file that you have just downloaded. And here what you need to do is accept the license terms, and I would recommend you to check this don't send product usage data option as well for data security reasons, and then you can click on the install button. I'm not going to click on install button because Tableau desktop is not we are going to install. We are going to install Tableau public, but here you can click on install button, nothing else required, and that would be installed onto your system. Now what I'm going to do is instead close this setup, click on yes. Now let's just go for Tableau public and let's see how it is downloaded onto our system. Okay, so Tableau public downloading process is also really simple and very much identical to Tableau desktop. All you need to do is just Google Tableau public, and the first link that you get, you can just go to that link. I've opened this in this particular tab. Now in this link, what do we need to do is we need to just download the app. Okay, there are options of sign up and sign in, but these are for Tableau Online, which we won't be using right now. We would just be downloading Tableau public. So all you need to do is provide your email address and click on download the app. Now again, what will happen is a file would be downloaded, that is the exe file, through which you can work with Tableau public onto your system, right? So this is the screen that you would be getting, and this is the whole setup. You can click on save. Okay, now you can see it's starting to download. You have to wait for the specified amount of time, and after it's downloaded, we will continue with the video on the next steps. So your file has been downloaded for Tableau public. This is the same home screen that you would be getting. The difference is that is Tableau desktop public edition. Okay, so we have to check all these both of these signs and click on install. Now you can see it has started the installation process, and as soon as this progress bar fills, you would be able to see the software working for you and it would be running. In this screen, you can get information like the current version of the Tableau that's available. So it's Tableau Public 2021.1.1 version that is available for you. So yeah, you have to wait for the stipulated amount of time, which is not more than 2 to 3 minutes for this to download. So let's meet once the progress bar has been completed. Okay, this is the Tableau public home screen that we have got, and the Tableau desktop home screen is also similar. So if you have downloaded that, your problem there won't be any problem, but it would be just easier to work with either one of them, so that's totally up to you. Now the things that we need to see over here are the data connectors. In Tableau desktop, we have a large number of data connectors. The 250 connectors that we have discussed during the introduction part are all available in Tableau desktop. However, in Tableau public, there is a limited number of data connectors that are available, right? Like you can connect to a file, all these files are available, or you can connect to a server like OData. And if you just click on this more, so you can just directly connect with Google Sheets or a web data connector. That means you can work with the real-time data as well. Okay, now the thing is you have to select the file with which you want to connect. So suppose if you don't have any of the data files, or you have no idea how to work with the data files, then don't worry, because once you download Tableau, anything like Tableau desktop, Tableau public, anything, if you install the developer tools, then sample data files are given to you. And the interesting part is that sample data is so good that you can just work with it very easily, very smoothly, and actually it has everything that you need to work with, like all the visualizations you can create using that sample data. It's a full-fledged data. Okay, so we can just go to Microsoft Excel, because that's the format in which it is available, and you see this sample superstore file. This is the actual file that is available in the Tableau repository. In case you're wondering how to access that, so what you need to do is you need to scroll to this documents folder, the built-in documents folder of your PC, over here, and here this is something called as my Tableau repository. So if you just double click on it, there are these different options available. You can select the data sources. Now here the versions of Tableau are given. Right now the version that we are using is 2021.1 version, so you have to select that particular version, select this folder, and this is the sample superstore data that is available for usage. You can just click on it and click on open. That's how simply you can just connect any data source in Tableau. Now once we have connected to the data source, this is the kind of the screen that is available. This is actually how you are going to pre-process the data. Like if you want to perform any changes on data before it goes into creating visualizations, this is the place where we would be working on. So as you can see over here, there are these 3 tables and 3 sheets given. But in order to understand them clearly, we have to first take a look at this whole Excel sheet, that is the sample superstore sheet. Then we would be learning about the basics of the data pre-processing that we would be doing in this particular screen. Then we would be proceeding to create the visualizations. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to introduce ourselves, or basically make ourselves comfortable with the Tableau public window that is open in front of us. Okay, so we already know that how can we install Tableau public into our systems. That's a really simple process. Also, we know how to connect with the data set, right? However, there are a ton of different things that are available on this welcome screen or on the start page that we first need to take a look at, and then we can just proceed with the data and its workings. Okay, so these things are actually really important if you want to have an in-depth understanding of Tableau public. So the first thing is the chart types. If you want to explore what are the basic chart types available in Tableau public, you can just click on this link and it would take you to this kind of a Tableau public website, which has a video that would tell you all about this, and you can see the different information is present over here, right? So it is kind of like a preparatory course for you. The sample data is also given. If you want, you can just download the data set directly from here. We would be working with some of these data sets as well in this course, so you do not need to worry. And you can see most of the files are Excel files or the CSV files which are supported by Tableau public. Also, there are some community resources, including the challenges, which you would be able to compete in once you have got an understanding of Tableau public, right? So these are some of the links, like the overview of the software, about its interface, how to do stuff on Tableau. Next, this is a really important concept, or the really important section, and that is the Viz of the Day section. Now, what is this Viz of the Day section? It contains visualizations from the Tableau online community. That means we know Tableau online or Tableau public is available freely online, and whatever visualizations we share, those could be viewed by anyone on the internet, right? So here is the collection of some of the top visualizations submitted by the people all around the globe that have been recognized by the Tableau community for you, so that you can view them. Like if you just take a look on this first one, if you just click on the link, then this visualization would be loaded. All we needed was just a link that was provided to us, and here you can see that this whole thing is available to us, the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Everything that you need to know about it, this whole visualization, this whole dashboard, you can see, because there are a couple of visualizations all present together in the same page. So this is a dashboard. It is available in Tableau and it is made in Tableau, right? Now what all you can do over here is you can just share it. Here is the sharing options. You can share it via the link, or you can embed it in the form of an HTML code. Other options include downloading this visualization and viewing it in full screen. So this is how you can just view it in the full screen for a better understanding. And if you want, you can download it and work with it. So here it is. That's how you can access it. Okay. Now, this is some of the collections of the visualizations which you can just check. Okay. Now, let us just go back to our file. That was the Microsoft Excel file, the sample superstore data. This was all that you need to know about welcome screen, because that's not there's not many things that we need to understand. Okay, now let us understand our data source. This is a sample superstore data source that we would be using throughout this tutorial course, because it has a humongous amount of data and a really important sets of data. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is open it in an Excel file so that you would be able to understand it in a better way. So this is the whole data set that has been opened in Microsoft Excel, and you can take a look at this. The basic things that we are going to understand in Excel is that there are three sheets. First is the orders sheet, second is the people's sheet, and the third is the returns sheet. Okay, so if we talk about orders sheet, it has got a large number of columns. You can see all these columns are present in the order sheet. That is all the data related to the orders. Next we have is the people's sheet, that is which person is in charge of which region, because in the order sheet the data is divided into regions. Third we have is the returns sheet, that tells us that how many what was the order ID and was it returned or not. So basically if a particular order ID is present in this returns sheet, that means it has been returned, because you can see in the return all the values that we have is of yes. You can just check that. Okay, so apart from this, these are the three sheets. We have three tables as well, as you can see from here. If you just click on this, so this is the orders table, that means all of the data is consolidated together in a table format as well. Similarly, we have people and the returns sheet too. Okay, let's just close this. Right, now we know how the data looks in the real life in Excel. Actually, once we have connected this data to Tableau, what happens is we are getting these three tables and three sheets as well. You can see if in the brackets you take a look at, it is called named range. So named range actually refers to the tables part only, because in Excel we can just select a bunch of columns and rows together and give it a name. So that is known as a named range. That's exactly what was done. So these are the three named ranges with these green symbols, and with these simple chart like symbols we have the sheets. Okay, now if you want to extract the data, or if you want to use the data in Tableau, then how do you do that? As we know, Tableau, all the things that Tableau requires is just drag and drop. So suppose we want to work with the orders table. What we can do is, first of all, we can view the data if you want. So click on this icon and it would load the data for you. Right, here is the whole data that has been loaded. If you want, you can just maximize it to get a better look. By default, the total number of rows, that is the 9994 rows, are shown to you. So that is the total number of rows actually present in the data or in this particular table. But if you want, suppose like 20 rows, you can just select 20 and press enter. So what happens, the first 20 rows are now filtered and shown to you. So usually what happens in the case of the large data sets is we don't want to view the whole data set. All we want to do is know that how the data is being organized, what are the columns, etc. This kind of information we can get sufficiently from a smaller number of rows, like say 10-20 rows. So that's how usually we proceed with the things. Okay, and now we can just close it. Similarly, you can do these things for the others or others as well, whether it's a named range or whether it is a sheet. Okay, like suppose we have the people's sheet, so only 4 rows were there, that's why 4 rows have been selected over here. Now let's just bring this data into a Tableau. So what we do is we just drag that particular sheet. Suppose you don't want the whole data, you just want a particular sheet. So what you want to do is just drag it and drop it into this portion where it is shown drag tables here. So you see the orders data has been dragged and it has been loaded as well. So this is a really important part that you need to understand, because it has got a huge amount of information that we can get from the data. Okay, by default 1000 rows are selected. Here also you can just change the number of rows. In case you don't know how many rows are present in the data and you want to get Tableau to show you all the rows, right? So there is a slight trick that's available. What you can do is type a really large number, like right now I have typed in 1 lakh and I press enter. Now what happens, or after a few seconds I get 9994. Why? Because that's the largest number of rows that can be present by Tableau, because that's the actual number of rows in the data. Okay, so that's the slight trick that you can do to find out that how many rows are there in your data. Okay, now there are a bunch of things. This is the default option that is selected, that is the preview data source option, right? So in this, what happens, we get a glimpse of the data source, that is how the data is organized, everything related to it. However, there is the second option, that is this manage metadata option. If you remember, in the introduction videos we discussed that how effectively Tableau manages the metadata as well. So this is the metadata section that is available, and as you can see, there's a separate section available. So if you want to know about any column, you can just select this particular option and you would be able to know the things like the column name, in which table it is present, and its data type. This hash symbol, this ABC, all refers to the data type. There is a slight code over here that you need to understand, that you need to know for understanding these symbols. So they are really simple to understand. We would be covering them in detail in the next video, because that is all for this video, in which we introduced ourselves with the data source that we would be using, and also we saw that how can we work with the basic operations in Tableau Public. And welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to work with this screen of Tableau, that is the welcome screen of the data source, and we would be seeing what all information it can give to us and how can we work with that particular information, or if it is of any use to us, and how can we actually use it. Okay, so this is the metadata field that we are getting, because Tableau is really good in managing the metadata as well. So this is the metadata section that tells us about the name of the field, the table it belongs, and the remote field name. Along with this, it also tells us the data type of that particular column. Like row ID is the field or the column, and its type is this hash symbol. Now this hash symbol, as you might have guessed, is used to refer to the numbers. Okay, but there are different kinds of numbers, like the whole numbers, the decimal numbers, etc., which we can change as per our wishes. Like the currencies, you might want the price as 99.99. You might want the row numbers to be the whole numbers, like 1, 2, 3. You might want quantities to be the whole numbers, like 1, 2, 3, etc. So according to that, we have different forms of numbers. Next we have is the ABC, which refers to the combination of the numbers and the characters along with the special symbols. Actually, I think it would be more easier for you to understand if we just go to the preview data source option, right? So over here also you can see this information is present. That's how effective this metadata management of Tableau is. That is, along with the data source preview, you also get the information about the metadata, like its type and from which field it belongs or to which table it belongs, right? Now this hash is numbers. If you just click on this arrow icon, so we are getting these different values, or there's different options. If you want to change the name of the column, you can just select on rename. Suppose instead of row ID, I want just the ID. Okay, so you just need to type in and press enter, and that would be good to go. Let me just decrease the number of rows to 100 so that it works, its speed increases. Okay, so yeah, now let's look on to the next options. The second option is the reset name option. So suppose you have renamed a column, but you want to go back to the original name. So what you can do is you can just go to this reset name option, and the previous name, the original name, would be brought back, that is the row ID. How does Tableau know about this? Because as you can see, the original data source is imported in Tableau, it's downloaded in Tableau. Okay, so it knows where it actually came from, and that is the usage of this remote field name that tells Tableau that this was the original name of the field of the table. So if you want to reset it, this is the name you should go for. Okay, next options we have is the copy values option. So if you want to extract the values of a particular column, you can just click on this copy value. So all the values will be copied, and if I just go to this notepad, I can just paste them, I think. Okay, so these are not available for pasting. Let's see how can we just paste them. Okay, I think we can paste them in Excel. So let me just bring out my Excel sheets. Yeah, so now you can see that these values have been pasted into Excel. Okay, let me just close it. Don't save the changes. Next, what do we have is hide. Like if you don't want a column to be imported, you just want to hide it, you can hide it. Click on this hide option. So you see row ID is no longer visible. What happens if you want to bring it again? There are two steps that you need to follow in this case. The first thing is you have to go to this option, that is this show hidden fields option, and you need to check it. So what happens now is this hidden icon or whatever column you hid is visible, but you see it's blurred out or it's been grayed out. So that means this was the column that is originally hidden, but since we have checked this option, that's why the hidden fields are available. Now if you want to unhide it, you can just go to this option and go to this unhide one. So that would be unhidden, and now you can just uncheck this particular box. Next option we have is of the aliases, which is a really important option. Okay, so we won't be adding aliases to the row ID actually. We can add aliases to something else like the shipment mode. So go to aliases option. Here is the member, like suppose first class is there, this is the actual value, but we want that instead of first class to be shown in the data, we want the value 1 to be shown. So 1 would be taken as an alias for this first class. If we have the same day, we just want the day to be shown. If we have second class, we want 2 to be shown, and if we have standard class, we want 3 to be shown. Okay, and just convert day into 4. Okay, so that we get all the number kind of fields. Now we can click on OK, and what happens is this all these shipment modes have been coded. Now there is an important thing that you need to notice over here, that as soon as I applied those aliases, the effect has been shown to us. Okay, now this show aliases button or the show aliases box is also checked. What happens if you uncheck it? Let's just see. Now what happens, the original values are present. So doesn't matter if you have set the alias for a particular value or not. If you want, you can just view it, but if you want to see the original values, then you can see the original values as well. But if you want to set up the aliases, you can just do them. Once the aliases have been set, how can you remove them? You can just go to aliases, and there is this option of clear aliases. If you just click on clear aliases, you can see all the values have been reverted to the default. Now you can just click on OK. So the aliases have been cleared out, right? Next option we have is a create calculated field, create group, and create bins. So these three things you would be better able to understand when you would be working with the different kinds of visualizations upon the requirements. These three are somewhat advanced level stuff, so I would be explaining them later in the videos. Last but not the least, let us talk about this describe. This describe is a really important thing. It describes the particular column, like the row ID was a particular column, so it is describing it. Like what is its role? It is a discrete dimension. So what happens in Tableau is that there are two kinds of dimensions or two kinds of columns, two kinds of values that are given to you. One is discrete, other is continuous. Discrete have values which have no relation with one another, like the values like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., which are the row numbers. They have no information or no connection with one another. However, on the other hand, there are continuous values. An example would be the sales amount. So if you just go to the sales amount, let's just see if we can get that. Yeah, the sales amount. If we just go to the describe, so you see its role is a continuous value. How is it continuous? Because the data or the information ranges. It has a range, like if the sales is done of a particular amount, so that is present in the particular range. That is a continuous value. That's a numeric value, or that's a money that we are talking about. That's why it is continuous. Okay, there is a clear distinction given in Tableau between those two, which we would be seeing just a few seconds later, probably in the next video only. Now let's talk about other things that we haven't described. The type, it is a database column. The remote column, that means the actual column which is in the orders tables, row ID. The remote type, which is that what kind of data it holds. So it holds 8 bytes of data, which is a signed integer. So that really just refers to a number only, nothing else. If it contains any of the null values, then it would be yes, and if it doesn't contain any null values, so that's a no. That means none of the data is missing. That means our data set is clean in respect to this row ID, and its status is valid. That means it is a valid column, and the 20 members out of the total number is shown to us. That is the domain. If you want to copy those values, you can just copy them and view it anywhere else. Otherwise, we are just going to close it. So that is about the different options that are available to us. Now let's talk about this number or this data type. Right now we have this hash symbol. There are two types of numbers available, the whole numbers and the decimal numbers. If you see, by default in the row ID we have the whole number, and over here the number whole is selected. However, if you want, you can convert it to decimal as well. We have selected number decimal, and you see, as soon as we did that, we are getting 0.00 in it. So that tells us about the data type of this particular column, right? We have the numbers. Suppose in order IDs we have string because it contains this hyphen, these numbers and the letters, that's why string. In this order date we have date because that's the only part that is available. Other options are date and time. If we just select this date and time, then what will happen is by default 12 a.m. would be assigned to all those values because we don't have the time data. However, if the time data is present, then by default that particular thing would be selected, right? Other options we have is the boolean that refers to the value true and false. So that is kind of a field which we can create for ourselves using the calculated fields options. How will we do that? We will see in the upcoming videos. That's all for this one. Everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to learn something more about this particular data source screen, that is the welcome screen, after importing the data source into Tableau. Now, so far what we have learned about is the different data types, the metadata, and how can we organize the different columns, how can we work with hidden columns, with the aliases, etc. Now there is a really important data source that we weren't able to cover in the previous video, and that is this globe symbol, which refers to the geographic role kind of a data. Now if you just click on this globe symbol, like for this country column, you will see that the string value is selected, but if you go into this geographic role, in this geographic role the country region is selected. That's exactly the name of the column as well. So what happens over here is actually the data type is the country/region, that's why we are getting the globe symbol. But how do we represent it? We represent it with the help of string. It is actually a string value, but if we just dig deeper a little bit, then we would be able to find out the real situation or the real thing that's going on. Okay. Similarly for the cities, if you just go to the geographic role, then automatically the city thing is selected. If you go for state, then automatically this state/province is selected. Also, if you have area codes, then Tableau will automatically able to identify them. However, the area codes needs to be of US because Tableau is developed by a company that is actually based in US, so that's where they are inclined towards a little bit, but otherwise you would be good to go. Okay, so these are some of the information. Now let us talk about this particular column. So this column order ID has a bunch of data available in it, like the first two letters CA or US. Then we have the 4 digits which are the years in which the sale was done, and the last three part, the third part or the last few numbers are the actual order numbers. Okay, so this is the kind of the data that it is comprised of. If you want to split it, how can you split it? If you just right click over here in this kind of a column, like if you see in the row ID, if you just right click, there is no option of splitting. But if there is a column that has a potential to be splitted or has any kind of symbols that that can act as the splitting symbols, then this option would be available in Tableau, and that is the option of split and custom split. So you can split them in two ways. Firstly, the split that would be done by default by Tableau, and then the custom split. So let's just go with the split option. If we just select the split option, so what happens, the original column that was the order ID column is still there. Tableau has split it into 3 parts. The first is the data before the hyphen, before the first hyphen, that is CA or US. The second is the data between, that is the year, and the third is the order number. Now if you want, you can just select their data types, like it's going to be string, it's going to be the whole number, and instead of the whole number actually it could be the date type. But if we just go for the date type, so this kind of a data would be there, so it's okay to just go with the string data. And last but not the least, this is a whole number, so we can just go with this. If you want to change the name of the columns, you can simply just double click or go to the arrow and select rename and provide the new values like order number for here and the year of order over here, and here we can just provide it like country code. or something like this, whatever you want. Okay, so these are the 3 columns that have been created from splitting the original column. If you want to delete the columns, how can you delete them? Just control click to select multiple columns, right click, and here is this delete option. They have been removed completely. Okay, similarly, if you just want to suppose delete the row ID, right click over here. There is no option to delete the row ID. Why? Because row ID is a part of our original data source. That's why we cannot delete it, because deleting it would mean that we are making changes to our original data source, which is not permitted by Tableau. That's the data security that's been provided to us through Tableau. This is also a feature we discussed in the introduction videos. So this is how it works. Now, this was the normal split, the split supported by Tableau. However, if you want to work with a custom split, how can you work with it? Right click, go to this custom split option. The first thing that you need to specify is the separator. So these are the common separators, the hyphens, the commas, the semicolons, colons, etc. What our separator is? It's hyphen. You can just specify it. Even if it is a space, you can specify the space. Now, what do you want to split off? So what I want is, I just want to extract the year from here. So I want to split neither the first part, neither the last part, neither all. So what can I do? I can go for the last and increase the number of columns to 2. Now if I just click on OK, then what happens is, this is the column that I wanted and this is the column that has been generated, but I don't want it. So I can just right click and delete this. This is the column that I've got and I wanted to work with it. So I'm happy. However, I really don't want it, so I can just delete it as well. Okay. Now, one thing that I wanted to tell you is, let me just undo that option, and that was using the Control Z shortcut key, really famous. If you just go into the metadata option, now this is the column that we have created, right? That's why it is not associated with the orders table. We are not getting the orders entry over here, and the remote field name is also the same over here. There is this drop down option available over here. That means you can perform all these operations here as well into all these columns. Now automatically we get the entry in this particular column as calculation, because this is not a part of our original table, but it is a thing that has been calculated by us, and this blue line is not present over here. Okay, so if you just want to make some changes like year to it, then the change has been made, and there is no option to reset the values because there is no reference for Tableau to go back to the previous values that it originally had. That is why you cannot just reset it. Okay, so this is how we can work with it. And now the important thing is, this is how these are the things actually that we can perform with the data source. Now one more thing, suppose this is this orders table, along with it you also want the returns table, like you want to extract data from 2 tables. Then what you can do is, you can just drag this table over here into this orders table and wait for a few seconds. Right, now what happens is, this is a kind of a relationship between them. And if you remember, in the returns table, when we saw there were 2 columns, the order ID and the return value, which was yes for all the values. So automatically Tableau has created a connection that the orders tables column order ID must be equal to the returns table column order ID. That's why there is a equal sign between the two. If you want to add more fields, you can add them using this particular option. Okay, let's see over here. So suppose you want to add a particular value, let's say category. You have to find a field that equates it. You can manually just select any field like returned, so that would be selected. But if you want to just delete that column or delete that particular calculation, you can just go with it. Okay, now in the performance options, we have the cardinality, like many to many or one-to-one relationship that you can just select, or one-to-many or many-to-one. These are all the relationships that would be selected. Referential integrity, you can just select to all records match, and that's it. So these are the changes that we have done. Now what happens? Right now this returns is selected. That's why whatever information we are getting is of this returns table. If we just select orders, so the information we would be getting is all of the orders table. So how can we just work with the data that belongs to both the tables, right? How can we combine the data belonging to both the tables, right? So for this purpose, we have to create something that is known as union in Tableau. Now the question is, how do we create it? It's really simple, not a point of stressing. You can just go to this new union option, and yeah, what you need to do is drag the tables over here. So let me just drag the orders table and the returns table and click on apply, right? Okay, so there's been a slight problem. Actually, the problem is that we didn't needed to drag the tables from there. We can just use these tables from here only. Okay, how are we going to proceed with it? This is what we will see in the next video. In this video, we are going to continue with the process of union creation with the tables in Tableau. This is what we got in the previous video, but this was a little bit messy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna drop this union over here. Okay, so this is the way on how you can just remove the tables. That is, you need to just drag them and drop them over here. They would be deleted. Okay, now what we can do is, suppose we want to create a union. Okay, so we can just double click over here, then click on this drop down, convert to union option. Okay, now what will this do? This would automatically take this orders table in this column or in this menu. All we need to do is drag the second table, suppose the returns table. Now if we just click on apply, or if we just click on OK, then what happens is the union has been applied. Let me just, yeah, so you see the symbol has changed to the union symbol. The logical table would be shown as orders, but actually there are two tables present, the orders and the returns table. If you just drag these columns, you see now we have this return column also present there, and it is part of the orders plus value. That means the orders table as well as the returns table. It could be a part of any of those two. Okay, if I just go to this particular column and click on describe, then it tells us about something, that it is a discrete dimension, it's a database column. And the remote column, if we talk about, it gives us the name of the union, that is orders, plus the name of the union dot returned. That means the name of the union dot the name of the table. If in case we had just the table, the value shown over here would be returned dot the name of the column or the name of the table. Okay, so this is what we have been getting over here. There are two possible values, null and yes, over here. Okay, so that's how we can work with the unions part, but we can just remove it and work with the simple single data source. Right now we would be working with multiple data sources, but later on in the tutorials, first of all, just a simple single data source. So that's all that we needed to know into this data sources screen. Now let's go to the sheet screen. If you just see over the bottom left corner, you will see that data source is written, and this is where we are currently present. We have seen everything that we needed to know about here. Yeah, actually one thing is left, and this is this data source order. So by default you have this value selected to the data source order. However, if you check, there are different things present, like the ascending order. If you want to select the data in the ascending order, then that is selected into the ascending order. If you want it in the descending order, then that can also be selected. Now what is changing over here is the column names. Like you can see, year is at the first position. If you just select A to Z, then category is in the first position. So that's the way through which the columns are being organized. If you select the data source order, so it would be in the same order in which they are occurring in the data source. Furthermore, if you want, you can just organize them on the basis of the table, but for that purpose you need to have the unions part or multiple tables present, which we are not working with right now. Now if you want to work with the single values, like we have the customer names. If you want to organize it in a particular kind of fashion, there is this three icons. You can just select. This is sorted in the ascending order, A, B. If you just click it once again, it would be sorted into the descending order. Again, if you just click, so it would be in the random order or the order in which it occurs in the data source. So these are the values which are available in all the columns which you can use. Okay, now that's all for this data source. Let's move to the second option, that is the sheet option. This is just like the Microsoft Excel sheets that we can create worksheets in Microsoft Excel. Similarly, we can create sheets in Tableau. And this is the place where we would be working mostly, because if you want to create any of the visualizations, this is what you need to use. Okay, so let's not just focus on all these three things because they are not needed at the moment. Let's just focus on this sheet column. Okay, the first thing is this menu bar where all the different options are available, which we would be exploring along with understanding their functions. And this is the toolbar. Some of the handy tools are available to us for usage. Here is this tab which is really useful, the data tab, which gives us the information about the table and the data source from where that table has been taken, like the orders table from the sample superstore data. We can just filter any of the columns. We can search these columns. Suppose I want to search for the city column, I can just search for the city column. Okay, if I want, I can remove that. If I want, I can just filter that. These are the criteria to be filtered: the calculation, the dimension, the measure, and the comment. Now if we talk about the dimension, these are the dimensions that we are having. If we remove it and talk about the measure, so these are the measures we have. The dimension refers to the discrete dimensions and measures refers to the continuous measures. If you remember, we talked about two things in the starting, and the sales was in the continuous values. It has been represented by a green color in Tableau. That means it has continuous values. However, other things which are a part of dimensions, actually let's just select dimensions, they are represented by the blue colors. That means they have discrete values which are not related with one another in any form. Next, we have the calculated field or the calculations. So this is the year, because this is something we calculated, and if you remember, instead of the orders it had calculation written in it. So this is shown over here. And the last but not the least, we have comment, which is no matches because we haven't added any comments yet. Next is this view data option. So if you want to view the data similar to the previous one that we had, you can just view the data. Okay, and then we have this drop down which actually cannot be used right now because there are a bunch of things which we don't know right now. So the only thing that we can work with is group by options. So group by data source table. If there are multiple sources of table, then that would be used. Right now it's rhetorical. Next we have is the sort by name or the sort by data source order. So right now the columns are sorted by name, like category, city, etc. If you want them in the data source order, you can just select that, and that's the way through which they would be sorted. That's totally up to you. That's a personal choice. If you want to hide the unused field, that means once you have created a visualization and you don't want the unused fields to be shown, you can hide them. You want to expand them or collapse them, that's also you can do. But what I'm gonna do is just go with the default options. Next, we have the analytics pane that helps us to perform analysis, like the simple linear regression analysis, the clustering analysis, etc. The simple algorithms of machine learnings can be implemented in Tableau really easy. The box plots, the constant line, average lines, the quartiles, etc. can everything be created through Tableau, and the analytics pane or the analytics bar is what we would be using. Next we have is this pages pane. So pages actually refers to the individual bars and visualizations. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is grab some data so that you would be able to understand. Now this is the part of the visualization creation, so understand it. It's really simple. Suppose I want a bar chart to be there with the subcategory wise sales. Okay, so this is my column subcategory. What can I do is I can just drag it and drop it into the columns part, right? So this is the visualization that has been created, that is actually trying to get created. Next I want the sales, so this is the sales one. This I can just drag into the rows. As soon as I do that, this is the bar chart that has been created. Okay, so this is how simply you can create a visualization in Tableau, and there are a ton of things that we need to do. But before that, let's talk about this pages that we were discussing. You see these individual bars, these are called pages in Tableau. We have the filters pane. If you want to apply any kind of filters, you can apply them using this filters pane. This marks controls the way how this visualization looks or what information it depicts, like its color, its size, what information it depicts in the form of labels, in the form of tooltips, and in the form of details. Also, what kind you want. Suppose you want a line chart, so you can just control it from this particular way, from this particular menu. Okay, these are the different things that are available. Of course, we would be looking at all of them, but automatic is the one that you should go for, because it automatically selects the best one for the data that you have dragged and dropped. Next is the rows and the columns, that selects what data goes into the rows, what data goes into the columns, and this is the place where your visualizations would be shown to you. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we would be discussing more about the visualization creation process in Tableau. In this video, we are going to understand how can we work with the visualization creation process in Tableau, and what all things we can control, what all things we must keep in mind. So this is the screen that would be available for you for the visualization creation process, and we have already seen a bunch of stuff of this screen in the previous video. In this video, we are just going to continue with the discussion. So here, this is the visualization that's been created. This is the name of the sheet. That's by default sheet 1. That's visible. If you want to make it more informative, you can just right click here and go to rename option. So what is this sheet depicting? It is depicting subcategory wise sales. So subcategory wise sales, right? As soon as I changed this name, this heading also changed. So that means whatever the name of the sheet is, that's been displayed over here. But in case you don't want the sheet name to be displayed, you want something else to be displayed, what you can do is right click and go to this edit title option. This is the title that is shown. Now here you can control two things. The first thing is the way it is looking, like its appearance, and the second is the value it contains. Okay, so by default it is selected to a sheet name, which of course you can change. Like if you can just go to this insert button, these are the different things that are available. If you want, you can just select any of them, but if you just don't want them, you can just custom select your name. Like you can provide the name as subcategory wise sales, subcategory versus sales. Let's just do it different from the sheet name so that there's no confusion. Now suppose you want to make any changes to the way it is looking, you need to just select this whole text and make the changes, like change the font. Let's say Bookman Old Style. You want to change its size, let's say do it an 18. You want to keep it a bold. You want to change its alignment. You want to change its color, let's say a purple, like this. So a preview is available. Also you can click on this apply button, so you can see that how it is looking on the sheet actually. If you're happy with it, you can go with it. Otherwise you can just select it all and change the appearance in the way that you like. Like I don't want it to be bold. Let's click on apply. Yeah, it is looking fine by me, so I'm just going to go with it. If you want to go for the insert option, so these are the things that you can insert, these different things which I want you to explore on yourself, because these are the different things and they're really simple, which you can explore on your own. Okay, then whatever suits you, you can just click on OK after applying those changes. In case you don't want this title to be shown at all, what you can do is right click and there is this hide title option. You can hide this. Okay, so I'm not just gonna work with the title. Okay, now one thing more. As you can see right now in this particular sheet, the visualization is available only in this part and this whole place is wasted. So if you just don't want that, what you can do is go to this option, this drop down where it is showing standard. This is the fitting of the visualization. Right now it's a standard. If you don't want standard, you can just select the fit width option. So now your visualization will take up the whole width. If you don't want the fit width, you can go for a fit height option that would take up the whole vertical space. But if you want the fit width and the fit height as well, you can go with the entire view option, so it would take up the whole screen and it would be more easier for you to understand the visualization in this way if you're working with it, right? Furthermore, we have multiple things like this presentation mode. So this is the visualization present in the presentation mode, which is kind of a full screen like view, and this is usually used whenever we want to give a presentation. Here you can see, if you want to exit the full screen, if you want to exit the presentation mode, and all this stuff, so exit the presentation mode. Okay, now there are a bunch of other tools. I would be discussing about them. Suppose right now the visualization is organized in a subcategory wise fashion, but there is no order. Like what the data is organized is as the subcategory organized in the ascending order, like accessories, appliances, art, binders, etc. But suppose we want it to be organized on the basis of sales. How do we do that? Select that particular column. Like if you just select on the sales, so it would be changed to a darker green color. Then go to these options. This is for the descending order, and even if you hover over it, so what do you get? This tooltip is sort subcategory descending by sales. You can just select that, and with the help of the sales amount, the subcategories have been sorted in the descending order. If you want ascending order, you can just select this one, and they are now selected in the ascending order like this. This is the swap rows and columns option with the shortcut Control W. So if you just do that, so what happens is, earlier the sales were present in the columns. The sales were present in the rows. Now the sales is present in the columns. So the bar chart has been changed into a this kind of a chart, column chart, right? So this is how you can control this. In case you want to change the color, so there is this color option. You can just select any color that you want, like this. Okay, any color that you want, you can just select that. Even if you want, you can just create custom colors as well by going to this more colors option. There is this whole color palette that you can use. You can control the opacity as well. From here, you want borders, the automatic borders, you can just select their colors for the borders, etc. Everything you can just control from this color panel. Now suppose you want some more information to be visible, like you want the sales amount to be visible as well. Let me go in this fashion because that's much more clearer. I want the sales amount to be visible. So what can I do is, there are two ways through which I can work. First is I can just drag the sales and drop it into this labels column. Okay, once I do that, all this sales amount is visible. If I just don't want that, I can just delete it. So just drag the sales into this blank area and that would be deleted. Otherwise, if you just don't want to do the dragging, what you can do is double click on it. No, actually double clicking would not work right here. So yeah, you can just drag the sales into the labels part, but if you want to delete it from here, you can just right click and there is this option to remove, and that would be removed. So that's one way. The second is that suppose this is this labels option, mark labels option. So if that is enabled, you can use that directly, so you don't have to go through all this process. But right now I don't think it is available. Yeah, we will see its usage later on. For now, you can just drag and drop the sales option, so the sales value is visible. Now the sales is usually done in the currency format, but we are not getting to see anything like this. So what we can do is we can just change the way it looks, right? So we can just go to the format option, and there is this font. We can just select that particular value that we want to format, like the sales that's present in the rows. And from here, actually we can just select the sum sales. Now by default the numbers are selected like this. If you want the currency to be there, so standard currency, if you select, so the English currency of United States is selected, which is absolutely correct because we are getting the data from United States itself. However, if you want a custom currency, you can just select that, like I want it to 3 decimal places. I don't want any negative values, and instead of dollar I can just get the RS symbol for rupees. Put a dot. You want a suffix, you can add a suffix like this. So all of this basically you can do as per your choice. These are these different things available that you can just select. Now these are the formatting options which needs to be looked on in detail, because there are a lot of things that could be resolved while working with these formatting options alone. So we would be looking at all of them in detail in the upcoming videos. That's all for this video actually, because we learned a lot about the different things of how can we work with the visualizations, how can we customize the visualizations in Tableau. So once we have covered all of these tips and tricks, then we would be moving on to other visualizations, right? So that is all for this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to see how can we customize the different fields that are present in our visualization in Tableau. So this is what we had in the previous video. This is how our visualization was looking. What things we learned was how to sort the columns, or how to sort the data, how to swap the data, how to change its color, apply borders, and apply labels. So we have seen how to apply the labels and how to customize the labels very easily in the previous video, and we customized it as a form of a currency like this. So that's why we are getting this sort of a value. But suppose you don't want a custom currency, suppose for this particular sales value, first of all what you need to do is you need to select that particular value from there, from this drop down actually, and then you need to go to this font. So basically what you have is you can just format all these three things, or that is the font, alignment, and the numbers. So if you want a different font, that how it's gonna look, you can just select that. Let's just go with the simple Arial one. Okay, so you see the font has changed to Arial. You want to change the size, the appearance, everything you want, you can just change it through this color panel or this control panel. Next is the alignment, which is obviously set at automatic. All these things like the horizontal, vertical alignment, the direction, the wraps, everything is set at automatic. If you want, you can just continue with this values, or if you want to change it a little bit, you can just change it. Like right now I have changed the horizontal alignment. If you want, you can also change the vertical alignment a little bit like this. So it's kind of looking weird, but let's just go with automatic. That's the best fit for the visualization. Last but not the least, how the numbers are gonna look. If you just select on automatic, this is how they are gonna look. If you just select a standard number, this is how the standard number format is there. If you want to customize it, what you can customize is the number of places. If you want to customize the negative values, so since we are talking about the sales criteria over here, so there won't be any negative values. In the fields like profit and discount, we may get some negative values, so we would be just talking about that only. Let's just skip it for a while. Next we have the currency. So here we have currencies of different countries that you can select from the list. Suppose I want to go for India, right? So I can just go with Marathi India. So that's the Marathi. Basically you have to search for the particular country. Like if you want, you can just search for India. Let's see what all options we have. So we have English India, yeah. So let's just go with it. That's the rupee symbol we have got. If you want some other symbol, like you want the Canadian English, that is what you can go for. You want the New Zealand English, that's what you can go for. Okay, so that's totally up to you. Next we can apply these three things like the scientific calculations, that is the scientific notation in which the values are being shown. If you want that, the percentage is being shown like this. If you want the percentage, then any of the custom values if you want, you can just go with it. What I'm gonna go with is the standard currency, but of USA. So United States is what I need to search. Yeah, here it is, English United States. Okay, next if you want to change the way the subcategory looks, here you can just change it. Like if you just want to increase its size, you can increase the size, and you see the labels size have been increased, but you can just control it the way you want. Suppose I want a black color instead of that faded gray color, and I want that in bold, right? You want to change the alignment, you can just work with it, everything. You want to change the shading, like I want a little brownish or the oranges kind of a shading, or a little purplish kind of a shading. So this is how it's looking. Okay, similarly for the sales value also, we have this axis part. Actually there are two things, the axis and the pane. If you go to this axis part, then you would be able to work with this values that are given over here. Okay, so you can just change the way they are looking, or like this. You can apply a shading as well, let's say purple again for this one also. That's good. Now this is the sticks. What is the sticks? You see these kinds of lines that are visible, these are called ticks. You can just change their colors as well. You see the colors have changed to black. Then we have the alignment, which is there. If you want the title, the sales that is being shown, if you want it to be changed in somewhat fashion, like I don't want it to be bold, that's what I've selected, and I want to increase its size a little bit to say 11. Okay, similarly if you just go to this pane, then these label value would be affected. Of course in the subcategory also we have all these values. In the pane we have this font. If you just change it to bold, nothing would happen because we don't have any values of the subcategory over there, right? Only the header part would work. So yeah, this is what we have got. These are the different formatting options that you can actually apply. Like if you want to format the worksheet font, the pane font, header, tooltip, title, everything you want to control or format, you can do that directly from here. Next we have is the alignment part that you can set for the sheet, whole sheet, for the rows and for the specific columns as well. You want to change the shading, that also you can just change, right? Like if you just want to apply column bandings, that you can apply. Okay, so let me just get two shades real quick, and yeah, they have been applied like this. Okay, if you want to increase the band size, you want to decrease the band size, whatever controls you want, you can just work with it. Okay, simply if you also want the row bandings, you can apply the row bandings as well, in the header that is, and in the pane. Okay, you can just work with the band size as well. This is the whole sheet option that you can work with. Suppose let me just clear all these things, the row and the column bandings, and here is this worksheet option. So if you just apply a color to the worksheet, so that particular color to the whole worksheet would be applied. This you can effectively use if you want to make some changes to the way your visualization you want to present. Okay, next we have is the borders option. You can apply the borders as well. Last but not the least, we have this lines option, which is for the grid lines. Like if I just allow these grid lines to be there of black color, so these kind of a grid lines would be shown to us, which would act as reference points for the visualizations, but let's just go with none. Next we have is the zero lines. So let's just select a black color for the zero lines, and yeah, it's not shown right here. Next we have trend line, reference lines, drop lines. So these three things we will learn later on in the tutorial, because they have a really important application which we will be looking at in detail. Last but not the least, we have axis rulers. Suppose you want to change its color, so you see the axis rulers are now changed to black color. You can control its thickness as well, that is how thick you want, and the way it's looking, like dashed lines or the dotted lines or a continuous line, whatever you want. Last but not the least, we have the axis text as well. So you want to change its color, you can just change it. In case you are not happy with it, you can of course go with a clear sign, and that all changes that you've made would be cleared up. So this is how we can control the appearance of our visualization using the format tab, right? Suppose you want to perform any of these formatting part, that you can do. Right, now let us talk about one thing that we missed, and that was the negative values. Okay, so let's see how can we talk about work with the negative values. First of all, what I need to do is just remove the sales, just delete the sales part. Okay, and just delete the sales from the labels as well. That's only the subcategory that's left. Let me just drag this profit into the rows now. So you see some of the values are above the 0 line. This is 0k. Some of them are above the 0 line while some are below them. So below means loss, negative values. Above means profit, positive values. We can just drag this profit into the labels as well and arrange it in a particular kind of an order. Now if you just go to the format tab and select the profit, if we go to the numbers, again it would be a currency. So let's just go with the custom currency. We have a value through which we can specify the negative values, right? Now if you take a look, by default what happens is negatives are enclosed in brackets, but there are these different types of options that you can employ, or you can automatically just select any kind of an automatic value as well. Okay, next thing was for the lines. So we had this 0 lines. Now if you just see, we can apply the 0 line. Right, now you see the 0 part is available. That's why this line is now converted to black in color. If you want, I can just increase its thickness so that you are able to see that clearly, like this over here. So that's how we can format the things, or the way our visualizations look in Tableau. Hello everyone, welcome to the Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to see one of the most important concept, and that is the dual axis concept in Tableau. So what happens with the dual axis concept is that, suppose there is a visualization, like right now we are dealing with a visualization that is subcategory wise profit. Okay, let me just quickly make another visualization, that's sheet 2, and let me make another visualization that is going to be the subcategory wise sales. Okay, so these are the two different visualizations. Let me just drag the labels part also over here. Okay, so these are the two different visualizations, and suppose you don't want two different visualizations for this, like you want to know in a single visualization only that, suppose I'm talking about copiers. So I see that, okay, it is giving me a profit, the highest profit of $55,000. If I want to know what is the total sales that I made through copiers, I have to come to the second sheet. I have to search for this copiers, and then I would be getting the sales amount generated from copiers. So that is a tedious task, right? So in order to overcome this, what we can do is we can group the parameters together into a single axis, at least two parameters, and that is known as the dual axis property. That is inbuilt by Tableau. However, in case you want to combine more than two parameters, then how are you going to proceed with it? This is also we will see, but first things first, that is the simplest thing, the dual axis concept in Tableau. So let me just create a new sheet and let me just rename it as dual axis. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I would be needing the subcategory only, because I would be creating subcategory by sales and profits visualization. Okay, so subcategory has been there. Let me just drag sales over here. So these are the bars that I got. Let me arrange it, change its color to, let's say, green, change its view to entire view, and yeah, that's it. I'm not going to work with labels for now. Okay, next is the profit. So what can I do is just drag this profit into this rows pane. Okay, when I drag this, this is the kind of a chart that is being generated. This is called a dual chart. This is not a dual axis, this is a dual chart. Okay, why is it not a dual axis? Because you see there is only single axis, the sales axis, and in the second chart there is only a single axis, that is the profit axis. Okay, why is it called a dual chart? Because two different parameters are being shown on the axis, while the same parameter, that's the subcategory, is shown on the line. Okay, now how can we combine these two? First of all, what we need is, we don't need them to be cluttered, because if we just combine them two, then what will happen, sales and profits would be just cluttered with one another. So how can we proceed with it? If you take a look at this, this is how the marks pane has changed now. Okay, now what we are getting is one for the sales and one for the profit. That means whatever changes you make into this particular card, those would be applied into this profits chart, and those you make in the sales card would be applied into this sales chart. Okay, so let's just go with the profit chart first, and instead of automatic, let's just grab this line. So what will happen now is we would be getting this line for the profit and for the sales, we would be getting this bar graph. But I don't want the same colors of lines. I want a different colors of lines. So let's just select this red color for the line so that it is visible, right? Now the thing is, we have to combine them together. How do we combine them? This is a really important step. What you need to do is just go here, click on any one of those pills, right click actually on those any one of those pills, and there is this option dual axis. You can just simply click on that, and that's it. Although there have been some changes, like the color changes and the way that they have been changed, so let me just rework with them. Like firstly with the sales, this is the automatically selected thing. We have to select the bar instead of the automatic. Change its color to the green color. Here actually this is the different color panel that we are getting right now, and with this you can just work with both of them. So let's just bring sales to green and profit to red. Click on apply. You would be able to see the changes. That looks good. Yeah, of course it looks good, but I want a lighter color for sales so that the profit doesn't get messy up. Yeah, this is looking better. I can click on apply, I can click on OK, and the things are changed. Okay, now there is this thing that's called the legend that has been created, and that tells us that red color symbolizes profit, yellow color symbolizes sales. Okay, so this is the dual axis chart that you have created. Now one thing important that you might notice is that why is it called dual axis? This is the sales axis, this is the profit axis, and this is the subcategory line. So two axes are present on the single visualization on the single chart. That's why it is known as the dual axis chart. Now what all things you can do in this is, like suppose you go to the path, you can control the way your path is going to look like this. Okay, if you want you can just control it. You can control its size. That means what is the width of this particular line. You can increase it or decrease it. That's totally up to you. Next, if you want labels, so let's just grab the labels of the profit. So this is showing me the amount of the profits in each of these subcategories, right? Now if you take a look, the chart is organized according to the sales, right? If you want to organize it on the basis of profit, you have to just select this profit pill and go to this particular value. So they would be organized on the basis of profit, that is increasing, ascending order or the descending order, whatever you want. Okay, however sales would be a better criteria because we are using the bar chart for the sales right now. So whether you want in ascending or descending, you can just go for it. Okay, next we have is the details, which we won't be using. Next we have is the tooltip. So actually if you just hover over this profit line, you would be getting the subcategory and its sales. But if you just go over to this point like this, you would be getting the subcategory and the profit. Okay, so that's by default that you are getting. However, if you want to change it, you can change it by clicking on this tooltip icon, and this kind of a box would be there. This, if you remember, is similar to what we had in the title. So everything you already know what you want to do. Like you can use this insert tab anytime you want to change anything. Like you have to just select it and you can simply just change the way it's looking. Okay, here you see the sum of profit. This is actually a really important thing, and we would be discussing it real quick just a few seconds later, why we are getting the sum of the profit over here. So by default, by now you can just analyze that how can you change the tooltips. Just like you did in this profit, you can also go into the sales and change the tooltip part over here also. Like for this, I want to change its color to say orange. Click on OK. Now if you just go, so the sales amount is being shown as orange. Okay, so yeah, that's what we are getting. This is the size panel through which you can control the size of the bars as well, their thickness actually. You want labels, you can get the labels. You want details, you can get the details. And this is all panel. That means whatever changes you do over here would be reflected in both the sales as well as the profit. Suppose you go to the size and increase the size, so the size of the sales bars and the profit line both are being changed, right? So this is the common control thing that you can see, common control panel that we have got. So this is how we can work with a dual axis chart. But here what we have got is just the two things, or just the two parameters which we combined together. In case you want more parameters to be combined, how can you work with it? But before that, the thing is, if you don't want two parameters anymore, if you just want to dissipate them, so what you need to do is you have to right click again and make sure that this dual access is unchecked. So again, your parameters would be splitted like this. You want to delete any of those parameters, you can just drag them and drop them over here, and that would be deleted. But I don't want to do that because that was looking good. That's what we needed to understand over here. That's the dual access. Okay, now this dual access is actually working as a common visualization only. So any changes to the formatting that you want to do, you can just go to the format tab and perform any of those changes. Now let's talk about more values that we want to work with. Suppose we have this thing called order date. So if you just drag this order date into the columns, you see there is this kind of a plus option that we have got over here. That means we can expand this order date. Right now we are just getting the year part, but date is comprised of different things like days, months, and then years. So how are we going to work with this? This concept is known as the hierarchies. How are we going to work with this hierarchies? This is what we will see in the next video. That's all for this one. Welcome back to tutorials. In the video, we are going to see that how can we first use multiple values in the columns. Up till now we were using the dual access option, that is this kind of a graph. But in this video, we will see how can we use that with the concept of hierarchies and group data together in the format or the right. And after we have covered that, we would be how can we do the same thing, that is instead of the axis we can get a triple or quadruples. That is whatever we want, right? So this is a new sheet that I had created in the previous video. Let me just rename it as hierarchies so that we know that we are working with hierarchies in this particular one. This is the order date kind of a column. Now in order date, what happens is the hierarchies are automatically created because we know there's going to be year, there's then going to be quarters, then months, then individual days, right? So this is a hierarchy that's already been created. So what you can do is just expand this, and now what happens is, first of all, year is written. So you see on the top the years are written: 2018, 2019, 2020 and 2021. The second thing is the quarters. So then the quarters are written, that is Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. These all for 2018, these all for 2019, these all for 2020 and these all for 2021. Okay, if we expand it further, then we get the months, the individual months. That means this is the whole data for 2018. Let me just go to entire view. So here what we are getting is all the months from January till December, January till March for quarter 1, April till June for quarter 2, July till September for quarter 3 and October till December for quarter 4 of the year 2018. Similarly for 2019, similarly for 2020 and similarly for 2021. Furthermore, there is a again plus sign. If we just further expand it, then we are getting it for individual days. So that is for 31 days of January, 28 days for February and so on. That's for the individual days. But now you see the hierarchy cannot be broken down further because day has no symbol present in it. So this is how you can work with hierarchies. Now what happens if I want some data, like I want the sales data. Let me drag it into the rows. So this is the kind of the data that I'm getting. Of course it's too congested. So what I'm going to do is just remove the months option and actually just work with the quarters option because that's clear. Okay, so this is the sales values that I'm getting. That is, this was the sales in the year 2018, in 2019, 2020 and 2021. Now the grouping that has occurred is that quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4, and the year is being shown there. So whatever the dual axis concept we saw over there with the help of the y-axis, it's now been shown on the line that is on the x-axis. Okay, now one thing more, if you see they're all discontinued or discontinuous actually. So what happens is this date is the only field in Tableau that could toggle between discrete and continuous, right? All the other fields, as we have already seen, are either purely continuous like these numeric values or purely discrete like these category, subcategory, shipment mode, states, etc. But date is the only thing that could exist as continuous as well as discrete. Right now, if you take a look at this, it is blue in color. That means it is a discrete value. However, if you want to change it to a continuous value, how can we do that? So what we need to do is just right click over here, and you see right now discrete is being selected. If you just select continuous, so year has changed into a continuous value, but quarter is still a discrete value. So what we can do is just right click on the quarter and also make it as a continuous value, right? So it's kind of looking like messy up, because for this what we need to do is create a dual axis for this. That's sorry, not the dual axis part. What we actually need to do is just remove this year from here. Now only the quarters are visible, right? So this is the distinct quarters that we are getting. Furthermore, the values we are getting is quarter 1, so that means this quarter 1 is showing us all the values from 2018 till 2021. We don't want that. So for this what we can do is change it to continuous, or you can just choose the second form. Like you see, there is this first group, year, quarter, month, day and more. This is for the discrete values, this is for the continuous values. In these grayed out sections, the format in which it would be changed is written. So I want the quarter as well as the year. So now if I do that, this is 2018 quarter 1, 2018 quarter 2 and so on, like this. The graph is being shown in a continuous format that we wanted. Okay, so that's how you can just change the values into continuous. If you just expand it further, you see now we are not getting different kind of pills, right? We are just getting the simple one pill. Now we are getting the data for individual months of the particular year. If you further expand it, this is for the individual weeks and this is for the individual days that we are getting. Okay, you can just delete that and bring in this order date. So if you just change this year into continuous, so nothing would change actually, but if you just want, you can just see the difference in the quarters or the months, etc. But when we change it into the continuous values, then that kind of a distinction that we were talking about won't be seen. So for that you have to convert it back into discrete. So you can just select discrete and select the quarter and the month. So that's how it's been shown. Actually not this kind of a discrete, you have to select this. Okay, suppose we have selected year, now it would be discreted like this. Okay, perfect. Now let us talk about the concept of the dual axis, that is how can we work with multiple axes. So let's just rename it to more than two axes. Okay, that's what we are going to see. So let me just drag subcategory. Okay, I have three quantities that I can just see: subcategory wise sales, subcategory wise profit. Let me just change this profit into a line for a better understanding, and the subcategory wise quantity. Okay, what I can do is change this quantity into automatic. Okay, automatically it's taking as a bar, so let me just change it to the circles. Okay, now what happens is, if I want to work with two, I can just right click and combine them into a dual axis. So the profit and the sales are combined, right? This is what we are getting. Let's just change sales to bar for a better understanding. But this quantity is being taken separately, right? It's not taken into the axis. So if you just right click, there is no option of dual axis, right? So how do we do that? What we can do is just remove all these 3 points, just drop these 3, and there is this something called measure names. Now this is present in the discrete values. Okay, you have to just drag and drop it over here, right click and go to filters. Now you see all these values, that was the continuous values, are present. What you need to do is you need to just select those values that you want to be shown. Like I want discount to be shown, I want profit, and I want sales to be shown. Click on OK, and that should have been worked. Yeah, just a second. I want discount, profit and sales. Click on OK. Alright, so once you've done this, once you have applied the filter, the next step is that you see this measure values, you have to just drag it into the rows. Once you do that, everything is present in front of you, right? This yellow line represents the sales, red line represents the profit, and orange represents the discount. Although you cannot change individually, but you can change them in a combined format. So whatever you want, like the area chart or these squares to be shown or these particular shapes to be shown, you can just select them right this. Okay, but line is the best way. All you can do is change the colors. Like you can go to the edit colors option. For the sales, suppose let's just go with green. For profit, let's just go with purple. For discount, let's just go with this kind of a color, whatever it is. So this is how it's gonna look, and let me just select this entire view. Okay, and this is the legend that is telling us about all these things. You want the labels part, you can just click on this labels, and all these individual labels are now there. That means this tells you the sales values, this tells you the profit value, and this tells you the discount values. Okay, so this is how you can work with more than 2 axes. Actually, if you want not 3 but 4, what you can do is right click, go to edit filter. I also want quantity. Select quantity, click on apply, click on OK. Now we have got another line, this red colored line of quantity. As you can see, this is the red colored line of quantity over here. Okay, what I just did there, I will explain in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to talk about filters, primarily Tableau. So in the previous video, we saw one of the application of filters. This was some complex one, but today I will explain you, or in this video I will explain you better through a more example the applications for the filters. So we know the filters are used the data, that is whichever data matches the criteria that is shown, all the other data is dropped, right? This is the concept of filters. Let's see how it works. Let me just press Ctrl Z for a second. This is what we had previously, right? What I did, in order to show the quantity, I went here, selected this quantity, and clicked on kept only or keep only. Okay, so what happens is this kind of a graph was shown to me. So when I do this, if you see, the filters pane has changed. If now you go to edit filter, now only the quantity is selected. That means that is the way through which you can apply filters. Okay, that's a real simple way. Here you can just select what options to choose. Like you want quantity and sales to be visible, you can click on OK. So now there are 2 lines visible, one of sales, one of quantity. Okay, so that's how you can work with filters. Now let's just take another example of working with filters. Create a new sheet and rename it as filters, right? Let's see how do we work with it. Suppose we have the subcategory. Let's just get the subcategory, and we have the sales. Okay, combine it like this, arrange it and select the entire view. Okay, now this is the information that I'm getting, but I don't want like all the information of the subcategories, right? I want another parameter to be here, and that is known as the region parameter. So what I can do is just drag this region and drop into the colors panel. Now what will happen is it is giving me a clear distinction, right? Like blue color represents the central region, orange represents the east region, red represents the south region, and this kind of a greenish color represent the west region. This is the legend as well that I am getting for the regions part, right? Let me just expand it a little bit. Now what happens is, how can I work with filters, right? Suppose I don't want this whole things to be visible, because you see, for the labels I'm not able to clearly distinguish between all those regions. I just want the data of the east region. So what I can do is I can just go to this particular region and select on keep only. So now only the data of the east region is visible. That's one way of how you can apply the filters, right? As soon as we clicked on keep only, you see this filter in the filter pane, a region filter is applied only for the east values. Now if you want to remove it, you can do 2 things. Either you can press Ctrl Z, or what you can do is let me just again click on keep only, or what you can do is just drag this out and drop it. Okay, this is one way through which you can apply filters. The second way is you can just drag this region into this filters pane directly, and this kind of a column or this kind of a dialog box would be there for you. All you can do is just select that particular region whose values you want. I just want west region and the central region. Suppose I want two regions and I want to compare both of them. So I can click on apply, click on OK. So now I'm getting the central region and the west region values. I can easily take a contrast between them. I can compare them. Okay. In case you want to change the values, you can just right click, go to edit filter, and you would be able to change those values, right? However, this is a lengthy process again, right? Nobody wants to go there and just perform the changes. So we have a shortcut as well. Here is this show filter option. So in this show filter option, you see, let me just expand it a little bit so that you can see it clearly. All these options, all these applicable options are available. If you just select on all of them would be visible. If you just uncheck this all, everything would be gone. You want particular regions, so only those would be visible. That's how you can work with filters, right? So this is the easiest way of working with filters. Now what we have done is we have worked with discrete filters, right? Let's just work with the continuous filters. Now what are these continuous filters? Let's just gather the subcategory and gather the sales. Now instead of the filters on the subcategory, I want the filter on the sales, right? Like I want a particular values to be shown. So what I get is drag this green pill. Before, what was being done was this region was being dragged into the filters. Now I'm going to drag this green pill, okay, into this filters. That's the sales part. Now when you just drag this continuous value or this green pill into the filters pane, this kind of a dialog box would be shown, because you can not apply directly. Like you cannot specify the amount. I want $10 things to be visible, or I want $20 sales to be visible. What you have to do is you have to specify a range, okay, or a particular sum or maximum value or the minimum value or something like this. Okay, so these are the values that are given to you. So I would be selecting sum, click on next. Now you can what you can do is you can specify the range of values. So now by default what value it takes is the minimum sales value and the maximum sales value. I don't want that. I want it in a particular range. Let's say from $500 till $20,000, or I don't think $500 was available, so let's just go with $5,000 till or $50,000 probably till I don't know, $80,000. okay, yeah. So this is the range that I want. Click on OK. Now in this, only paper is the subcategory that is falling. That's why we are getting this kind of a data. If you again go to this edit filter option, you would be able to edit it. Like let's just increase this range a little bit. So as soon as we did that, you see more values were falling in this particular specified range. That's why they are visible. If you click on the show filter, then what will happen is this kind of a range boxes range slider is available for you to play with. So you can just specify that what values you want by clicking on this slider options like this. Okay, just like this. So that's how the filters works in Tableau. Now there is one thing more. Suppose we are having the sales values and we want it to be colored on the basis of the profit. So what we have got over here, the color chart is something like this. If you see, let's just remove this profit for a while. This is region, the discrete value, which is dragged into the colors. So this kind of the colors, that is individual colors would be assigned to the different regions, are visible. However, if we just drag profit or a continuous value, then there is a range of this color bar that is shown. Orange refers to the least profit or maybe a loss, and a darkest shade of blue refers to the highest profit. If you want to change it, you can just go to color, edit colors, and there are these bunch of options that are available for you. If you just click on this drop down, let's go with red, green, diverging, click on OK. So green, darkest green is the highest profit, red or the darkest red is the loss or probably the lowest of the profits that we are getting. So this is again a difference between the discrete and the continuous values, not only in the filters but also in the colors part. Next, this is actually sorry, I didn't wanted to delete that sheet. Let's just rename it to continuous values. And we have one more topic of this video that we can discuss, and that is the hierarchies. So hierarchies, we have seen the inbuilt hierarchies, and in this we are going to see the hierarchies that we would be creating. So hierarchy creation is the topic. How can we create hierarchy? Suppose we get the category into the columns and we get the subcategory into the columns. Let's just select this entire view, and I want the sales on the basis of this. Okay, so this is category and subcategory wise sales. That means on the top we are getting the categories, and on the bottom we are getting the subcategories. In the furniture category we have these 4 subcategories. In office supplies we have these. In technology we have these. However, the thing is, this is very similar to what we had in the years and the quarters. That was inbuilt. This is not inbuilt. This we need to create. Furthermore, you want to create more, let's just drag in the segment as well. Okay, so there would be 3 segments in each subcategory. That means the category, the furniture category has 4 subcategories, and let's say talk about bookcase, it has 3 segments: consumer, corporate, and the home office segment. So this is the hierarchy that we want to create. How are we going to create this hierarchy? That's a really simple process. All you need to do is just follow a single step. That is, just drag this subcategory and drop it into this category. Okay, or what you can do is just select both of them and go to hierarchy and create a hierarchy. Click on OK. That's it. The hierarchy is created. That's all actually for this video. We will continue with hierarchies in the next one. Everyone, welcome to Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to primarily talk about the hierarchy creation. So a brief introduction we saw in the previous video, in which we did this hierarchy, that is category and subcategory hierarchy. Okay, so now once we have created this hierarchy, what we can do, remove all these pills here. Okay, just remove all of. So what we have now is just the sum of sales rows column, right? Now what would this hierarchy do is that first of all, the thing is, you would be able to understand that it is a hierarchy with the symbol. So if you just start on that, you would be able to see the individual items that are present in this key. Now what you can do is you can just simply drag and drop this hierarchy over here, and these things would be dropped, dragged and dropped. Actually category twice. You might have to delete once if that's the case for you. Now you can see right now we are getting category wise sales. If you want to extend it into the hierarchy, you can just click on plus button and you will be getting the category and the category wise sales. You just right click over here. There is no which you can customize, or you can just change it into a continuous hierarchy, because that is only possible through dates, which is an inbuilt hierarchy in Tableau. With the custom hierarchies like the one we have created, we cannot perform any change. Okay, so the process of hierarchy creation is really simple. We have seen in the previous video. Here what we are going to do is we are going to that how can we add more elements or more to the hierarchy that's created. So the hierarchy category comma subcategory, that's already created. Suppose you add segment into this particular hierarchy. What we are going to do is just drag it and over here. If that dragging and dropping doesn't work, what you can do is control select both of them, then right click, and then there would be an option of hierarchy. There is this option of add to hierarchy, so you can just select the hierarchy in which you want to add it. So this is the category comma subcategory, that's the name of the hierarchy in which the segment is added. And as soon as we add this, you can see in the subcategory pill this plus sign is shown. So that means there is one more level of hierarchy that's present. We can just click on this plus symbol to bring out the segment, and this kind of a hierarchy is created. Okay, so the name of the hierarchy is still category comma subcategory, but we have segment also present in this hierarchy, right? So we might want to change this name. So what we can do is right click over here. There is this option of rename, so we can just click on that, and we would be able to type a custom name like category versus sub let's just go with sub C versus segment. Okay, just like this. Okay, so basically what I wanted to tell you is that you can add any name to your hierarchy that you want, and this is the arrow symbol through which you can expand or collapse it. Now this is the symbol of hierarchy. You see the tree kind of a symbol that's present, that shows you that it is a hierarchy. Now there's only one hierarchy that's been created. Let's create another one. Suppose we have the country and we have the state and we have the region, or let's just remove the region. Yeah, let's go with country, state and city. Okay, so let's just create one more hierarchy. Okay, sorry, that was with a shift key, that all was selected. I want with a control key. Okay, so country, city, state and postal code. 4 fields I selected. I can just right click and there is this option to create there is this option to create a hierarchy, right? Suppose I don't want for all these. Let me just deselect this postal code. So control click would deselect it if a value is selected. Then I create a hierarchy with these 3 things. So I go to hierarchy, create hierarchy. I don't want to add it to a pre-existing hierarchy, I want to create one. Click on OK. So this kind of a hierarchy is created. Now these 2 hierarchies are present. Suppose now I decide I want to add postal code to my city, country and the state hierarchy. How can I do that? You have to right click over here, go to hierarchy option, add to hierarchy, and there are these 2 options given. So you need to be careful on which one you are selecting if there are multiple hierarchies that you have created. So here it is. But there is one flaw in this hierarchy, and the flaw is the order of these things. Like I want first the country or the region to be selected, then on the next level the state should be there, and on the next level the city should be there. But what I'm getting is city, country and state, which is not correct, right? So how can I change that fact? I can just simply drag and drop the city into the place where I want it to be, and that's really simple. That's how you can work with hierarchies. Now let's just remove all these things. So we have a shortcut for this, and there is this clear sheet option. You can either use this button on the toolbar or use the shortcut, that's Alt Shift Backspace. So the sheet would be cleared. Let me just drag and drop this hierarchy over here. Okay, and I want the sales quantity. Okay, so this is the country wise sales. Let me just select it to entire view. So we have only one country, that's United States. Let me just expand it. Now we have the state-wise results. Okay, if we again expand it, so now we are having these city-wise results, and if we again expand it, then we have the postal code-wise results. Although it's not very visually appealing, but that is how the hierarchy is working, right? If you want, you can just consolidate it a little bit to get a better view of the things, like a state-wise sum of sales. So actually no grouping is being shown over here because there is only one country, that's United States, but you can see it over here, that's United States and this. Let's just swap the values. So if we just swap them, then you would be able to see the hierarchy in a different format, and it is like this. This is the country and these are all the states belonging to this particular country, right? Let me once again clear the sheet and bring out this hierarchy, that's the category hierarchy, and the sales values. Okay, so just expand it to subcategory and segment, and let's just do it like this, or yeah. So on swapping, what do we get if we change it to entire view is that this is the category, and in this category these are the subcategories. Okay, so all these values or all these bars are of this particular subcategory that we are getting. So this is a much more clearer distinction of the hierarchies. If you want, you can just proceed with this kind of a distinction, right? Now suppose if you just select the subcategory and try to arrange it in a particular order, like I have sorted it into the ascending order, then what happens is it is done on the subcategory wise fashion. Like here we have the fasteners, which has the lowest sales amount. So this is arranged in this particular category. Furnishings has the lowest sales amount in the furniture category. copiers have the lowest sales amount in the technology category. So that is how they are selected. So this is an added advantage, that once you have multiple levels, or you have a hierarchy, you can select the lowest level, and that would give you a value of that higher level as well. Like if you want to know which of the subcategories made the highest sales in the furniture category, so that would be the chairs subcategory. Okay, so that's how you can gain insights from the data with the help of visualizations. That's the exact reason why Tableau is used, and because it helps us to gain a lot of information about the data. Similarly, if you just select this category option and try to arrange it in a particular order, so now what we are getting is, although the subcategories are arranged in the ascending order, but what we are getting is these categories have also changed their positions, right? So this is how you can just do it on the basis of category. If you want to do it on the basis of sales, then actually this is what you get in the descending order, that is both of these would be changed. Okay, so here are some of these things that you can work with hierarchies in Tableau. And one more thing, once you have created a hierarchy, in case you don't want it anymore, you want to delete it. How do you delete it? So right click, there is this option of remove hierarchy. You can just simply click on that. The hierarchy would be removed and all the fields would come back to their original places. It's not that the fields would be deleted, it's just removing the hierarchy. Okay, similarly we can just remove this hierarchy as well. That's removed, and now we have two separate things, the category and the subcategory. Okay, so that's all about the hierarchies that we need to know in Tableau. Everyone, welcome back to Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to talk about the creation of group in Tableau. So what is a group? A group, as you might have understand by the name itself, is a combination of a similar type of data, or a data that is based upon a particular condition. So first of all, we would be looking at the conditions in which we need to create the groups, and then I would show you how to create groups in Tableau. It's a really simple process. And also we would talk about what are the advantages of actually creating a group, because we can't be doing something just for the sake of doing it. It has got to have some advantage related to it, right? So let us start with the video. Let's just drag subcategory wise sales and arrange it in a particular order, ascending order. Okay, so what we have over here is, if we just change to entire view, let me just change its color because I don't like the blue color anymore. Okay, so this is what we have, right? Now what we can do is, suppose if we bring category over here and just arrange them a little bit like this. So we have subcategory beside category, right? So first the category and then the subcategory. There is a kind of a distinction. Now in this, what we have is, in the furniture we have chairs and tables, these two subcategories that are giving me the highest sales. In office supplies, storage and binders, and similarly phones and machines and technology. Suppose I want to group these top two subcategories together in each category. How would I do that? Let's see. What I need to do is just select them. If you want multiple selections, so you can just control click them, right? Now you need to right click over here, and there is this option to group. So what do you want to group? There are these three options. Either you can group it all dimensions, or let me just get it a little bit upper. Either you can group all dimensions, you can group the category, or you can group the subcategory. So I want to group the subcategories. That's my target. So let me just select subcategory, and that's it. Now if we just select somewhere else, what we are getting? A bunch of things. Let's just look at them one by one. The first is this legend that shows that the blue color is this particular group, chairs and tables group, and all the other things are not in any kind of group, so they are by default assigned a group called the other group. Okay, that's by default by Tableau. We haven't done anything, right? The second thing is that the colors have changed. That's because the group that we created, that was the subcategory group, as you can see, subcategory and in parentheses the group, that was created, it's automatically being brought into the color distinction. We can just remove it and everything will go back to normal. The third thing is the addition of this group, the subcategory group, with this paper pin kind of a symbol into our fields list. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the group, we can just right click and go to edit group option. Okay, so this is the group. Its name, I don't want this name. What I want is top 2. Okay, that's the name that I want to give. Now what happens is, this is the name of the subcategories that's been shown by default. I don't want it to be shown, right? What I want is, I want to say the name of the category in which they are top 2. Okay, so the top 2 group would show me the top 2 subcategories in each category, right? So the first thing is going to be the furniture category. So what can I do is, I can right click, rename and change it to furniture. Okay, next is the other group in which all the other values or all the remaining values have been added. So here are all these values that are added. Okay, now what all options you can do is, you can just click on this, you can ungroup it. If you just do that, so there is only a furniture group and all of them have not been grouped, right? We can just work with it if you want. The second way is, if you want to create a group, right, like storage and binders needed to be created in office supplies. So let's just search for storage, and the second is the binders. We can control click them and then we can click this group symbol. They are created in a group. We've been asked to provide a name. Let's just provide it as office supplies. Okay, so this is the second group that we have created. Let's talk about the third group that we need to create, and that's the technology group with phones and machines. So let's just select them, right click. You can either add it to a pre-existing group or you can create a new group out of it. I want to create a new group, and that group would be named as technology, right? Now all the remaining things needs to be grouped together. So let me just select few of them. Right, and we can just group them together to remaining, not the others but remaining. Okay, now I have some values that are left, right, like this bookcases, art, appliances and accessories. Let's just work with it. 2, we can just select, right click, go to add to. There is this list of the groups that we have available. I want to add it to the remaining group. Click on OK. So yeah, they are added and are highlighted. Another way to do the same thing is to work with this add to, and here also we can just select remaining. So here they are grouped. Okay, and yeah, that's it. These are actually subgroups of this particular group. That's the top 2 group. Okay, we can click on apply, we can click on OK. Now what happens is, if we just bring this top 2 into the color panel, you see this blue color is assigned to furniture, orange to the top 2 of this office supplies, this sea green or whatever color it is to technology, and the remaining have the red color. So this is the advantages of the groups. That is, you can group the data on basis of a particular value or on the basis of a particular thing, and you would be shown. The main advantage of the group is when we want to create groups on the basis of the hierarchies, right? So groups also work best with the hierarchies. Like if we had created a hierarchy of category and subcategory, with that we can create a group, and that would be good for us to work with. Otherwise, if we just remove the category, so it would be a little bit difficult for us to understand that what the values of the groups means. Okay, so that's how we can create groups. I have taken top 2 values. If you want, you can take top 3 or top 5 or top and the bottom values, the min, max, whatever you want. With these kind of things, you can create your own groups, right? So this was one concept that we have available in Tableau. Next, what concepts we have? Let's just bring in category over here so that it looks good, right? So actually this is one way through which we can work with the items, right? Let's just create another group. Okay, Now what I'm going to do is, if I just remove this top 2, so although the group is created, but we are not using this group, so it has no effect over our visualization. Suppose I want to create another group. Okay, with the top and the bottom values right now, right click, go to group. This time I again want to create a subcategory wise group, so same things would happen, but what we can do is just edit this particular group and just change it to min max. Okay, so min and max, right? And here we can just rename it to, let's say, furniture. That's it. Okay, I'm not going to create other things because we already know how to work with them, and that's it. That is what we have created. In case you want to change the colors, you can go to the color options. There is this edit colors, just like what we've been doing up till now. We can just work with the colors this way also. Okay, just like this, the chairs and the furnishings in the different colors, with the group name as furniture, and all the other things are in the other colors. Okay, in case you don't want all the values to be visible, what do you want? Only a particular group to be visible, right? You can just drag it into the filters, and you just want the values of this furniture group to be visible. So you only select this, click on OK, and only these two values, that is chairs and furnishings, are visible. Similarly, let's just remove this one and bring in this top 2 group. Here what we want is, first of all, let's just select all, click on apply, click on OK. If you don't want to work with colors, you want to work with the visibility options, right? Let's just show the filter. I want to compare the furniture and the technology. So this is how I can compare. If you just want these 3 values to be compared, so you can just select it like this. So that's all we need to know about groups in Tableau. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to talk about the parameters in Tableau. So parameters are actually another way through which we can accumulate the data on the basis of a particular value or a particular condition, just like we did in the group. The difference between the two is that in the case of the group, we will best work when there is a hierarchy of data. Like you saw, if we had category and subcategory both present in the visualization, then the groups worked the best. We could create multiple groups and they showed us the information that we wanted, right? But in case you don't have to work with hierarchies, you don't need to create the hierarchies, you just have simple 2 values, the measure names and the measure values, and on the basis of that you want to create a parameter. So how do we proceed with it? That's what we are going to discuss in this particular video. So first of all, what is a parameter? Let's just understand with the example. Let's just drag in subcategory and let's just drag in sales. Okay, in the descending order, arrangement has been done. Let's just select the entire view for a better view. So here we have all the subcategory wise sales. I don't want all the subcategories to be visible, or let's just take another parameter. Suppose I have the state wise sales. Okay, so there are n number of states, right? Total, if you see, there are 49 columns, means there are total 49 states that have been given, because state is in the columns parameter. Okay, so there are all these states. I don't want the data of all these states. I'm preparing a report in which I want the top 10 states to be visible to me. Okay, so what I do in this case is I create a parameter. Okay, and that's really simple. Let's just go with it. Create a parameter. Here you can just come, right click, and okay, so you have to select on which value you have to create a parameter. Mine is state, so I select state, right click, go to create option, and there is this parameter option. You can also create a group in this way, but there are other ways also to create a group which we have discussed, so that's totally your choice. You can proceed with any one which you want. Okay, let's go with parameter. Now here is what it is. Its default name is going to be the state parameter. You want to change it. Let's just change it to top n. states. Okay, and its data type is going to be string only. This data type refers to the data type of the column on which you are creating a parameter. We are creating the parameter on the state column, so it's going to be string. The current value is Alabama. Let's just go with it. And the thing is, it is giving me a list and all. So what is it? If you select all, so all the available values that are present in the state would be selected. If you just select a list, so the whole values would be available, right? Like if you want to add values, so you can just go to add values from, and here we can just select state, so all the values from the state would be added. However, instead of doing this, we can just go with all, so that would make our work little bit easy. Now where we work with this kind of a list is that when we want to remove some of them, like here you see the cross sign. So if you, let's just remove all these states with let's just remove some of the random states. Okay, okay, right, yeah. So I have removed some of the random states, and there's one more thing. If you want, this is the original value of that is Florida. If you want, instead of Florida, you can just take any other value like Florida, and that would be that is what would be shown to you in the list. Okay, click on OK. So this parameter is created, that is top in states. If you right click, there is this option to show parameter. Now all these states are visible that we selected, including this value Florida with multiple A's. So if you just select this, actually nothing would happen. We have to bring this parameter into the filters. Okay, we can just bring it into the colors part, and it's not working. Okay, so what we can do is instead of creating it on the states, if you want, we can create it on some other values as well, right? Suppose we bring this state into the filters category, and here we can just select a custom value list or use all. So yeah, the states won't work this way. However, if you want to work with these things this kind of a way, let's just understand the other way. Let's just bring in the same values, that's state and the sales values, right? Arrange them in the descending order, and now let's see how it works. So for this second method, what we are going to do is drag the state into the filters pane, go to top, select on by field, and here we have to just select this create new parameter, right? Now let's just go with top n states by sales. Okay, the current value, let's just keep it as 10 because we want the top 10 states, and here keep all the options as default. Select this as range. Minimum is 1, the maximum should be the maximum number of states that are available to us, and that's 49. Okay, and click on OK. Now we can click on OK from here as well. Now you can see automatically it's visible, right? We can just delete this filter that we had already, and this is the parameter that's working for us. Now if you just click on show parameter, so this kind of a slider is present with the current value as 10 because the top 10 states by sales are being shown to us. If you want to change its values, you can just change it, like you can just go all the way to 49, or you can just even lower the sum to like 3, 4 or whatever values you want, right? If you want to use the box, you can just click on this option, that's the type in option. Here you can provide any value. Suppose let me just provide 700. That's a really big value that was not present in our visualization, that's why it has automatically changed it to 49. That's the beauty of Tableau. Let me just go with top 4 values. So the top 4 values of the states are being shown to me. Okay, so just as we created a top filter on the states, let's create a bottom 1, 2. So let's just remove that, and again bring this state into the filters parameter. Go to top here by field. Instead of top, let's just select bottom. Create a new parameter, and that's going to be bottom in states by sales. Okay, the current value, let's keep 10, and all these things are going to be same, but the maximum value is going to be 49. Click on OK, click on apply, and again click on OK, right? So as soon as we do that, we are getting the states with bottom values. Let's just change its arrangement for a better understanding. Now the top parameter is shown over here, right? What we can do is we can just right click on this parameter, click on show parameter, and we can just remove the top parameter. Only the bottom parameter is shown to us. So this is what we are getting over here. That's how the parameter works. That's how it controls these things. Suppose you don't add it into the filters criteria, you just bring it into the colors criteria, right? So all these 15 states would be colored in the particular manner, because you see no changes would be shown to you unless you get these states somewhere. Let's just get into the colors. So the colors won't work because these are the individual values. So this is actually a problem, that is the colors are not working. We might want to get a situation in which we want that right now our parameter value is what, at bottom 8. So we want the bottom 8 states in a particular color and the remaining 41 states in another color, right? So this kind of a situation might arise, and there is luckily a solution that we got for this exact kind of situation in Tableau, which we are going to discuss in the next video. That is all for this one, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the two tutorials. In the video we are going to discuss about these in Tableau. In case you don't know why we are discussing about sets, so the reason is really simple. We encountered a problem while working with parameters in Tableau, and the problem was that we were able to create a distinction like this. Over here, suppose we bring in this state value over here, right, and remove it. Select the parameter top in states by sales, click on OK, or let's just go with the top in states, right? So now if we just have these top states, so top 4 states are visible. But if I just try to bring this state value into the colors, then no kind of a distinction is shown to me. All these are visible, right? So how I know that, you know, only the top state or the bottom state distinction I have proved, that distinction should be shown to me in a particular, and all the remaining states and the color. This is the kind I want. So for this we have to go for sets. Let's just real quick create the visualization that contains states in the columns and sales in the rows, and arrange it in the order, selecting the entire view. Okay, now what we are going to do is create a set. Now the set that would be created on the parameter which we have already covered. Okay, so we have two parameters, the bottom end states by sales and the top end states by sales. So firstly we would be creating a set on this one, and then we would be able to achieve the desired results. Let's see how we do that. The set that we are going to create would be created on the states, because that's the value, original value that we want to manipulate, right? So we have to select the state, right click, go to create option, go to set option. Now it requires a name, so let's just give it as top n state set. Here we have to go to the top option, select by field, and this is the top value that we want. But instead of a particular value, we want it on the basis of this parameter, that is top end state by sales. Select this, click on OK. As soon as we do that, you see there is this new field that's created, and that is this symbol with two symbols of the Venn diagram that represents the sets in Tableau, and we have got the name of the field as top end state set. So this is a set that we have got. Let's just see how it is gonna work. I want the filters, I want it in the filters. As soon as I did that, automatically it just changed to top 4 values. Okay, if I just select this, click on show parameter, I can just change these values, and I hope, yeah, so I have changed it into 8, so 8 of them are visible. But this was something we were already doing with the help of the parameters only. What's the use of the sets, right? So to see the use of the sets, what we need to do is first remove it, then drag it into the distinction in which the parameters didn't work, that's the colors. Soon as we did that, you can see we have got 2 different colors, the blue ones and the gray ones, and even we have got a legend that shows in and out values. That's not very much clear, but still we are getting the gist, right? In means the values that match the criteria, that is the top 8 states by sales to be precise, and the remaining 41 states are in the gray color, right? So this is the distinction we have got. If we want, we can just right click, go to show set. So this is the whole set that is visible, right? If you just don't want all the values to be shown, like 8 states are visible and I don't want all the remaining states to be shown, I want only some states to be shown, right? So I can just select that particular states, only those states would be shown to me. But now the set won't work as the on the basis of the parameter, it would work on the basis of what values we are providing over here. So the purpose of the set has changed, because we are getting the different values or the different states which we are selecting as in blue color, and the rest in the gray colors. So if you want the set to be working individually, you can use this particular method. Otherwise, you can just go with the parameter. Once you have created over here, you can just right click and click on hide card to hide that particular card. Now this is working. If you want to edit the colors, you can edit them. In I want a yellow color, in out I want an orange color. Click on apply, click on OK, and that's working fine for me. I'm happy with it. Okay, in case you want the members in the set, so you can just right click, go to show members of the set. So these top states are visible. These were the top states that were according to my criteria, right? In case you want to show the members, otherwise you can just drop this filter, bring it over here. Oh sorry, not this, the parameter, right? The set actually into this colors value, and that would work. Okay, now this is one way of creating the set. The other way is that suppose actually there's one more thing, show in and out. If you just remove that, or if you want to make some changes to the set, you can click on edit set. So here what we are having is top n states by sales, and this thing it has already automatically taken, that is by the sum of sales. So that means whatever the total amount of sales you have done, the states which are giving me the maximum number based upon this parameter, they are selected. Suppose we want to create another set. Let's create another set, same on the state. Let's just create it, and this time we want to create it on the bottom values. So bottom n state set. Okay, again we need to go to the top, go to value. Here instead of top we have to select bottom. Automatically it has taken the sum of the sales, but we want to create it on the basis of this parameter, that's the bottom parameter. Click on OK. That's again a set that's been created. Let's just remove this one and bring in this one. Okay, so we got to remove this card, hide the card, and show this particular parameter. Actually it won't work right now. What we want is, yeah, I think it should work. Okay, so what we want is to grab the state over here, go to bottom, click on OK. Yeah, now it's working great. So this is what we are getting, the values. Right now we are just getting the in values of the set, but if you want the out values, you know what to do. There is one more thing. Suppose let's just remove all these things and work with another way. Suppose we are with the original thing that we had. Go to the show parameter option. We had the state set like this, right? And we want to show the filter. Okay, so this is a filter that's been created. If you just click on in, so only the in values would be visible. If you click on just out, removing the in, so only the out values would be shown. Just like this, you can select any of those values if you want. Now suppose these values are already a part of a set. If you want to create a set within these values, that also you can do. All you got to do is select the values, right click, and there is this again option to create a set. So the set so created would be a rigid set, because this set would have two values, that's California and New York. Every time it would have these two values. But the set that we have created right now, the top n state set, is based on the parameter. That means its values are flexible. As soon as you change the parameter, the set values would also change. If you select top 5, so top 5 would be selected. Okay, yeah, that's it for this video, and thanks for watching this video in which we learned a lot about sets. Now one thing actually that we wanted to discuss was what happens if we don't use the particular parameter on which we have created the sets, or that particular field on which we have created the parameter. Then what changes would be shown. So that we will discuss in the next video. That's all for this one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, back to Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to discuss first about the sets in Tableau. So we started our discussion on the sets in the previous video. In case you haven't watched it, please go and watch that, because you won't be able to understand what I'm doing over here if you haven't seen the video already. Now once you have seen the video, you would understand that this is something that we got at the end, and the set we created was on the basis of a parameter. The name of the set is the top n state set, and it was created on the basis of a parameter, that is the top n states by sales parameter. Now with the help of this parameter, we are able to get the information that this parameter is created on two things, that is states and the sum of the sales, so the total sales being done in that particular state, right? So this is the visualization on which we have applied our particular parameter and particular set, and we have got the result as shown. So the thing is that state is present and the sales amount is also present in this whole visualization, right? So both of these values are present and we are able to get the result. Now what happens in case you create a parameter or a set on a particular value, but you don't use that in the visualization, then how the results are gonna change? So for that, first I'm gonna do is remove this filter from the set so that all the values are visible. Those are in the set is with yellow color and those are out with an orange color, right? We are just working with the parameter. So we have two values in the parameter, the state and the sales. First of all, let's just remove the sales value, and what we are having now is just the names of the states, and all of them are color coded because of the parameter. If we just change this value to, let's say, 10, so 10 blocks would have been colored, right? We can increase the values like this. Okay, now instead of sales, let me just drag this profit over here, which is another measure value. Now when I drag this profit, I can just arrange it in a particular order. Now what I'm getting? I am getting the values such as this one, and even some of these states are colored in yellow color, which are giving me a loss. So the thing is that the parameter we created is the top n states by sales. So it is showing me or it is highlighting these states by sales, right? It does not know that in the visualization we are viewing profit but not sales. Okay, that is why it is showing us this kind of a result. So this kind of values or this kind of a situations can occur. You have to be careful with this, because there is no way through which you can just make your parameter realize that we have changed the metric in our visualization. So you have to change yourself according to that. There is no way for this. Okay, so all you need to do is either you have to take care of what parameter you are using, or what you can do is take care of what metric you are using in your visualization. Otherwise there is no way you would get that. Okay, so this is for the profit. Let's just remove the profit, bring in the sales, so everything would be working fine. Let's just arrange it in a particular order. Okay, instead of the state, suppose I bring in subcategory, then what happens? Okay, so in each of the subcategory, like the phones subcategory, this is the total value. The yellow colored value is the value of the state that is selected according to the parameter, and orange is the rest of the data. So this kind of a parameter creation is not all bad, because here we are creating a different kind of visualization, right? What we are able to get from here is that what is the sales done, or what is the area of the sales that was done in the states in each subcategory, which gave us the maximum amount of sales. So in each of these subcategories, you can see that most of the sales were done in those states only, right? So this is an entire new visualization, or entire new pattern, entire new perspective that you can gain through this information. Okay, so that's all that we need to discuss about the sets. Now we are going to discuss about combinations. So let me just rename this sheet as combinations. How can we create combinations of data? So first of all, let's see what's the need of combining the data. Suppose we want to create a table, right? So let me just bring in category and subcategory and bring it into the rows actually. And here what we can do is bring in the values such as sales, profit, and maybe discount, or we can just bring it into the columns, the profit values and the sales values also, and select the entire view, and let's just convert it into a table, right? So here is something that we have got. Let's just convert it into entire view for a better viewing. Okay, so this is actually telling me about the, let's just change its order, first sales, then profit, then discount also. Let's just throw in discount as well. Okay, so this is telling me that in the bookcases subcategory of the furniture, we had this much sales, this much profit, and this much discount, right? So what we did was a really lengthy process. We dragged in out 5 pills, that is the sales, profit, discount, subcategory, and category, right? However, our work could be reduced by combining these things, right? If we could create a combination of these fields which are commonly used, because as you can see, we are commonly using sales, we are commonly using profit and discount matrices. Also category and subcategory are also one of the common points that we're using. So what we can do is simply combine them, and that would be easier for us to work with. How are we going to combine them? Let's just clear the sheet first, and what we're going to do is first work with these. Okay, so sales, profit, and discount, or whatever values you want, you can just select them. Right click, go to create, and here you can see there is this option of combined field that is blurred out. That means you cannot combine the measure values. And why is that? We will understand that by seeing how the combination looks. So let's just combine category and subcategory first. Right click, go to create. Here we can create a combined field, and you can see a new field is created, category and subcategory. Now if we just bring it into the rows, what format we have, let's just go to the entire view for a better understanding. The name of the category, a comma, and the name of the subcategory. This is the format in which a combination is shown to us. So when we are working with the sales, profit and the discount values, then this won't work for us. Why it won't work for us? It is because we cannot have the sales amount and the profit amount in comma separated values. They are important things, the measure values, actually the important values that need to be expressed individually. Okay, so that is a limitation with the combinations, but whenever we are working with the fields, we can create as many combinations as we like the first one we created is of category and subcategory. Let's just throw in some more fields at it. Suppose you want to create a combination of category, subcategory and segment. So let's just select those by control clicking them, right click, go to create, and there is this option of combined field. So category, segment and subcategory are now there in the combination. We can just bring them, so change it to entire view, and that's how it's looking. Let me create a filter for that. Right, we don't want all. Let's just throw in some 4 to 5 values so that we are able to understand how it's looking. So it's category, segment and the subcategory. What happens if you want to change its order, right? How can you change its order? You can right click, and here is this option to edit the combined field. Here we are getting this subcategory and segment. We can switch the order. If you want to remove anything, you can just remove it from here as well. You want to change its name, you can just change its name as well. Just bring it to this one. You want to change the way they are looking, so you can change that as well. Like instead of comma, I want this colon to be there. Okay, click on OK. Okay, so the filter was invalid, that's why it was removed. Let me just bring in the filter again with 2 values. Okay, and that's how it works. So that's all for this video. Hello everyone, welcome to Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to discuss about the calculated field in Tableau. So up till now we have created many things such as hierarchies, parameters, sets, groups and combinations out of the general fields that we have available in Tableau. Okay, so now what we are going to do is create a calculated field out of the general fields that are available. Now what is a calculated field? As the name suggests, calculated field is a special field that is created or that applies a particular calculation onto the already existing fields. Now what calculations we can apply? It could be anything ranging from the mathematical, logical, relational functions to the date functions, some special kind of functions, etc. There is a wide variety of the functions that are supported by Tableau, on the basis of which we can create calculated field. But first of all, let's see what is the importance of this calculated field. Why do we need it, right? So what I'm gonna do is get my this thing over here into the rows. Okay, it's again category, segment. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is actually edit it. So bring in category, subcategory and segment. That's the thing that we saw in the previous video, but we forgot to change its name. Okay, so click on OK and then we are fine. I am not going to work with all of them because that would be monotonous to look at. So I'm just going to select 2 to 3 things from each of these categories and click on OK. Just the ones that we are fine with, and let's just increase its space a little bit. Okay, now let's just bring in some fields like the sales field and the profit field over here. Okay, now the thing is we want to convert it into a table, so we can just go to the show me tab and click on this table option, right? And that's it. It's been converted into a table of 2 columns, right? And just change it to the entire view like this. Okay, so now what we have is we can change the order. First the sales should be shown and then the profit should be shown. Now we see that there is this particular subcategory or the combination, that is the consumer segment, in the bookcases subcategory and the furniture category, that is giving me a loss, and all of the rest are giving me a profit. Okay, so suppose this is actually a really important information. Okay, and what I want is that this loss amount or whatever loss I'm getting should be depicted in a different manner, maybe with a red color or somewhat different than already existing values or than the rest of the values, right? So how I'm gonna proceed with it is I have to create a calculated field, and that calculated field will make sure that wherever I'm getting a loss, that would depict it in a different kind of fashion. Okay, so let's see how do we create it. Let's go to this particular field on which we want to create a calculated field. Right click, go to create, and click on calculated field. So this is the kind of the dialog box that you will see once you opt for the creation of a calculated field. The first thing is the name, so I am going to name it as profit versus loss, but that's totally up to you. You can give any name that you want. Here you will already find the field written where you have selected the calculated field to be shown. If you want, you can just simply remove it. There are two ways through which you can work with it. Is either, if you know the code, you can just write the code, but as we have already discussed, Tableau can work with the beginners as well. For those of you who don't know how to code, you also can work in Tableau. So what we have got is a list of all these operations or all these categories of the operations that are available in Tableau. Like we go to the logical operations, so these are all the logical functions that are available in Tableau, right? Like the if function, so we can simply just use the if function. Whole of its explanation is given, which you can yourself read, and if you want to apply it, you can simply just double click. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that if the value of the profit is greater than equal to 0, then we want it to be categorized as profit, otherwise we want to be categorized it as a loss, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna apply a function that's the sum of profit, and that's how you just depict the fields, that is in the single squares. If sum of profit is greater than or equal to 0, then I want it to show profit, and that's a string value. So let me just get it into a string like this. Else I want it to show a loss, so in a string again, and then finally end like this. Okay, in case you are not sure how it works, you can just read this and then it would start to make sense. And now you can see the calculation is valid. That is a really important message, because if there is any error in your calculation, here is where it would be shown. Click on OK. Now this is the field that we have created, that's the profit versus loss field. If we just bring it into the colors part, so you can see actually it's working on the sales as well as the profit value. So let's just remove the sales from here and work with only the profit. Okay, so we are getting it on the profit, right? That is the two different colors. Now we can just play with the colors. How we already know, we can go to edit colors. For the loss, we want it to be depicted with a green color. For the loss with a red color and the profit with a green color. Click on apply, click on OK, and that's it. That's how you work with it. So this is the advantage of a calculated field. This is just one advantage. There are numerous other advantages of calculated fields. There are many more things, many more things that you can do with calculated fields, right? Let's just take another look at it. Once we have created the calculated field, we can edit it by right clicking, going to edit, and you can see that's the symbol of the calculated field. Okay, here are all the functions. You can either search for these values as well. Suppose let me just click on OK. I don't want to edit it, but I want to provide something else, and that is the sales value. Okay, so go to sales, create a calculated field. Here I have the sales metric. Okay, So these are the functions that I can apply on this value, right? They are all these things available. And we know in the sales we have some of the amount that is present in the decimal format. Suppose we don't want that, we want a rounded off number. So you can see there is a function called round that would generate exactly that, right? So we can just bring out this function, double click on it, and provide the metric, that's number or the sales value, actually not the sales value but the sum of sales. Okay, so that should be the sum of sales, and to how many decimals you want to round it off. So I want to round it off to just one decimal place, and just close this function, click on apply, click on OK. Now the sales metric is created. Let me just create another sheet and rename it as calculated field 2. Okay, now what happens is let me just get a distinction between the two. I would be getting this particular metric over here and the normal sales value into the text and the sales metric into the text as well. But that's kind of creating a mess. So what I'm getting, just the sales metric over here. Okay, and if we just bring the sales metric into the labels part, then it is giving me these values, all these values. If you want to change the way it looks, you can just go to the format tab, make sure it's there, and select the currency. So what is it showing me? 709030, like this. Okay, however, if we bring in the original sales value, right? Let me just bring the original sales value over here and remove this one, and we can just change its value. So what will the difference be is that it would show us the decimal numbers, right? So that's how you can work with the calculated fields, and that's all for this video. Hello everyone, back to Tableau tutorials. In this video we will see that how we publish our Tableau reports to Tableau Public Online. Now Tableau Public Online is a kind of forum that is available for free and is accessible by anyone all over the internet. So we have discussed its advantages and disadvantages already in the introductory videos. In case you haven't watched it still, I would recommend you to go and watch that first, because that's really important to understand the concept of Tableau Public Online. Now once you have watched that, what we would be doing is just seeing its practical applications in this particular video. Okay, so the first question is, why do we need that? The answer is really simple. If you take a look at our file, that is book 1, we have a large number of sheets available over here, right? All of these sheets are available and they are kind of getting messied up. So what we need to do is, since we are using the public version of Tableau, which is available for free, we have to store it in the cloud. We cannot store it offline, we have to store it online. The second thing is that we might want to create a new workbook and want to save our progress so that we can refer to it in the future. So today I would be showing you how to set up the account. If you go to file, we have different options like save to Tableau Public, save to Tableau Public as, open from Tableau Public, and all these options are available, right? So we would be working with them only. Let's just go with save to Tableau Public as. You can see there's no option to save this online. Let's just go with this option. What it requires you is to sign into Tableau Public. So in case you have already made your account with Tableau Public, you can simply provide your email and password and just sign in. Otherwise, if you haven't, then you can create one from here. But here usually it glitches and it won't let you create the account, because you can see there is no option of the captcha present over here, so it won't work, right? So let's just close this. And how can we create the account now? you have to go to the website of Tableau Public, that is public.tableau.com. How to get there? Really simple. You just need to search for Tableau Public on the Google. The first link that you get, just click on that link and you would be taken to this particular website. Here is the option of sign up and sign in. So if you sign in from here also, then also you would be taken to the same Tableau Public account that we were able to create or connect through our software. But first we need to sign up. So you need to provide simple details, and here you can see the captcha symbol is available. So here you would be able to provide the information. So let me just provide my details like here, and a simple password as well. Okay, and the password, sorry, confirming the password, and yeah, one more thing. Okay, and agree to the terms of service, agree to this captcha. We want bridges, so you've got to solve that as well. Click on verify and create my profile. So now what it will do is create your profile by sending you a verification mail, I think. Yeah, so you need to verify your account first, then only you would be able to push your visualizations through. So let me just quickly verify my email address. So here I have verified my account, and this is what we are getting. If you want, you can create a profile for yourself on this, and whatever visualizations you push here would be shown. You can create followers, you can follow others, you can create a account of favorites or a combination of favorites. If you want to edit how the things look, you can edit that, and that's about the name. And if you want, you can add a profile picture. Now you can view the profile as yourself or as others. So this is what others visiting your profile would see, and this is what you are seeing. So if you want, you can create a visualization directly from here. Like if I just select on create a viz, that's the beta version, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work correctly, but let's try that. Otherwise, if you aren't able to do that, because it might take a lot of time for you, because depending upon the internet speed, and since it's just getting all of the things from the cloud, it may be a bit laggy. But here you can see it's looking very much similar to what we have in Tableau Public. In case you are not comfortable working online, you can just create an account on Tableau Public and work online. Everything is available, right? Let me just close it because I don't need it. And now what I can do is I have signed in into this website. Okay, so here what I can do is now I can just save it to my Tableau Public. What I need to do actually is sign in here also, because the Tableau Public account doesn't know about my account that I have created over here. So let me just quickly fill in the details and then we would proceed. So now our sign in has been done, and now what we've got is this message that is the workbook title. If you want to provide a particular title for your workbook, you can provide that. Okay, so let me see what title I can provide. I can just provide it as basics. Click on save, and then it would take a few seconds to publish all of these things online, and it's gonna take a few seconds, switching real quickly between the things. And here it is. Okay, now once the publishing has been done, Tableau would open the online community or online link for you where your visualization has been published. Okay, now this is what we got. This is exactly what we had created, right? And there are a bunch of options available, like you can download it, you can share it with others, you can go to settings and make sure if that visualization is available on your profile. If you want to make sure that others can download or copy this visualization or not, let me just close that, and then this show sheets option. You remember we created different sheets, you want all of them to be visible, you can just turn this option on. So you see there is all these fields available. You can just select any of them, like the sets field, the parameters field, or whatever fields you like, and that is available along with all of these controls that we created. Now let's talk about this download option. If you want, you can just download this particular visualization, and all of these options are available. So from here, if you want, you can download it in the form of a Tableau workbook, and the version, whatever version of Tableau you're currently using, you can just select that version and click on download. So let's just save it in the desktop itself. So this is the whole process of downloading or keeping an offline copy of what you have created into your desktop or into your PC. Otherwise there is no other way. Now if you want, I think you can delete the visualization from here, I'm not sure, but if you want, you can just download it in different formats like PPT, the data, just the images, or the cross tab or the PDF formats. This you can explore on your own. Next we have is the details part. This shows you that how many people have viewed your visualization. This shows the number of people who have favorited this visualization. If you want to edit the details, you can edit it, like provide it some kind of a description, some kind of a external link to your site, some kind of inspiration, some kind of a title, etc. Everything you can provide, right? And there is this option to edit. If you want to edit it, you can do that as well. There's the link to your profile. You can just select on that and it would take you to your own profile, where now you have this visualization as one. This is the first visualization you have available. Here you can just delete it. Okay, so if you just delete it from online account, then that particular visualization would be removed from Tableau Online and you have created an offline copy for yourself. So that's the trick of securing your files, right? But I won't recommend you to use it, because as for beginners, it's really important that you showcase your work to the community. So that's all for this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to Tableau Reels. In this video we are going to talk about how can we create different visualization. So if you see this sheet, this is a new book and this is a new sheet. This book is named book 2 and this is sheet 1. So let me just rename visualization, or basically just Wiz. Now we have these different fields. The blue ones are called the discrete values or the measure names, and the green ones are called the continuous ones or the measure values. Okay, so what are the different types of visualizations that we can create? Up till now we have created just the bar charts or maybe the column charts, and we have created the tables. So in the previous video we discussed about this show me tab. This is a really important tab in Tableau. It provides you a glimpse of all the visualizations that are by default supported by Tableau, right? So all these visualizations, that means you can create in Tableau, right? Now the thing is, what are the requirements for each of these visualizations? Like if we just take a look at this is a horizontal bar visualization. Over here you will see the information about that. Okay, so I would be hovering my arrow over that particular visualization and you need to take a look at this area. So this is the horizontal bar chart, and for this what we need is, this is the minimum requirement that's been stated. Okay, so 0 or more dimensions, that means we may or may not need any of the discrete values, but we need at least one measure or at least one continuous value, right? So let's just try this, and what we can do is just drag one, put here. If we just put it into the rows, then what happens? You see, this has been lit up, this has been lit up, and this has been lit up. All others are grayed out. So this is the histogram. That means whenever you drag any of the fields, then whatever visualizations are possible to be created by that particular field would be lit up automatically by Tableau. The second is the histogram. In case you want to change the visualizations, you can just select that particular value. Okay, Now if I just remove that, if you want it in the form of a table, you can just select that, and Tableau will automatically make the changes for you. So let me just remove this for a bit. Suppose I have not selected anything. Now what I do is I just select sales, I select subcategory. Now these two things I have selected. Even if I haven't dragged anything, if I just select them, then also these visualizations will be lit up and would tell me that how many visualizations are possible to be created out of these data. And from here I can select the best one which suits my requirements. So I'm going to go with a pie chart, suppose. So I just select on this pie chart and the pie chart has been created. Although we can just change it to the entire view, and this is how it's created. I can add some information like the sales values into the labels, and this is the legend that's present that tells me that what color everything is. The accessories is the dark blue color, the tables are the purple color, and so on. Now if we talk about the pie chart, so what we have here is the values shown, right? Although the sales amount is shown, but what would be a more clearer metric in the terms of the pie chart, and that would be either the angle or the percentage, right? Because that is what pie chart stands for. So how can we just drag that value, or how can we generate that value? Let's just see that. Let's just drag sales once more into the labels. Of course it won't make any difference, but right click over here. There is something known as quick table calculation. You have to go there and select this value, that's percent of total. Now everything changes into percent. That means out of the total sales, 14.3 was the sales done in the chairs subcategory, 7.29 was done in the tables category, and so on. This is the information that is visible to us. And you see, as soon as we created a table calculation, there is a small triangle kind of a symbol being shown over here. Again, if we just drag this table, labels or this sales value into the labels, or if we want, we can just change its position, then we are getting the sales amount and the percentage. Now if we just go to this tooltip option, here is the total things that we are getting. Suppose we don't want all of them, we just want the percentage in the tooltip, and the original amount would be shown over there only. Or what we can do is just undo that, show the original amount there, and the values, that's the sales amount normally. So I can just get it into a black color and a bold. I'm just providing some kind of a formatting options and click on OK. So now what would happen is, let's just remove this from here. Here we are having the percentages. However, if we just get over there, okay, so that won't work. Let me get it into labels, and yeah, now that should work. Let me see. Yeah, that's because we haven't inserted the sum of the sales over here. Click on OK. Now it's working, right? However, if we just remove it, then it would be removed because that needs to be present over here. Okay, and in case you have removed that, that would be removed from here, so you have to insert it into here. Click on OK, and now it would work. So this is what we are having. This is what we get in the case of the quick table calculations, right? Then we have let's just talk about other visualizations, right? The pie chart is created. Suppose out of this pie chart you want to create some other visualization, like instead of the pie chart you want to create some other visualization. So what I'm gonna do is duplicate this particular sheet as Viz2, because I don't want to ruin my pie chart. Now if you just go into the show me tab, again it would give you a list of the things that are possible to be created, like the side by side bars chart. You can just select that, and yeah, that's how it's created. Just remove that and you would be good to go. Okay, the sales amount and the different subcategories, right? But sometimes it can get somewhat messied up, right? Like right now we are getting so many options over here. However, if I just simply just clear this sheet, drag in the subcategory, drag in the sales, right, then I'm getting the same visualization really simply, because without having to add all those things that were previously present there, since Tableau creates that for us. So if you want a little bit more automation, you can always go for it. There's no harm. Now we have been discussing about, you see, this was the things that we already had. So we were discussing about something called as, first of all, let me rename it, the sum of the profit or the sum of the sales that we were already always been mentioning while it was the creation of the calculated field or something. So let's just understand what it is and why is it important. So let me just get the Viz 4. Here we have the subcategory and the sales. That's my favorite. Okay, change it to entire view. Instead of automatic, let's just go for a circle. So this is showing me that suppose the subcategory is accessories, this is the total sales that I am getting. However, let me just, instead of the subcategory, bring in the category for a far more better view like this. Okay, now what happens is, if you just go to this if you go to this analysis tab, there is something called as aggregate measures, right? If I uncheck this, so these are the different amount of circles that we are getting. Like, what it tells us that what are the individual values that were sold. Like, one sales in the technology category was made of this amount, other was made of this amount, other was made of this amount. So these are all these things, all these individual values that are present. What Tableau does, it automatically aggregates them in a common measure, like the sum for the sales, sum for the profit, etc. That's why if you see, sales only is written in this pill right now, but if you go to the analysis and click on aggregate measures, every time the sum of the sales is written. That is the default metric, and that's the most accurate one actually. Okay, why is it most accurate one? Let me just remove the sales, and we have this orders count. So if we just bring it here, it is the CNT. That's another metric. That's the count of the orders. That means how many orders in the furniture, how many orders in this office supplies, and how many orders in the technology category. So Tableau automatically selects the best aggregate measure for the field or for the value and applies it. So that is it for this video, in which we took a look at a really interesting things. That's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Everyone, welcome back to Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are going to discuss about the creation of the scatter charts in Tableau. So we have been covering the different visualizations that are possible in Tableau. Up till now, we have created a large number of visualizations like pie chart, the column chart, bar chart, etc. In this video, we would be working with the scatter charts. Okay, so first of all, let's understand what is a scatter chart. If you go to this particular show me tab, then right now none of these charts are activated. Let me just select the sales over here into the columns and the profit into the rows. Okay, so as soon as I do that, this is the chart that is highlighted, which is the scatter plot, and that is the one that is recommended. Okay, so this is the scatter chart over here that requires at least 2 or more measures to be present. Note that dimensions must not be present, or it could be present, it doesn't matter, but at least 2 measures must be there for the scatter plot or the scatter chart to be constructed. Okay, so this is how it's created, this is how it's looking. Let me just change it to the entire view so that we understand it in a better way. Here what do we have is this bubble present that is showing me the total profit and the total sales, right? So of course this is not something that we are looking for. So what we do is go to analysis and make sure that the segregate measures is checked off. Now when I take a look at these data points, I get the different data points. Like this data point represents that this much profit was there and this much sales was there. But again, this scatter chart is monotonous. It is not giving us as much information as we want from it. So what we do is we get a criteria. Like suppose we get the category criteria into this color part. Now what happens? Now I get these different categories into different groups. Like this furniture is represented by the blue color. So this blue color is mostly concentrated over this region, right? So what do I understand is that mostly in the furniture, what do I have is the sales and the profit values are very low. However, if we take a look at the office supplies, mostly the concentration is on the lower sales and the lower profit, But the thing is that some of the orange marks, as you can see, are scattered over the place. That means the sales are getting higher, the profit is also getting higher, but it is also a case that the profit is low in some cases, like this particular bubble, which is giving us a loss of at least $3,702. Third we have is the technology, which is actually the most spread category, and you can see it's giving us the maximum profit, and it is giving us the maximum sales as well. Although we are not getting any profit from the maximum sales that we have made, but still the maximum sales lies in the technology category. Also the most loss or the least profit, you can say, also lies in the technology category. So these are the kinds of insights that we are able to draw from this particular visualization, that is the scatter plot. In case you want different data, like along with profit, we also want the quantity data. Let's just drag the quantity data into here. So this is what we are getting. Let's just remove this profit. So this is what we are getting for the quantity data, right? That is the sales and the quantity. So how many quantities were sold at the amount of that amounted total to 22,638. That was a total of 6 quantities were sold. Whatever the product was a part of the technology category, and a total of 6 products were sold. So from this we can find out the cost or the selling price of one item. That gave us the maximum sales, and so on. This is the kind of the data that we get from this scatter plot. Now, how to make it more organized? If we just go to analysis and show this aggregate measures, now what we get is a much more organized fashion of the scatter plot. This shows us the total quantities and the total amount of sales that were sold in the furniture category, in the office supplies, and in the technology as well. This is giving us a completely different information. On a consolidated manner, we get that the maximum sales is given to us by the technology, although the quantities we have sold is not the highest in the technology. That means the pieces are expensive over here. Although the most things or the most items are sold in the office supplies category, but the sales is somewhat lower than the other two, right? So this shows us that the office supplies are cheaper, of course, which we know that office supplies can contain the simple stationery items as well, which are relatively cheaper than the technological items. Okay, so this is the distinction based on category. If you remove the category and drop in, say, subcategory, then what happens? Now we are getting a very diversified information over here. Let me just reduce the brightness of the screen a little bit. Yeah, so now it is better to look at, I think, and here it is, these different things that we are getting. Okay, so these are the different subcategory wise data which we are getting. If you want some other data, like along with subcategory, you want, say, segment as well, so we can just drag the segment into the label. So it is giving me the different segments, like this is the data for the consumer segment, this is again the data of the consumer segment, this is the data of the corporate segment, and so on. So this data is also available, but that's totally up to you. In case you just want the subcategory names only, so that they would be visible to you. So these are the different subcategory names along with their bubbles showing the distribution of the sales and the quantities sold. Here we get that the phones gave us the maximum sales with a quantity of a little above 3,000. However, most item that was sold was binders, and they gave us a kind of a good amount of sales. The item that was least sold is the copiers, that is only 234 copiers were sold in total, and they gave us a pretty decent sales. Still they gave us a pretty decent sales, right? Now all these insights can be drawn very easily. The least sales we got is from the fasteners, so we got the sales of around $3,000 from the fasteners, although a good quantity of the fasteners were sold. So this is the kind of the data we get through the scatter plot, right? Now let us move on to our next plot. This was all about the scatter plot. Let me just create a new sheet and rename it as Viz 6. So this is going to be our next visualization, and it is going to be, let me just drag in the data. If you just drag in the sales, so I have this histogram that is available. Okay, I can just click on this histogram and it is created. Now what is this histogram? Histogram is actually a really good way to depict information, and what it requires is just one measure, not more than one, just one measure is suffice for it. Okay, now what does this histogram does is, as soon as I tracked the sales, this histogram created two things: the sales bin and the count of the sales. Now what is the sales bin? Let me just work with that sales bin. Here you can see this is something called the sales bin that has been generated. Now what is this bin? This tells us that what is the distribution of the sales amount. Like you can see, this is the sales bin and this is the count of sales. So this is the bin that we have created. If we just go to this entire view, okay, so yeah, I've tried to zoom in a little bit in order to get a better view. Let's see if it is working or not. Okay, let me just this is the histogram that's been created. This is the bin. As you can see, from 0 till 500 there is one bin, and its count of sales is 8,847. It means that it tells us that these, out of the total 10,000 rows that we had in our data, these many rows had the sales that was between $0 to $500. Next we have is 693 records, or 693 sales were between $500 to $1,000. Next we had 220 sales between $1,000 to $1,500, and then we had these 101 sales that were between $1,500 to $2,000. So this is the kind of the information that is depicted by a histogram. It is relatively important, relatively necessary whenever we are working with a single measure value, or we want to get the amount or the way the things are distributed in that particular value. Okay, so this is just a few introduction, or a brief introduction about our histogram. We will learn more about it in the next videos. Thanks for watching. Everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video we will see very simple types of charts that are supported by Tableau, and we will see all about them. That is, what is their features, why should we create them. Also we will try to create some of them for us. So the two charts that we would be seeing is the Gantt chart and the packed bubbles chart. So particularly out of these two charts, Gantt chart is relatively important, because whenever we want to talk about timelines or the tasks that must be completed in a given set of time, then the Gantt chart is created, because it uses the date dimension as a compulsory requirement. So if you just go to this Gantt chart, we have got a compulsory requirement as one date that must be present, one or more dimensions, and 0 to 2 measures. So basically you can get any dimension and a date. That is the minimum requirement to create a Gantt chart. So let's see how do we create that. First of all, we have this shipment date. Let's just get that into the columns, right? Now the first requirement is completed. The second is the dimensions. So let me get the dimension as the subcategory into the rows. Now you can see the Gantt chart is available. If we just click on it, the Gantt chart is created. Now what is this Gantt chart is comprised of is, let's just increase its size a little bit and select to entire view, is that in the different years, that is from 2018 to 2021, what we are getting is that the different subcategories that are being sold, the items of these different subcategories are being sold. Now the measures is not a requirement, but as you can see, this Gantt chart is not giving us many more information as it might give with the help of measures. So let's just get one measure into it, that is the sales measure. Let's just get that into the rows. If we get the sales measure into the columns, then what do we get is these different information like this. Actually, what we can do is just remove this, and what we can do is select these measures from here, that is the sales, the shipment date and the subcategory, and now just click on the Gantt chart. So what will it do? It will create this kind of a Gantt chart for us. Let's just remove this year ship date from here. Just a second, actually there is some kind of a error that's occurring. Let me just rectify it. So now the Gantt chart is created. This is how it looks. Okay, now let's just take a look at that. We have got the year into the columns and the subcategory as the rows, and we have got the sales column into the size. Now whatever the size is, it tells us that what is the contribution of that particular subcategory in that particular year. Like if we take a look at 2019, we have got a bigger size of the chairs. That means chairs are sold in much more numbers than art because it is a smaller size. Now automatically the shape is taken as square. If you want, you can just change it to circles. You can just change it to relatively any other shape from here. You can just choose any shape like this. Let me just go with these plus symbols, and if you want to increase their size, you can increase their size a little bit as well. That's too much. Let me just keep it like this so that we are able to see the information. Okay, you want to change the colors, you can just change the colors as well. Or say you want to apply the profit into the colors. So what happens is the profit and the loss statements or the data is being shown on the basis of the colors. So this is a Gantt chart that shows us the data on the basis of the timeline. Right now we are getting year. If we just get it into the form of the quarters, if you want to get it in the form of the months, that's the simple things that we can get. But I think quarter is sufficient because that's what we are getting. So that's how the Gantt chart is working. It is relatively important for the projects, like whenever we want to communicate the timelines of the projects, then we can use these Gantt charts. Now next visualization that we are going to work upon is the bubbles visualization, right? So it is supported by Tableau. Like this is the stacked bubbles visualizations. Tableau has named it as so. It requires at least one dimension or one or two measures, and the picturization of this visualization is very similar to a word cloud. Like if you have seen a word cloud, you might know that it is a combination of the words. The larger the size of the word, that means the more frequency of that particular word is, or that particular thing is. So just like this, the packed bubbles is created. Right now in this video we will see how to create packed bubbles. In the next video we will see how to create word clouds, not supported by Tableau. So that would be a custom visualization that we would be creating, right? So let's just get some of the dimensions like the subcategory and the profit. Okay, over here, and just change it packed bubbles. So this is what we are getting. Copiers, phones, accessories, papers are all bigger circles. They are the most profit. We have got a very circle for fast starters. That means it's a less profit, and very a slightly bigger circle for machines. That means it is giving us profit and the fastness relatively lower values of it. Now the interesting thing to note about this visualization is we are getting this value as 3 negative. That means the 3 subcategories in which we were not getting any profit, we were getting some loss. So what this thing has done is that packet bubbles visualization, what it has done, it has just removed them from the visualization, because you cannot show the negatively sized bubbles, right? The information is communicated through us in this way. If you want, you can filter this data. That means all the negative values would be removed. If you don't want that tooltip over here, so you removed, and you would bring the information. Now is we are getting the colors on the subcategory. But if we remove that and we try to get the colors on the basis of profit, So this is what we are getting. Let's just choose a different color range. What we can do is choose the red green range, red green diverging, and click on OK. So green means the highest profit, the darkest the green, the highest the profit, and the darker the red is means lower the profit, right? So this is for the profit. If you don't want to create it for the profit, you want to create it for some other visualization, let's just create it for sales. So we can just go to this packed bubbles option, and that's created for sales. Go to entire view. Now it is created for this sales visualization, but the thing is that if we want, what we can do is we can just get the colors on the basis of profit. Like, although the size is on the basis of sales, but the color is on the basis of profits. So this is even more interesting because it includes, as you can see in the profit, it includes even the loss values. That means the tables are giving us a negative profit or a loss, so that is shown over here. Similarly, supplies also, similarly bookcases also. So these are the three subcategories that we were not able to get in the case of the first visualization, that were giving us a loss, but we are able to get them right now. So this is how the visualization is created, and this is how we can manipulate it to show the maximum information to us. Now there is one more thing that we can do is let's just duplicate this sheet, and what I'm gonna do is just clear this sheet, get in the subcategory, get in the profit as well as the sales, right? Now with these three, I'm just going to create a packed bubbles, because as you can see, it can take more than one measures as well. So when I do that, it automatically does exactly what we did in the previous one. That is, it assigned the sum of the profit to the size and the sum of the sales to color, and gave us the three negative values. So this is something that it did, but again, it is not as beneficial to us as this visualization was. So although Tableau works good for you to give you the best possible results, still you can make manipulations as per your wish. That's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video, we are to see the creation of two important visualizations. One is a tree map and the other is the word map. Now tree map is supported by Tableau. It is easily created with just a few clicks. That is present in the show me tab. So if you just go to the show me tab, this is the tree map that's present. It needs at least one dimension or one or two measures for its creation. So it's very similar to this packed bubbles that we got over here. The only difference is that the packed bubbles provided the size in the form of a bubbles that were separate from one another, but this tree map provides the size difference on the basis of the rectangles that are accumulated within one another. Okay, so let's just first see the creation of the tree map. Let me get the same data that we got in the previous video, that is the sales, the profit, and the subcategory over here. Now we can just select a tree map, and you can see it's created, right? So again, what it has done is taken the profit as colors and this the profit as the size and the sales as the colors. If you just want to change it, what you can do is just remove all these things. We have just got the subcategory, get the profit into the size part and the sales into the colors part, right? We have to get the sales in the size part and the profit into the colors part. So the profit into the colors part, right? So this whole information is shown to us similar to what was shown to us before. That is all these different subcategories, how much sales they are giving to us. It is shown by the size, and how much profit or loss we are getting from them is shown by their colors. Although tables subcategory is giving us a humongous amount of sales, that's like the fourth highest in the sales, but it is not profitable subcategory. It is giving us a loss of $17,725. So this is the kind of information that is shown to us through a tree map, similar to what we got in the packed bubbles kind of a information like this. Now suppose you want the value of the sales and the profit in the labels as well, so you can just get that over here. The thing is that it is much more easier to get the information written in this particular tree map than it is in the packed bubbles, because their size is limited, and this size is like much more easy, much more subtle to use. Okay, now suppose you want a special thing like the percentage of the sales. So what do you do that instead of the amount, or along with the amount, you also want the percentage of the sales. So how do we do that? We go to the sales label, we go to this quick table calculation and percent of total. Then what we would be getting is the percentage of the sales, the total sales, and the profit. So sales, percentage, and the profit. This is the information that we are getting in each of these subcategories. Okay, so that is all about the tree map. Now the second visualization that we are going to talk about is known as the word map or the word cloud. Now what is this word map or word cloud? This word map or word cloud is actually a kind of a visualization that helps us depict the data in a textual format. So let me just create a new sheet and rename it to Viz 10. It is not supported by Tableau, so we have to take into account a few extra steps to create it. So let's see, we are going with a similar data, that is the subcategory and the profit and the sales, right? So if we just get this subcategory into the text, we get all of these subcategories that are listed. Now what do we want is, in the word cloud or in the word map, we want the text of the particular subcategory to be larger if it is giving us the most number of sales, and the text should be smaller, or the font size should be smaller if it is giving us the less sales. So this is the kind of a scenario on which the word map or the word cloud is built. So let's just create one for ourselves as well. What we can do is, we know that we are going to work with the size of the text according to the sales that they have generated. So let's just get the sales and drag it into the size. As soon as we do that, a tree map is generated, which we don't want. So this is the main step that we need to follow over here for the creation of the word cloud. Okay, what do we need to do is, as soon as we drag the sales, here you see that this changed to automatic. This marks drop down changed into automatic, and when it changed to automatic, we got the tree map. If we just change it to bar, we would be getting something like this, which is not very good looking. So that means basically we can just change it, right, as per our choices. Like all of these things, different things, we can just change it. So what we are going to do is, we are going to change it to text. Actually the sum of the sales should be in the size, and then we can just change it into the text. And when we do that, you can see that we are getting the information like this. Now from this, what do we get? We get that as per the word cloud is concerned, the subcategory is not a very good measure of the information. Like chairs, phones, storage, tables, binders are all of similar sizes, and also it's not looking very good. It's not very well organized. So what do? Is we try to change the parameter. We remove the subcategory and let's just rope in this state in the text field. If we just rope in this, then it is looking very much presentable, right? Now we are getting the different states and we are getting the different values out of it in a very much organized fashion. So this is how the word cloud is created. That's it. Now this is the basic step that we have followed. We can follow many other steps. Let's see how we can do them. Suppose you want it to be colored on the basis of the profit. Let's just get profit into the colors and change its colors. So let's just go with a conventional red green format, red green diverging, and click on OK. Red means the loss or the lower profit, and darker the green means the higher the profit is. This is what we are getting out of the word map. If you want to change the text, like you can go to the text and change the way it is looking. Like I'm just going to turn it into a bold and basically change its font to maybe Bookman old style, and increase the size a little bit to 14. and once you click on apply, you would be able to see the changes. Actually, I shouldn't think I should be changing the size. Click on apply. Okay, that's a problem. Let's just click on reset, and now if you just change it into bold and it into Bookman old style, right? Click on apply. So yeah, it's looking very good right now. If you want, you can just work with them as long as you want to get the best result out of it. Like, I want to apply the italics, okay, and click on OK once you are happy with it. So this is the kind of the word cloud that we have created, but this is just an example, right? You can use it to communicate the different kinds of information. Like, suppose let's just remove this profit and the sales. Suppose this is what we have, and in the size we get this discount. So the states which are giving us the most discount, they are being shown. We can also get the same parameter in the colors as well, right? So what will it do? It will communicate in the darkest color the parameter, like the discount. Texas is giving us the most discount, that is the highest the size, and the darkest the color. We can also just change it to a particular theme like this to get a better view at the colors. This is on the basis of the discount. If you want, we can just duplicate it and convert it into a similar kind for the sales as well. Like, drag the sales in the size and drag the sales in the colors part and change the color scheme to something that's looking better. Maybe this one. So this is what we are getting on the basis of sales, and this is a word cloud that we have created entirely from scratch. It was not supported by Tableau. We have created it by using simple steps out of a tree map. So whether it is a tree map, whether it is a packed bubbles, or whether it is a word map, they all show the similar kinds of data. But as you might have noticed, in the case of a tree map, that is over here, and this particular packed bubbles subcategory is considered a good option for showing the data. But in the case of word map, it was not looking very good. So suppose you want to show the data on the basis of the states, about their discounts or about their profits or about any kind of a measure value, then you can choose a word map over the other two. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to discuss about the map visualizations in Tableau. So what are the map visualizations? Maps are a specific type of visualization which help us to pinpoint to the exact locations that are in the dataset. When we are talking about map, I've got two built-in map visualizations in Tableau, which we can get into the Show Me tab. First is a map, and the second is a normal map. So the symbol, as the name suggests, uses a symbol to put the locations, while a normal map, what it does is it just highlights the area which is being pointed by our location or by the data. Now the thing comes is what kind of parameters can be treated as a location, right? Of course, the simple text such as apple, ball, cat, these cannot be treated as locations. So we have specific things which can be treated as locations. These are the latitude and the longitude values, which are the most accurate measure for the locations. In case you don't have these values in your data set, you can also take the country names, the state names, the city names as the location values. There is a one simple way to identify those, and that is this earth symbol. If you go to the left side of your Tableau screen, that is in this measure values section, then you see city is represented by this earth symbol. That means Tableau automatically recognizes these values as the location values, and if we want, we can use them to pinpoint to the locations onto the map. Similarly for the country or the region values, similarly for the postal code values, and similarly for the state values as well. As far as latitude and longitude are concerned, so as you can see that these two are also the values that are represented by this earth symbol. But if you take a look at the tooltip, we are getting that it is a generated field with longitude values used with geographic dimensions in map views. So these latitude and longitude were not already present in our data, but they were automatically generated by Tableau on the basis of the geographical data that we had. The geographical data we had was postal code, we had the country, we had the state, and we had the city. So on the basis of all these values, Tableau automatically generated the latitude and the longitude values, and now we can use these values to create a map out of it. So let's see how do we create a map. First of all, we would be taking a look at the symbol map. So the minimum requirement for the symbol map is one geographical location. That's it. Otherwise, we can add more things, more measure values, more measure names, but this is the minimum requirement, one geographical location. So what we can do is actually set this latitude and the longitude values. Just get this latitude into the columns, this longitude into the rows, and automatically a map would have been generated. Like this map is now enabled over here. Okay, so if we just go to one null, so there is this filter data option, and okay, so it took a few seconds, but now the map is loaded. Okay, and this is how it is looking, right? But what we want is, we don't want something like this. We want, right, the locations to be pointed. So what is the criteria on the basis of which we are going to point the locations? Suppose we want the sales value, so let's just get the sales into the rows and let's see if it is working. No, it's not working. So what we are going to do is actually clear this whole sheet. Instead of the latitude and the longitude values, let's just get the state into the columns. Okay, and make sure the map is selected. Now once we select the map, all these states would be pointed like this. Okay, suppose we get sales into the size. So what will happen is, the bubbles that we had available, now they are in the varied sizes or the different sizes. And why is that? It is because now whatever the sum of the states has been given, or whatever the sales have been given in a particular state, the size of the bubble corresponds to that. Like New York and California give us far more sales than Wisconsin and Michigan states. So that is why the bubbles is larger in size, because we got the state in the size. We can just increase the size a little bit to get a better glimpse of the data that is being shown over here. Furthermore, we can make many changes, like we can change the color of the bubbles to suppose orange to showcase the sales. We can add a label as well. So if we just go here, suppose we want the amount of the sales, that what is the sales amount that has been given. Okay, so we can make those changes as well by clicking on this show mark labels option, right? So it would show you the amount of the sales that have been done. You want some details to be there, you want some tooltip to be there, you can add those values as well. Suppose we want profit to be shown as well. So what we can do is just drag this profit into the label column, and the profit values would be shown. The circle sizes of the sales, but the values that are being shown to us is of the profit. Furthermore, we can make even more changes, like instead of getting the profit into this label, we can get it into the colors. So the circle size represents the sales, but the circle color represents the profit. So just like this, we can use the same map to showcase multiple forms of data, right? Now we have these buttons that are available. These are the zooming button. We can zoom in or zoom out. This is the pin button that is used to pinpoint to the location that is being shown on the map. And these are the selection portions, like if you want to select anything, or if you want to just zoom into the area using this magnifying glass button, then you can do that as well. Okay, so these are the map controls that we're getting. We can use these map controls. Now let's talk about using the different types of information in the map. How can we use them? Okay, so suppose this is being shown. Let's just remove the profit from here. We are just getting the sales amount into the color portion, into the size portion actually, and the color we have set as orange. Now we don't want the overall sales, we want the subcategory wise sales, or basically the segment wise sales. Okay, so we had three things in the segment, so let's just get the segment wise sales. What we can do is just get this segment into the color portion, and we would be getting the different segments. Like if we just zoom in a little bit, so you see, suppose in the states of Indiana, what we are getting is the different values of the segment, right? Like first we are getting orange, then we are getting blue values, just like this. So this is how the things work in Tableau. Like we can get the different values of the segment, like which segment is most sold. So if we just take a look, a broad look, so we can see the consumer segment is the most selling segment. However, in the states of Indiana, corporate, and in the Missouri also, the corporate segment is more sold. Samely, just like this, the home office segment is more sold in the Rhode Island and some of the states nearby. So this is the kind of the information you can show through the map. Now this is just a symbol map. Let us talk about a filled map. Okay, so let me just duplicate this sheet because everything would be similar. Just the thing is that instead of a symbol map, we would be getting a filled map. So when we are talking about the filled map, let's just remove these values. This is how a filled map is looking, right? We are getting the state and the sum of the sales, that is in the colors portion. So size has no effect over here. The only effect we have is through the colors portion, right? So the darkest color is California, that means it is giving us the maximum sales, and the lightest color, whichever state is, like West Virginia, so it is giving us the least amount of sales. This is the difference in the colors through the filled map, while in the symbols map we have the difference in the size of the symbols that are being used. Now suppose you want instead of the sales, you want a profit. Let's just get the profit into the colors portion. So this is having the different colors. You want to edit the color size, color to red, green, diverging, you can do that as well, so as to get a red and the blue things for this color. Now suppose you want the name of the states into the labels portion, so you can just add it into the labels, and all the state names would be shown just like this to make it much more visually appealing, right? And there are a number of things that you can do in these maps to make them visually appealing, like change the way they are looking. Okay, we have different forms of maps, like one where waters are being labeled, where the boundaries are not there, only a particular state is shown which we want to show, like most of the data is from US, so we only want US to be shown. So these kind of states would be visible to us, right? So all these changes we can do in the maps with the help of this map option, as you can see over here. Right now we have the light. If we just select to normal, so as you can see, the water bodies are now visible with a blue color. Similarly, we have these different options which we can select, like a satellite view, so it would be giving us the satellite view of the map. We have other options like the streets view or the outdoors view, or whatever the dark view we are getting. You can just go through these different views to get the one that fits your needs the best. I think normal is looking good, so I'm going with that. Next we have is the map layers and the map options. So if you just go to map options, we have these things like these toolbar options which we want to show or not. By default they are all selected to on, but if you want, you can uncheck them as well. There are still a number of things which we can do through maps to customize them, which we would be taking a look in the next video. That's all for this one. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. In this video we are going to see that how can we change the appearance of the map visualization in Tableau. There are a number of things which we can work with in the map visualizations. So what are those things and how it helps to make the map look more visually appealing? It is exactly what we are going to see in this particular video. So let us start. This is the map, a filled map that we have created. It shows us the colors on the basis of the profit. The states with the red color are showing a loss or a lower profit value, and the states with the green color are showing a high profit value. So this is what we have got. Now let us see what all customizations we can do. So we have this map option available in the Tableau that helps us to work with the map customizations. We have already seen the background maps option, in which we can use these different options to just set the way how our map looks. Now let us talk about this edit locations. So what is this edit locations? This is a menu that helps us to edit some of the locations, right? Now what happens is we just took state names as the constraint to show on our maps, right? Now what it did was that it helped us to pinpoint the different locations on the map, the different states on the map, and Tableau automatically took those states and all those names were correct, all those locations were correct, because the data was of United States, and by default United States is fixed in Tableau. Like you can see, the country region is fixed to United States. However, if we had the data of any other country, let's say suppose we had the data of India, so all the state names of India would give us errors. They would not be pointed up to the locations because the country name is fixed to United States. In that scenario, if the country name is not United States, what you need to do is go to this country region option. Over here you need to select your particular country. Suppose I select India, so you have to select your country and select that particular thing, and then all the discrepancies would have been removed. But since in our case the data is from United States, so you can see as soon as we change the country, all the states are changed to unrecognized, because in India these states are not recognized. So we can just change it back to United States like this. Okay, now what it gets is automatically it takes the state province as state, and what it does is it takes the data and matches with the location that is actually present, as you can see. So the data is correct, that's why it is able to match it. Suppose we just change this data to, suppose instead of Wisconsin we have WIS only, so in that case it won't be able to match it to the location. In that case we had to explicitly provide the value. So all these things we can just provide through this edit locations option. Okay, and we can click on OK over here. Next option we have is the map layers option. So map layers option is an important option. As you can see, soon as I clicked on map layers, this dialog box appeared. We can change the way our map looks over here. Like we can change the view of the maps to streets, to outdoors, to satellite, whatever we want, but normally is what I'm going to go for. Then we have this wash out option, so it washes out all the background and only the state that has been colored would be shown to us. If you want that, you can just go with it as well, but I'm going to keep it at a 72% so as to get the basics of the behind. Or what I can do is just keep it at a 0% because I want to work with these map layers. These are the different map layers that are available, and you can toggle them to get the best view possible for your data. Like we have a base. If we just uncheck this base, so that blue portion that was available would have been gone. If we just uncheck this land cover, so all the land cover that was being shown would go off. Then we have terrain or the coastline. Suppose you want to view the coastline, so this coastline is now available for viewing. Just like this, you can change these different things. Like you can turn off the country borders or the country names that are being shown. The state names, you can turn on the water labels. So when you turn on this water labels, you can see North Pacific Ocean is being labeled over here. You can uncheck that and that would have been gone. Then we have points of interest. Everything just like this you can toggle. Then we have the data layer. Suppose you want a particular data for US. Now this only works for US because Tableau is created by a company that is based in US. So this data is only specific to US. Like you got the population data, you got the households data, and varying datas like about the age, the median age of the males, median age of the females, the population, the ratio, etc. Everything is present over here. So suppose you don't have any data, so how can you create a map out of it? You can use this kind of a data. Like suppose we want out of a male-female ratio, right? So this is giving us the information for the male-female ratio. We can just remove this profit column from here, and now we are getting the male-female ratio. Let's also remove the states from here. Okay, so just the male-female ratio data is being shown to us. So this is how you can create maps. Okay, let's just uncheck it all because we don't want it, and just set the data layers to no data layer. Okay, so this is how we can work with the maps. Of course, you can once this zooming is unsetted, so you can just use the spin option to set the zooming back to whatever you want. Now let's talk about this was all about the filled maps that you need to know. Similar things we can do with the symbol maps as well, right? We also have a map window over here, so all the options that we just saw now with the filled maps, you can use them in the symbol maps as well, but that's totally your choice. Suppose what I'm going to do is just remove the segment from the colors option, And what I'm gonna do is, suppose I just don't like this colors like this. Okay, I'm not liking this shape, I want some other shape. So I can just select these shapes, like I can select any shape that I want. But of course every shape is not going to look good on a map, so you have to select the shape that looks good, like this. If you just select this to a map, it will change automatically to a filled map. The symbol map would change to a filled map. Okay, suppose you just want the text, so you have to get something in the text. Suppose you want the sales values in the text, so just the sales values are now shown to us. Okay, simple text could also be there. Suppose you want a pie chart, and now if you just get the segment into the colors portion, now what we get is, as soon as we change it into the pie chart and got the segment into the colors option, we are getting the different segment distribution in the form of a pie chart, right? So let's see how can we create it actually. Let's just remove all the values that are not needed, such as the sales value, like this. Okay, sorry, we can get the sales amount as well into the labels option, like this. Now if you just zoom in, let's get some state like Washington. Okay, so we are getting that they are almost equally distributed in Washington, the three segments. But in the case of the state Wyoming, here we are just getting the home office segment. Similarly, in South Dakota, there is an equal distribution, almost equal distribution with the between the consumer and the corporate segment. No home office segment is being shown here. In North Dakota, there is a consumer and the home office segment with the amounts you can see in the labels. Okay, so basically this tells us about that how the different segments have been sold over in the different states, right? This is the information about the segments. Suppose we remove the segments and get anything else like the subcategory. So there are various things that are available in a subcategory. That is why we are getting this kind of a pie chart. If we just zoom over any state, like suppose Nebraska, let's just go zoom in a little bit more. So as you can see, we are getting these different values over here. You can just hover over them to get their individual name and the total sales that were given over there. So this is the kind of a distribution that is only possible in the case of a symbol chart. It's not possible in the case of a filled map chart or a map visualization. And this shows us that how the data is distributed. Suppose you don't want this kind of a distribution, you want just a simple shape. You can go to the shape option, and from here you can just select any shape that you want, right? Let's just remove the subcategory from the colors. Let's just get the sales into the size. So this would be the different size of the shapes. And also what we can do is, suppose, get profit into the colors. So this would give us the different colors for the different profit values. It would tell us that which states are giving us a profit and which states are not, or which states are causing us a loss. Like here in this Texas, we are getting a fair amount of sales, but also it is loss that we are getting from this particular state. So this is the characteristics of both the maps. This is the customizations we can do in both of them. And that's all about the maps in Tableau. Thanks for watching this video. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Tableau Reels. In this we are going to discuss about the concept of map groups in Tableau. So what is map groups? Map groups is a way through which we can group the related data in maps. So this is a filled map that we had created in the previous video. It shows us the color wise distribution of the profit, and it shows it on the basis of the states, like which state is giving us how much profit. Okay, so that's a simple map. However, if I just remove this profit from here, so it turns into a normal symbol map. Okay, so let's just say I want to add sales into it. So let's just add sales into the color column. So this is what I would be getting. That is a colored range. Lighter color represents less sales and a darker color represents high amount of sales. Okay, now the question is, how can I work with the map groups, and what is the purpose of the map groups? Suppose this is the map of United States, and in this I have four people who are in charge of the different regions. Okay, there are people to whom I have assigned different regions. Like we have this region function, so region parameter. So if we just remove the sales and get in the color parameter, so what happens is these four regions: central, east, south and west, that we are getting over here. Okay, so let's just say get the sales into the label and actually convert it into a field map like this, and get the region into the color. So basically it won't be converted into a field map, right? We would be getting something like this only, right? That is the symbols for the different regions, and the sales amount would be written like this. Okay, so what if I just don't want this? I just want to remove the region from here, and the sales amount, let's just get into the color to convert it into a field map. Okay, now what happens is I want to color code it, this field map. I want to color code this field map into the different people or into the different regions. How can I do that? So for that I can create groups of my own, right? Suppose I have people who are in charge of the various states. Let us just select few states. Now if you want to select multiple states, you can simply use control click. Suppose these are the states that I have selected. Now once you are selected, you can just hover over it and there would be this paperclip icon. You can click on it and that would convert it into a group. Now as soon as we do that, what happens is we are getting a blue color for this, and a legend is there that tells us that it is a state group with a blue color representing a combination of all the states that have been taken into it, and all the others are taken as other and colored as grey. Now let's make a few changes into it. Also you can see that a state group has been added into a data part, so we can just right click over it and click on edit group. So we can just change the different things like the name of the group. So we can just click on it and click on rename. So suppose let's me assign it as region 1. Okay, so region 1 is the name of this particular group, and you can click on OK. Now once you do that, this is the region 1 that is colored in the blue color. Let me just select few more states and assign it to region 2. Okay, using this kind of an option, that is drag and select, you can select multiple states. Again we can just use this paperclip icon to just provide it another group, and it automatically takes an orange color, right? Let me take just a few more states together like this. Remove these two, and add these three, and again we can just group them using the paperclip icon. So that's the third group, and the fourth group is just the gray part, which is few states over here. So let's just go to the state group option. Once again edit the group, and we can just provide new names for them. So let's just go to rename and provide it as region 2, and the third one I can rename it to region 3. So region 3, and that's it. We can click on OK. So we have these three regions: region 1, region 2 and region 3. Now what happens if I just remove all of this information, like the sum of the sales from here? As you can see, the state group is already taken into the colors part. That means that is through which we are getting the distribution of the colors, right? And what we can do is just keep the state names and the color over here. Next, what we can do is add some more data out of to it. Okay, so suppose I want the sales amount. I can just drag it into the label part, so I'm getting the sales of the individual states, right? Suppose I want to add a filter on the region, so let's just get a filter over here, and that is available. Click on OK, and what I can do is right click over here and click on show filter. Now what will it do? It will help me to select a few regions only. Suppose I want to compare region 1 and region 3, so I'm able to compare these two together just like this. Okay, so basically all this arrangement, this filter arrangement makes the map more interactive, like including only the regions that we want to compare. So this is how it works, right? So this is about a data set again, which is of United States. Like all the states that are given is of United States. Now we have already discussed that Tableau automatically recognizes if the data is from United States. However, if the data is from other country, let's say we have data about India. So how do we do that? How do we work with it? Okay, so that's the question. So for first of all, let's take a look at a data set that we would be using for this purpose. Okay. So this is our data set that we would be using. This is the name of the states of India, states and union territories, and some data about the COVID-19, right? Like the cases, the deaths, etc., the cured people. So there is a few records. There are a few records. Let's just take a look at them. So first of all, what we need to do is load data into Tableau. So let me just do that quickly. So this is what I am getting as the data source. Let's just work with it. If you just go to the sheet 14, so we are getting two data set, that is the India data and the orders data. So we have states and union territories. Let me just get it into the details part. As soon as I do that, if there was a US data, it would have automatically recognized it and showed us the locations on the map. But in the case of India, we are getting 36 unknowns over here. That is the locations with unknown geographical identity. So we can just click over here, go to edit locations option, and here you can see all these locations are unrecognized. Okay. So what we need to do is just change the country from United States to India over here. Okay. And that's it. As you can see, it has recognized all of the values. You can click on OK. So there were no unrecognized values, because if there was any unrecognized value, we would still have got the warning that this much is unknown. So we have got it, and we can just add any of the data into it. Suppose I want to add the cases. So this is the cases distribution. If I want to add the cured number into the label, so that also I can add, and that would give me the information just like this. Okay. You can use the move tool over here for navigation or for zooming in and out. So this is the data that I am getting. So this is about how you can work with a map of any country besides United States. Furthermore, suppose you have a data that is of country, and still after just changing the country, it does not recognize it. So how do you do that? You can use the drop down list to make it manually recognize your dataset, right? So let's just see how do we do that real quick. So this is the data set that we have, that is the different cities and the number of stars that we have. Now let's just use the city into the details part, and it has got 6 unknowns. So let me just edit the locations, and first of all select the country to India. Okay. Now even if I select that, one of the data is unrecognized because Bangalore is no longer a valid name. It has been changed. So in this case, what I can do is manually enter the location just like this and click on OK. So this would be a match then. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to discuss about a really important chart, that is a funnel chart. Funnel chart is actually not supported by Tableau, so that is also something that we need to create from scratch. So the steps would be little bit more. So bear with me for this chart also. And the importance of the funnel chart is that it helps us to easily visualize the data. It is just like a combination of a bar chart along with the word map. Like its size can be used for the analysis purposes, right? There are different funnels or different bars that's been created. Their size is different, so that we can find out that which is giving me a highest sales or which is giving me a lowest sales, or whatever the criteria we have taken. Okay. So we would be creating funnel chart based upon the category. So category wise sales, right? If I just drag the sales over here, so this is the columns that we have got. We want exactly like this, that is these columns should be there. We don't want like these bars, we want these columns to be there. Make sure they are in the descending order, that is the technology category, which is giving me the highest value, is on the top. Then we have furniture and office supplies, right? Now what do we want is we want different colors based upon the category. So you can just drag this category into the colors thing, and these are the colors that are generated. Now what we want for the funnel chart is that these sales, that these sizes of these bars should be different on the basis of these sales. So what we can do is we can drag this sales into the size portion. As soon as we do that, this is something that's created, but it's not actually really good looking. What we can do is, instead of standard, we can just select the entire view. So this is the kind of a funnel chart that's been created. That means this is the technology category, this is the furniture, this is the office supplies category, which is giving us the individual, the varied amount of sales. If you want information on this, so what you can get is the labels, like category label you can get, and you can get the sales label as well. You want to change the way they are organized, you can just set their alignment as the middle alignment like this. Okay, now suppose you don't want the sales amount, you want like the percentage of the total. So you can just add a quick table calculation, and here you can just select percentage of total, so that is 36.399. You want to customize that, you can go to this label part, go to here, and you can customize that from here if you want. I can just click it on bold, click on apply, click on OK. So these are the things that we can work with, and that's how the funnel chart is created, right? You see, this is the option of the funnel, or this is the, you can say, shape of a funnel that's been created, right? Now one more thing is that if you just remove this category, you want something else. Suppose I want on the basis of segment, so you can just get the segment over here into this rows portion. Make sure the category is not there in the colors, and as such you can just get the segment into the basis of the colors. So these are the different segments we are getting. You can also drag the segment on the labels. So these are the different segments that we would be getting. You can also change the order in which they are looking like this. Okay, so this is what we have getting for the funnel chart. This is a funnel chart, but this is a basic funnel chart. We can also create something that is known as the advanced funnel chart. So how do we create an advanced funnel chart? Let's see that. There's something called advanced funnel chart. Actually, for this what we need is, suppose we get the same data like the segment and the sales data, right? Drag this into the columns format like this. Now instead of the segment, let's just get something else like the shipment mode data. Suppose we have this. Okay, we can just drag organize it into this descending order, that is these different segments, shipment segments that we have. Now this is a bar chart that we have got. Instead of the bar chart, what do we need to do is select the area chart. So this is actually the shape of the funnel chart for the shipment mode that's been created, and that is the kind of the advanced funnel chart, because there is no independent bars there is a one bar that is combined. Okay, now this is just a half funnel chart. You need to create it for the negative values as well. So what we can do is create a new calculated field. So that's going to be the negative sales. That means on the basis of the values that we are going to do, that is negative sales. So we can just create a new value for it, that is negative sales, and just put a minus sign just before the sales value, so that its negative value gets created. Click on OK. So this is the negative sales. Along with the sales, we also drag the negative sales and arrange it like this. Just a second, we need to arrange it like this. Yeah, so this is what we are getting. We can just select the entire view like this. So this is the shape of the funnel that's been created for the shipment mode, right? Now we want some data to be visible. Now there are two things created, one for the negative sales, one for the sales. For the negative sales, that is over here, we want the shipment mode in the labels. For the positive, we want the sales to be there, but not in the amounts. I want it on the basis of the total percentage like this. So this is what it is visible, and this is an advanced funnel chart based upon the shipment mode. You want to change its color, you can just go to this color part and you can just select any other color, like I want red color, I want pink color, or basically green color, any other color you want. You can just select that. Also you can just work with borders, etc. Sorry for that. You can also work with borders, like you can just go with a red border. So that's looking cool, pretty cool, right? So this is the data. That is how you can work with it. Funnel chart. Similarly, if you just go to this funnel chart, there is this negative sales. We can just drag the negative sales here along with the positive sales. So actually this is also the kind of the stuff that is created. What we can do is instead of the segment, we don't want the segment to be shown twice, we don't want the sales value to be shown twice. We can just get the sales value in one part and the segment in the other part. So that would be like much more good looking. We can go to quick table calculation, make sure percentage of the total is selected, and here we need to remove this particular sales part. So yeah, this is here. We can just set its alignment, like its middle center. For the negative part also, we can just select set its alignment of the labels, right, like this. So this is kind of a funnel chart that you can create with negative and the positive, both the values, either a basic one or the advanced one. So waterfall chart is actually another good chart that is used to represent the trends in the data. It is a part of the Gantt chart. So whenever you are working on any kind of a project, Gantt chart is like a real requirement over there. The Gantt chart is used to represent the data in a much more precise manner, especially when the timelines are concerned. So in this video, we would be discussing a waterfall chart that's related to the Gantt chart. Let's just get in the data, like the order date. Let me just double click over it, and the sales values. So this is what we have. Just drag the sales into the rows, right? So automatically line chart would be created, but I want to convert it into a bar chart, and I don't want on the basis of years, I want it on the basis of the quarters. So that's it. That's I want. Or let's just get it on the basis of the months, like this. Drag it into this kind of an order, that's the descending order. Now for the waterfall chart, you need to make sure that this Gantt is selected. So this is the kind of a Gantt chart. Now what we can do is, on the basis of the sales, we can just change its size. So we can just drag the sales into the size portion, and this is a waterfall chart. If you want, you can just color it also on the basis of the sales. So you can just drag the sales into the colors. So this is a waterfall chart that is created on the basis of sales. Suppose you don't want the basis of sales, you want the basis of any other continuous values, like you want on the basis of profit. So let's just remove all the sales part there and get all these profits part. So this is the profit, arrange it into the descending order, get the profit into the size part. So these are the variable sizes that we are getting. Get this profit into the colors part. So this is the colors of the profit that we are getting, and that's how you create a waterfall chart in Tableau. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are specifically going to see that how can we work with multiple tables in Tableau. So what happens in Tableau is that we got to import the table or the data sources and then work with it. So far we have seen in the previous videos that how can we work with a single table. But in this video, we are going to focus on multiple table. How are we going to import the multiple tables? How are we going to attach them with one another? And then finally, how are we going to work with it? Okay. So the two tables I'm going to take is the orders table and the returns table. These both are part of the sample superstore database, which is provided as a sample in Tableau itself. So no matter what Tableau you are using, either it is Tableau desktop or Tableau public, you will be getting the sample dataset for yourself. All you need to do is go to the documents in the Tableau repository and you would be able to work with it. Okay. So once you have got it, you can just get the orders table over here, or whatever table you just drag over here, you would be able to see its glimpse like this. This is my orders table. Next I have is the returns table. So returns table, if I just go into this would show me a glimpse of the database. So there are a total of 800 rows in this returns table. That means out of the 10,000 orders that were placed in this orders table, if you go into this orders table, it will show the number of rows as 9,994, which is approximately 10,000. So a total of 10,000 orders were placed, out of which 800 orders were returned. Okay. So we want to just connect these two because we are getting a common ID. or common field in it, which is the order ID, like the order ID which was returned. So we have the value yes in the returned. That means the order IDs that were returned, total of 800 orders were returned. Okay, so we are going to connect these two tables. I have already got orders over here. Now let's just work with the return table. So if you want to work with multiple tables, you got to drag all the tables into this section, and then Tableau will automatically relate them. Like you can see, there is a red line over there. If you just go over there, there is this relationship that is being shown to you that automatically takes any of the values or any of the common fields that are available between the two and connects them together. Okay, in case it does not do it automatically, then you can do that manually as well. This is the orders table. In this, you have to select the ID or the column which you want to connect with, then this equal sign with the second table's corresponding column. So it will automatically perform the operation, right? Then once it's done, you can close it. Now what we have is we have this. If you just see that right now returns is selected, so the returns values are being shown, and if you just select this orders table, so orders values or the orders data would be shown to you. Okay, now we can go to our sheet to start working on this particular data set. Now you see we have organization on the basis of the tables present over here. Like we have got this returns over here, so this is the values of the returns table, that is order ID and the returned value. Okay, and this all is the orders value or from the orders table. So suppose we want to find out that how many things were returned or how many orders were returned. We have generated this column, that's returns count. You can just get it into the text, and that is 800 orders were returned. Okay, suppose we want to combine the data of these two operations. Like if I get the subcategory into the columns and the sales into the rows, so what I would be getting is a chart that how many what was the order of each subcategory, right? Suppose I want to find out that what order of each subcategory was returned. So how can I do that? I can get this order ID and get it into here. So here we would be getting these different subcategories like phones, etc. So instead of the order ID, what I can do is I can get a measure that is the count of the order ID. So it would give me the count of the order ID in each subcategory which were returned. So in the case of fasteners, 94 were returned. In the case of furnishings, 242 were returned. Let us just change it into the form of a table so that we get a better view at it. Let's just go into the entire view option over here. Now what we can see is that what is the amount that was what is the number of the orders of each subcategory that was returned, right? Now if I just try to remove the sales from the measure values, so we are just getting the count of the order ID in each subcategory that was returned, and a total of how many orders were returned like this. Okay, like in accessories 185, in appliances 177, etc. However, in the case of category, suppose let's just create a hierarchy. Let's just get category and the subcategory as well. So we would be getting in each category how many orders were returned. Okay, let's just get category as well as subcategory. So now this is a visualization of a map, a symbol map, which makes use of the state data. Now here I have used the returned parameter. That means whichever these states are marked right now with a blue color, these are the ones from which the orders have been returned. There are a few states from where no orders have been returned, like wherever these pins are not available. In the rest of the states, at least one order has been returned. So what do I done? I have used this return value and the state value. Similarly, you can use the different values for generating different kinds of visualizations, right? Like suppose you want to find out the segment wise data of the orders that were returned. So we can just get the return value over here, or let's get the segment wise sales. So this is the segment wise sales. If I just get returned into the filters, so only the yes values must be there. Click on OK, and this tells us the total sales after the returns have been removed from them. If I just removed remove it. So you see the values have changed a little bit. Okay, to get a better view at it, let's just click on entire view. Make sure the labels are all on. So let's just use this option over here to get the labels. This is the amount without the returned values. However, if I apply the return into the filters, that only those were returned. So this is the amount of the total sales, segment by sales, that was returned. If you want to just like this find out the subcategory by sales that was returned, the amount, you can just get it over here, and this would give you the whole amount out of it. If you just want a total value, you can just change it into a table, and that would give you a total amount as well. So what you can do is just take a look at the sum of sales, which is $180,000 and $180,504. That is the total amount that was returned, total amount of the orders that was returned. So this is how you can use multiple tables in Tableau to get the data out of it, right? Now suppose you want to get a value of the totals in this particular table, then what you can do is go to this analysis part. Here we have this totals option, and you can just go to the column grand totals. Okay, so this is the grand total, that is the value, the total value of the objects that were returned. If you don't want this sales amount, you suppose want the count of the order ID, that is how many were returned. Okay, let's just remove this sales, or let's just do both. Okay, get this into the text part. So this is getting messy. Right click over here, go to measure and go to count. So this is giving me the sales value as well as how many were returned. Okay, or what we can do is get them into the columns just like this and convert it into a table so as to get a different columns over here, right? That is the total of 100. Okay, so again the totals column is not being shown. Let's just go to columns grand total. Total of 800 items were returned, and this was the sales amount. That is a clear-cut distinction between the two. You can just go with the entire view for a better view at both of these things. Okay, now just like this, you can use multiple fields from the orders table to get the data of the return table to be depicted in a more good fashion. So that's all for this video, and thanks for watching the video in which we learned how can we combine the two different tables in Tableau and how can we use the common characteristics of the tables to depict the data of from one table to another. So that's all for this video, and thanks for watching. In this video we are going to talk about the creation of the reference lines in the different charts. So for this purpose we are going to take the simplest chart that Tableau provides us or supports, and that is known as the bar chart. Why I'm using it? Because it's really simple to understand the working of the reference lines on the bar chart. Once you've understood that, you can add reference lines on all the supported chart types like the area chart or the column chart or any other chart. But if you want to create a reference line on a pie chart or let's say a word map, that's not possible. So you have to first search for the charts that support the reference lines and then add them. Now you must be thinking, what are reference lines? So instead of telling you, I'm just going to show you with the help of an example, right? So this is my Tableau screen. What I'm going to do is I am going to get some of the information, like I'm going to get the category of the products, I'm going to get the subcategory of the products, and then I'm going to get the sales value in the rows, right? So this kind of a chart would be created. Let's get it to entire view. This is a chart that has been created, right? It is a very simple chart. Now why I have used two panes? It's because I want to show you something about the reference lines. The first thing is that the reference lines act as a point of reference through which we can compare the values of a chart. Like you must have seen in some charts there is a line that is drawn on the average value, right? And we can compare all the individual values with that average values. Like suppose here if we draw a reference line on the average value, then what do we get is whether this bookcases subcategory is giving me sales better than the average or worse than the average. Similarly for chairs, and similarly for every other individual subcategory, right? So this is what our goal of creating reference lines is. Since reference lines are used for the comparison purposes, for the volumetric or the numeric purposes, so it is important that these reference lines must only be created in the sales parameter over here in this particular chart. In the general sense, these reference lines must be created on any of the continuous values. It may be sales, it may be profit, it may be discount, it may be quantity. Anything that's numeric or continuous in nature can be used to create a reference line. Okay, so let's see how do we create the reference lines. This is the sales parameter, that's the continuous parameter. You got to select it, right click, and there is this option to add a reference line, right? If we just swap these values, so here now we have category and subcategory over here. If we just select them, right click, there is no option to add a reference line, right? And here also in the sales, if we just right click, there is an option to add a reference line. So whether it is a column chart or a bar chart, you can create a reference line. We are going to swap these values because this way you would be able to understand it in a much better fashion. So right click, add a reference line. Now these are the options that we are getting. We are going to look at all of them because all of them are really important, right? The first thing is the scope. So we have two options, actually three options present over here: the entire table, the per pair, and the per cell. First of all, let's go with the entire table option. As soon as I clicked on entire table, you see that the average value is present over here. Like we are able to see that what is the average of the sales of all the subcategories combined and all the categories combined. With this average value, we can compare them. Like bookcases is giving me lower than the average sales, chairs is giving me more than the average sales, furnishings is giving me lower, and tables is giving me higher. That means in the furniture category, there are two subcategories that are performing better than the average and two that are performing lower than the average. But remember this thing, this average is all the average, or the average of all the subcategories combined. It is not the individual average of any of the subcategories, right? So in this case, what can I do is, if I want for the individual subcategories, I can select the per pane option. So you can see the average of the furniture is this. The value has changed. In case you want to see the value, you can just click this value in the labels option. So this is the value for the furniture, this is the value for the office supplies, and this is the values for the technology subcategory. That means only one subcategory, that is phones, is giving me higher than the average sales. In the case of the office supplies, we have three such subcategories, and in the case of furniture, we have two such subcategories. But if we select entire table, then the scenario changes. In the case of technology, the most, it is giving all four subcategories as better than the average, but that's the total sales average, right? So this is the difference between the entire table and the per pane option. Then we have the per cell option, which just combines or basically tells us about the individuals, which is not very good of usage in this particular scenario. Like it is giving us just the individual values, right? So let's just go with entire table, and here you can see the value you can select, which is sum of sales, created by default. If you want it on the basis of something else, so you can create a new parameter over here. Suppose I want it on the basis of a particular value, right? So I can just name it as value line. Okay, any name that you want you can give, and whatever value you want. Let's just go with a bunch of zeros here. Oh, it's not too much. This one looks good. And let's keep all the values as it is and click on OK. So whatever values we have specified, at that particular value a line would be drawn. Like you want to compare it with the last year sales or last quarter sales, then you can do that. Like you can add a new value that tells you exactly what was the sales in the last quarter or in the last year or in the last month, whatever parameter you want, and then you can compare the sales with that particular parameter by manually adding the values, right? Furthermore, suppose you don't want a value line, you can just create it on the basis of the sum of sales. So once you create on the sum of sales basis, then there are different parameters that you can do. like you can create on the basis of total. So this is the total sales that has been generated by all these subcategories and the categories combined, and this is the chart that shows both of them. That's why all these things are looking very small in front of it. Then we are getting sum, which is again the same thing, same value, but just the total different names. Then we have constant. So by default it's taken as 3024. The value is given over here. If you want a constant value, just like the one we created with a value line, we can create another constant value. Let's just go with a 50,000 amount. So you can see the value is taken as 50,000 over here. You want any particular value, you can just simply write the value using the constant parameter. Then we have minimum, which goes at 3024. That's the minimum amount of sales that we are getting for the fasteners subcategory in the office supplies category. So this is the minimum, it's pointing to the minimum value. Next we want the maximum. So this is the maximum sales that we are getting in the chairs subcategory, which is part of a furniture category. And then we have average, which we have been working upon lately. And last but not the least, we have the median, which gives us the median values to compare with, right? So this is the value parameter. Next we have is the label parameter. Right now you can see the value, whatever the value is, it's been written over here. If you select on computation, so it would tell you that what computation you are using from here, right? Like if you select average, so it won't give you the value of the average, but that what computation you're being used here is being used, right? Next we have is a custom. So if you want to create a custom label, you can create it as well. You can combine different things, like I want computation to be written, then I want a hyphen sign, and then I want the value to be written. So let's just go with the value as well. Okay, so you can see average dash and the value of the average. So this is better looking label according to me, that's why I'm going with this. You can customize it the way you want. Okay, then we have is a tooltip. If you want a tooltip, that's okay, otherwise you can just click on none. If you want to create a custom tooltip, then also you can customize according to your wish. So I want you to customize this particular tooltip on your own, just like we did with this label thing, and see if it is working with for you or not, right? So that's all for this video, in which we learned about the reference lines. But just like the reference lines, we have multiple other things that are present in the charts for the purpose of comparison or for the purpose of marking on a chart a particular value. If you just want to mark on the chart, there are different things that are available, which includes the reference bands, the boxes, the distribution points, etc. We will be looking at all of them in the next video. So that's it for this video, and thanks for watching. Also we would be looking at these different formatting options, that how can we format the look of this reference line. Suppose you don't want it in the plain solid black format that it is looking right now, and you want to format it in a particular way for yourself, then how can you do that? All of this would be covered in the upcoming video. That's all for this video, and thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to talk about the reference lines in Tableau. So we have actually started the discussion on the particular topic in the previous video itself. In this video, we are just going to continue our discussion. So we have seen how to create reference lines, right? Today we will see, or basically in this particular video, we will see how to manipulate it and how to work with other options like the bands or the distribution points. So first of all, let's just work with lines only. Like here we have the line only option, but there are two options available as well: line and confidence interval, and confidence interval only. So we will take a look at them after we have seen this band option. Okay, right now we are going to look at formatting. So these are the formatting options that are available. From here you can select the color of the line, the distribution or the type of the line, and the width of the line, right? Like suppose we select a dotted line, we want a dashed line, we can just select a solid line, the width of this particular line, and its particular color. Just like this, you can just select anything that you want. Okay, then there is a fill above or the fill none option. If you want to fill above the average line, you can just select. So this chart would be filled above the average line, showing that which categories are above average. If you want to fill below with let's say another color, let's say green color, then this is how it is filled, and this is how it is looking. Okay, so this is for a reference line. That means the main point is the creation of the reference lines, and the data or the area below it and above it have been selected, right? Let's just click it to none and bring it back to normal. Next we have is a band. So what is a band? A band is just basically like a line, but it is just two lines that can be used simultaneously to depict some data. Like you can see, by default this band is created that shows from minimum to the maximum all the values. Some space on the upper side and some space on the lower side is being left out, and all the area of the chart between these 2 points is colored in gray color, right? So this is what we have for the band. Suppose we just can see here that this kind of a band is created by default with Tableau. Now how can we just work with it, right? So as you can see, it is very similar looking to the line pane that we got in this option for the line creation. The only difference is that we are getting two values, the band from and band to values. So if we talk about the band from values, as you can see, it currently shows minimum, but it would ultimately point out to the lower end of the band. And this band 2 will point out to the upper end of the band. Then you can select if you want a line on the lower and the upper ends. So this kind of a line would be created for you to easily identify the lower and the upper ends, and what color you want to fill it with. So this is the color. In case you want to change it, suppose I want from average to minimum. So let's just select average to minimum. This is the area that has been selected. Suppose I want from average to maximum, then also the area I can select. Now you must be wondering that I have selected average in band 2 and in maximum I have selected band from. So it doesn't matter what the values you have selected. The only thing that matters is you need to provide two values that are not conflicting with one another so as to create a band. Suppose, what are the conflicting values? Let's say we have selected maximum over here. Let's again just select maximum. So these are the conflicting values, like only maximum is the single value is there, that is the maximum. So instead of just extending the area, these two have been collapsed into one another, giving us just the line kind of a format. So if you want to create lines with the help of this band, this is how you can do that. Otherwise you can just select anything that you want from maximum till the total, like what is the difference between the two. For this you can just get the values options between the labels so as to get it here, like this is a maximum value and this is the total values. Then we can also get a tooltip. You want to create a custom tooltip. Suppose let's just say add the computation and add the value, so hyphen value. Similarly in the tooltip, let's just create a custom tooltip with a computation hyphen value, right? So now what happens is if we just hover over it, we would be getting a tooltip. Okay, so this is how the bands are created. You can just work with them, manipulate them. This is the entire table band. If we just select the per pane band, so the similar band for individual panes would be created, right? Next we have is the distribution point. So what are these distribution points? These three have the same scope: per pane, entire table, and the per cell. So let's just go with the entire table. As you can see, its values are a little bit different. In the computation, we have a value that provides that what percentages we want. Suppose right now what we have selected is what percentage we want and what is the criteria. So for the criteria we have two things: the parameter and what value you want to add on the parameter. Suppose I want out of the total sales, I want all the things from 10 to 50% to be highlighted, right? So if I just do that, so this is the 10% of the total. You can see chairs and phones are the only subcategories which are in the 10% of the total amount of sales. So this is the kind of options that we get through distribution. Not only this, we have multiple options that are available for us to work with the distributions, like you can see percentiles. So right now 95 is the default value. You can just select any value, so it would mark that what is the 80 percentile option. You can just get a line here. What is the 80 percentile option and how many categories or the subcategories are just above that 80 percentile. We are getting storage, phones and chairs above the 80 percentile, and tables almost touching the 80 percentiles, right? Then if you just select the 90 percentile, 2 categories are above that, and just like this you can just select any one of them, or basically any values. If you want to add more values, like you want to compare with the 50 percentile, so let's just add 50 over here and press enter, so it would give you the 50 percentile. Then we have the quantiles that tell us the number of the parts in which the data could be distributed. Like this is the lower quartile, this is the median value, and this is the upper quartile. The values we are getting above the upper quartile, the values we are getting below the lower quartile, and the median values are the point of the concern over here. So by default there are 4 quartiles. If you want 3 quartiles, that means only the lower tertile and the upper tertile would be shown. That means this whole sales value is distributed into 3 parts. This is the first part, right? That is above the upper tertile. Then this is the part that has been highlighted, and the part below the lower tertile. Okay. If you just select 4, so it would be distributed into 4 parts: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just like this, you can select the number of tiles in which the data is distributed. If you just select 10, so you would get 10 distributions, or 10 bifurcations, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So this is how the things look. This is how the distribution is created. That is why we call it distribution points. Last but not the least, we have standard deviation. So it tells you about the deviation of the data, that what is the distribution points in the data. On the basis of these different distribution points, we can just select them and use them. Like right now we are getting -1 to 1. That means all the distributions we are getting. Next we have is the labels, which is same. You can just select what you want to show. Tooltip is same. You can select what you want to show. Then we have is the line and the fill option. So you can just select the fill colors over here. Let's just go with it. Suppose let's just go with the quantiles. We have 4 quartiles right now. If we just select fill above and fill below, both these things, then we can just select this kind of an option. So these 4 quartiles are now color coded, like red, orange, yellow, and green. You can just color code them just for the purpose of the presentation, so that it looks more presentable to you, right? And this is how you can just work with these distribution points in these charts. Next we have is the box plot. So box plot, we are not going to use this to create a box plot, because we can create box plot as an individual chart in Tableau, and that would be more effective. So we would be using just that only to create a box plot. It is just for the purpose, it is just present over here. So you can just use these different options, but I don't recommend using it. What you can do is use the lines, the bands, and the distributions. So that's all for this video, in which we learned about how we can add reference lines, the reference bands, or the reference boxes in Tableau. That's all for this video, and thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to see the creation of donut chart in Tableau. The donut chart is very similar in look with a pie chart, and its functionality is also similar to a pie chart. But the thing is that pie chart is supported by Tableau, while the donut chart is not. So we are going to see that how can we create a donut chart from a pie chart in Tableau, right? So first of all, let me just show you the creation of a pie chart and for what purpose it is used. So let's just create a new sheet and name it as a pie chart. Okay. So if you just go to this tab, here is the option of a pie chart. The minimum requirements is 1 or more dimensions and 1 or 2 measures, right? So let's just get the category wise sales. So it's category and sales. Let's just control click both of them and select the pie chart from here, right? So it would be created. Let's just get the category and the sales value. Sorry, just a second. Let's just clear the sheet, get the category here, and get the sales into here, and just now change it into a pie chart, right? Now we can just select the entire view. So this is what we are getting, the category wise sales. Let's just get the labels, the sales value into the labels as well, and we are again going to get the sales value into the labels, but this time what I'm going to do is just go to the percentage of total. So this shows me the total percentage by each category. So furniture 32%, office supplies 31%, and the remaining 36.3% by the technology category. Okay, this is a pie chart. Let's just create a donut chart out of those same parameters. So the steps are going to be little bit complex because it is not a basic chart type supported by Tableau. So I request you to please pay attention. First of all, what we're going to do is in this rows column, I'm just going to double click and I'm going to create two parameters with just min 1 value. Okay, just like this, I'm just going to create another min 1 like this. Okay, then I'm just going to go to dual axis to just combine them together. Now this measure names kind of a parameter would be there, which we can just hide over here and just select the entire view. Now what we are getting is this kind of a circle and these three panes, the all pane, the min 1 and the min 2 pane. Go to the upper min pane and instead of automatic, let's just select a pie. Now we need to provide two things, the category and the sales values, just like we did in the previous one. So let's just get the category into the colors portion. Go to the size and increase the size a little bit more, just like this. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is just get this second one, go to the color and edit its color to, let's say, white. Okay, we can click on OK. So this is how our donut chart is created. This is a donut chart, right? As you can see, it's just similar to a pie chart but with a hole in the between, so that makes it a donut chart. What is the size that you want? You can just control it using this size parameter like this. Okay, now this is not on the basis of anything, right? Like it is just the category. You want it on the basis of sales. So what we are going to do is just drag the sales and drop it into the angles part. So you can see now we are getting the sales value over here. Let's just get the labels here, and what we are going to do is in this we are going to select the percent of total like this, and what I'm going to do is just work with it, right? So this is how it's being shown. In the tooltip, I'm just going to remove this min 1 so that no one knows about our little trick. Click on OK. So this is how it's been shown to us. This is how we create a donut chart in Tableau even when it is not supported. Now we just colored this circle as white, but if you provide a color to your sheet as a whole, then you can create it like that as well, so that it matches with the background. This is how the donut chart is created. Now let's just create another chart, and that is a multiple shapes chart. Multiple shapes chart. So what we are going to do in this is we are going to combine two charts together. Okay, the two charts would be showing similar data or the same information they would be conveying, but they would be like a combination of different shapes, and with the combination of different shapes we can use these charts to depict the data in a more visually appealing fashion. So the thing that we are going to create basically is a lollipop chart. That means there would be a circle on the top and a stick that goes from the circle all the way to the axis. That means there would be two shapes that would be used, a line or basically a bar, and a circle or a bubble, right? Let's see how we do that. First of all, what we need to do is select our parameters. So let's just get subcategory and sales. Okay, so this is how the bars are created. Let's just get the entire view. Okay, now what we're going to do is we are going to create different shapes in this chart only, right? So what we're going to do is let's just get sales again and bring it into the rows. These are the two charts that have been created. You can see sales and sales 2. Now this top one, instead of automatic, let's just select circle. These are the circles that we are getting now. In this bottom one, what I'm going to do is just decrease the size a little bit, so that instead of the bars, they resemble the shape of the sticks for the lollipops, right? Then what we're going to do is right click on dual axis. Actually, now you can see the things, the bars have been removed, only the circles are being shown, right? So what we do is go to this pane, this bottom pane, that is sum sales 2. Instead of automatic, let's just select bar. So the bars would be created just like this, and this is how a lollipop chart looks. In case you want to change its colors, you can do that as well. Let's just go with the black color for the bars, and for the bubbles, let's just go with an orange. In case you want to change its position, you can just drag and drop them, or just swap the values over here. Okay, you can just bring them in the front or in the back by swapping the values just like this, right? So yeah, now it is looking good, that it is kind of a lollipop chart. Just like this, you can combine different shapes. Like suppose instead of a circle, let's just go into the shapes pane, and here we would be having different shapes like this. Okay, so just like this, you can create it as a combination of different shapes, different like these are the arrows that have been created. If you just go on to increase the size a little bit, these are the arrows that have been created. So just like this, you can create a combination of different shapes, maximum 2 shapes for yourself, to create charts just like this. Suppose you are creating you have a data set of the Olympics, and you want to show some data about the archers. Then these kind of arrows would be much more visually appealing to depict the information than just simple lines, right? So this depends upon the data set that you are using and your creativity of how you can combine the different shapes to create the chart that is best suited for your reports as a whole. So I hope you all understood these basics. And let's just throw in one other thing. Suppose we want to add a hierarchy. Let's just add the category as well, category and subcategory. So you can see we can add hierarchies as well. There would be no change, and just like a normal chart, we can work with this chart. We can do anything that we can do in a normal bar chart, we can do in this chart as well, right? So there is no difference. We can, if you want to add a reference line, we can do that as well. Let's just see to add a reference line. I want to add a reference line entire table. Okay, so you can see the reference line is being added. Okay, just like this, it's been added. So you can just go with it, or you can just remove it, whatever you want. You can just remove it. In order to remove a reference line, you just create click on it, and then there is this option to remove it. So you can just remove this reference line as this. So that's all for this video, in which we learned about the creation of the donut chart and the multiple shapes chart in Tableau. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to see that how can we create animation in charts in Tableau. The animations that we will be creating would be based upon the time or the date parameters, because that is the minimum requirement for the creation of the animations, that at least one parameter has to be the date or the time parameters, right? So let's just dive into it. This is the order date. On the basis of this, we would be creating animation. Let's just drag it into the columns option, and let's just get the sales into the rows. Okay, so I just don't want this, I want a bar chart. First we would be creating the animation based upon the bar chart. Okay, so these kind of bars are generated. Let's just get the years and the quarters into it, so that we have the quarter wise data. Now in order to create the animation, we are going to use this pages pane. We have not used it up till now, and in the introductory video I told you that we would be using it later on. So this is when this pages pane comes into use while animating the charts, right? So what do we need to do is we need to drag the same date parameter that we have used over here into this pages pane, right? Let's just say we have this order date. let's just drag it into the pages pane, right? Now what happens is, you can see, let's just change it into quarter. Okay, so when we select quarter, actually the thing that you require is that whatever the option are being shown over here must be the same ones that are selected. Okay, so let's just remove year. If we are going with the quarter wise date, let's just remove the year, let's just go with the quarter, so the quarter are same. Okay, now what we do, once we do that, here you see this pane is being shown over here, and if you just select these, if you just use these arrows, okay, so you can see the different quarters are being shown to you. Okay, just like this. Again, if you just click on the back arrow, so it would go on to the different quarters showing its data. These three are the speed controls for the slow, medium and the fast speeds. Let's just check them. Right now it is on the fast speed, right? So here we can see how these things are working. This is a kind of an animation, but the thing is that we have to control it manually. What happens, what if we could do it automatically? How can we do that, right? So for this, what we have is this drop down. Let's just go into this drop down and use this loop playback option. Make sure this loop playback is checked. If it is not checked, make sure you do that by just clicking on it. Then again, if you just click on this arrow option, there is this loop playback going on. Like, this playbacking is just occurring on the base of the loop, just like this. You can control the speed. This is the slowest speed. Once you just change the speed, you have to just tell it again that okay, you need to change your position. You need to restart your position, just like this. It's too slow. Let's just go with the medium speed. So this is a medium speed, which is actually acceptable. Okay, next we have this show history option. Now what is the purpose of this show history option, right? Let's see that we are getting 4 lines or 4 bars right now, but the thing is that when one is shown, all the others are not shown. Like, if we just go to quarter 4 and stop it, so we have no idea about the values of quarter 3, quarter 2 and quarter 1. In that case, if we want the values, we can just check on the show history option and perform some changes. Like, we can just select all, so these would be shown in a shaded in a faded fashion. If you don't want this fade, you can just remove this fade. You want a particular color, like let's say let's just highlight it with an orange color. The current one would be highlighted with a blue color and all the remainings with an orange color. Or you can just turn on the fade for the orange colors, and just like this. Now if you just play it, so what will happen is, whatever the value is being currently generated, you would also get the idea of the previous value. Suppose you want labels, let's just get the labels into it. So now if you just run it, the labels of the current value would be shown and not of the faded values. This is how the animations are created and the animations work. Now I told you in the beginning that, let's just stop it for a second, that whatever is in the columns format must also be in the pages format. Now let's see what happens if we don't do that. Let's just get the months into here into the columns format, and in the pages we only have a quarter. Let's just play it. So what happens is, these all quarters are being generated in a bundle together, right? Although we are getting the data about months to be shown, but the filter is on the basis of the quarter. That's why the data is shown in bundles. If you don't want these bundles to occur, what you can do is just go onto this drop down and select month from here to get the individual months data, like this. Okay, here you can see the different months are being generated with the different shades for each and every month, like this. Okay, you can just fasten its speed so as to get it quickly, because there are too many things over here. Now what happens if the other way around? Like, if I just remove this quarter, and let's just remove this fading as well. So here we have quarter, right? So now we have quarter in the columns pane, while the month in the pages pane. So the month here controls the animation, while quarter controls what we see. If we just change our animation, so this is how it is looking, which is not at all correct. Like, let's just see it in slow motion or in medium speed for a better understanding of how it is going on. So this is how the things are going on, which is not at all what we want, right? It is not a very good animation. So that is why it is required that these two things, the columns and the pages, must be same. Like if we just go with year, so we have to get the year in here as well. Let's just get the order date, and the year would be automatically selected. Now if we just control the animation or add the animation, this is how it would work. And you can see whatever year we are getting, or whatever the parameter we have changed or used, it would be shown over here as well. To stop the animation, you can just use the square symbol. To start it in the forward direction and in the backward direction, these symbols are used. So this is a simple animation in a bar chart. Let's just create the animation in a line chart, right? So let's just get the category and the sales. Okay, just change its type to a line chart like this. Select it to the entire view. Sorry, not the category, we have to get the order date, right? Like this. Now if we just get the order date back into the pages column, we can just start creating the animations by firstly enabling this loop playback, then showing the history. So let's just select all and uncheck this faded option. If we just play this animation, this is how it is looking. Only the dots are appearing and not the lines. So how do we get these lines to appear? So what happens is, although we see the line chart in the animation, actually the line chart is not used for the creation of this animation. A different kind of a chart is used. So how do we do that? We can go to this line. Here instead of line, we have to select the circle. Okay, we can just decrease the size of these circles a little bit according to our choice. Then go to show history and select this trails option. Now if we just play our animation, this is how it is looking, which is showing us the lines or the line chart animation, right? If we just go with both, then what do we get is, if we just play it, so this is how it is looking. This is the animation of a line chart that we have created. Again, these similar things are happening over here as well. Like if we just change it into the quarter format and play it, so the things would get a little bit messed up. We have to remove this year and change it back to a quarter for a better understanding, right? Again, if we just change it to, let's say, month, then the things would look a bit messed up, because this is how it would go, which is not a very good looking animation, although it's understandable, but it's again not very good looking animation, right? So here we can just go with the month wise information. Let's just go with the fast speed. So this is how the lines are looking. Now what you can control is the color of the line. If you want the previous options to be faded, right, so you can just go to show history and select fade. So the previous marks would be faded, not the trails, just the marks would be faded, to tell you about the different scenarios. Let's just grab the green color, and now if we just play it for one final time, this is how the things are looking. So that's all for this video, in which we learned about all about how to create animations, and thanks for watching. In this video we are going to talk about a new topic in Tableau, and this topic is known as the conditional formatting. So first of all, let me just get my orders table into this equation. So this is my data source, that is the orders table, and this is my worksheet which is named as sheet 1. Let me rename it as conditional formatting, right? So let's see how do we do that, and basically what it stands for. Okay, so suppose I have like some data, that is the let me just get the sales. Okay, so suppose I have the sales in a subcategory wise fashion. Okay, so let me just drag the subcategory here, or we can just double click on the subcategory to get it. Then we can double click on the sales part and perform it like this. Okay, So these are some of the subcategories and some of the and the sales that we are getting in these subcategories, right? Now suppose I want to apply a filter, that is I want like top 10 subcategories only. So what can I do is I can just apply that kind of a filter that I want top 10 subcategories to be shown. How do we apply this filter? We have already seen. We can also create a parameter out of this, but let's just see. We can just drag the subcategory into this, go to the top option, go to by field. We want the top 10. So if we just click on apply, you see only 10 of them are visible with a total value of only top 10 are visible. Okay. If you want to get the total, you can also go to this total sign and make sure that the column grand totals is available. So this item shows the total amount that we are getting. If we remove the subcategory, then that total changes. Okay. So this is how we can create something. But how can we do this with the help of conditional formatting, and what is the advantage of conditional formatting? This is what we are going to explore in this video. Okay, so for conditional formatting, what we need to do is firstly we need to create a calculated field. We have already discussed about the calculated field in the previous videos. So what I'm going to create is a calculated field names as index. So this is going to use a function called index. Let's just search for that function. So this is the index function that returns the index of the current row. So if we just use this function, remove the sales part and click on OK. So what happens is this index kind of a thing is created. If we just double click on it, then we are getting this index like this, but there are a lot of things that we are getting over here, so we won't be doing all this stuff. What we are going to do is perform a simple thing, that is right click over here. There is this option of convert to discrete. So if we just go to convert to discrete, so this index is converted into a discrete value. Now if we just apply this index over here, now we are getting, let me just rearrange this. Now we are getting a simple index bill over here and nothing else. So it's a lot more cleaner and a lot more easier to understand. Now what is this index? This index is giving me the numbering, that is what is the sales provided by each of these subcategories, right? This is what it is giving me. However, these sales are all randomly organized. They are not organized into any kind of format. If I want, I can go to the subcategory fashion and arrange it in a particular format, right? Now what happens is the subcategory is arranged in the ascending order, the descending order. That means the phones giving us the highest sales is on the top part, right? We have got the index assigned to it. Phones is assigned the first index, yours is assigned the second index, etc. Now what do we do is we know that if we want to find out the top 5 subcategories that are giving us the most number of sales, if we want some that kind of a stuff, so what we can do is we can just go to the subcategory option, go to top, select by field, and here type 5, click on apply, click on OK. All these things we can do. So what will happen is we would be getting these top 5 subcategories like this in a grand total wise fashion, and the grand total would also be there, but all the remaining values, that is the remaining 12 values, are hidden from us. Suppose we don't want that. We want the top 5 subcategories to be there, but we also want all the subcategories to be shown. So how can we work with it? If you want to work in this kind of a scenario, then we need something that is known as the conditional formatting. So let's see how conditional formatting is gonna work. We are going to create another calculated field. So let's click on create calculated field and let's just name it as top 5. Okay, so we are going to create a top 5 for it. Now what is it gonna be? That the index field, whatever the index field is, it should be less than equal to 5, right? Now all these things are arranged in the descending order, so whenever the index is less than or equal to 5, we would be getting this information about that. That means the top 5 subcategories, right? We can click on apply, we can click on OK. Now this top 5, as you can see, its data type is TF, that is a true false value. If we just apply it into the colors part, then what happens is these top 5 values are highlighted in the orange color, and we get also a legend that tells us that this orange color represents true and this blue color represents false. Now true means that whichever values just match the condition that we gave. Whatever values just match those conditions, those are in the orange color and the rest are in the blue colors. So we are not getting not only getting all the values, but also we are getting that which values fall right under the criteria, right? If you don't want to see these false value, what you can do is select this and click on this exclude option. So yeah, that option would be excluded from here, and that's just a filter applied. Okay, but if you don't want that, you can just go with this normal option. If you want to change the colors, you can go to this edit colors option. Suppose for the true part we want a color like brown, and for a false part I want a color like yellow or golden. Click on apply, click on OK. So this kind of a color is created. You want to change other things about it, you can change it. That's totally your choice. You can just go to this text part and you can change multiple things about this, like the alignment and all. Okay, so this is how you work with conditional formatting, right? Now this color is not very good, so let me just go back to these colors which are much more visible to the eye. This is for the top conditional formatting. Next we have is for the bottom conditional formatting. Like we are using the top 5. If you want to show the bottom 5 sales, then how do we do that? So firstly we need to create a calculated field. This time it's going to be, just as we created index, we have to create something as last. So luckily we have a function called as last that helps us to get the row index from the last position. Okay, so we would be using just this last function firstly to get this last index. Click on OK. This last is created. Again we need to convert it to discrete so as to get a simple calculation for this, and drag it over here. So this is giving us the index from the last value of the row, that is starting from 0 all the way to 16. Now we want the bottom 5 values. So what we can do is, on this last we create a new calculated field, and that's going to be bottom 5. Now it's not mandatory that you always go for bottom 5. You can go for any number like bottom 10, bottom 12, whatever you want to go for, you can just go for it. Just the difference is you have to apply the formula over here. Okay, that means I'm going for bottom 5, so I have to apply less than equal to 4. Click on OK. Now this is the bottom 5. If I just apply it on the colors part, now what happens is these bottom 5 things are highlighted. That means these are the subcategories that are giving me the least sales, right? Now again we can just hide them if you want. If you don't want to hide them, that's totally fine. That is totally up to you. Okay, what do you want to show to the viewers? One more thing, you might not want this last index or this index part to be shown. So how can you hide this? Whatever column you want to hide, you can just click over here and make sure that this show header is unchecked. So for this last, it's blown off, the column's gone. Same thing you want to do for index, you can go with it and click on this show header column, make sure it's gone. So we would be getting the bottom 5 categories. You want to apply a filter, let's click on exclude. So these are the bottom 5 categories, or the categories which are giving us the least sales, the 5 subcategories. Okay, so this is what we are getting. That's how you can apply conditional formatting. This is all for this video. We will see more about it in the next one. Everyone, welcome back to the Tableau tutorials. These tutorials are going to discuss about the conditional formatting. Okay, so if you remember, in the previous video we discussed about the conditional formatting, in which we applied a filter that provided us either the top 5 or the bottom 5. Okay, now in this video we are going to combine these two options and try to provide you the formula of both of them working together, that is the top 5 as well as bottom 5 in the same way. Okay, or in the same table they are going to be highlighted, because right now if we just try to work with it, either we can just drag this bottom 5 into the colors option, so that's visible, or we can just drag this top 5 filter into the color section, so that would be visible. We are not able to work with it, work with both of them simultaneously. So what we need to do is create a new calculated field, right? Just right click over here, go to create a calculated field, and let's just rename it as top or bottom 5. Okay, Now, what is the condition required for this top or bottom 5? The condition that is required is the combination of those two. That is, the index must be less than equal to 5 and the last must be also less than equal to 4. So first of all, we are going to work with this index part, that should be less than equal to 5. Or, so or is basically used to combine two conditions or more, right? So I'm going to provide two conditions. One is going to be referring to the index part, the next is going to be referring to the last part, okay, like this. Now this conditions, if we just apply, click on OK, what happens is, if we just drag it into the colors part, now these conditions are applied. That means if we just talk about this true value, that is referring to this orange color, we are getting not only the top 5 values, we are also getting the bottom 5 values that are being highlighted in the orange color. The rest values, that is those that are neither in the top 5 category nor the bottom 5 category, they are highlighted in the blue color. If we just want to hide them, we can just click on exclude, and this is the data that we are getting over here, okay, top 5 or bottom 5. That's the filter that's been applied. Again, we have different ways through which we can apply these conditions, or we can just edit this calculated field that we have generated. Just like or, we have this and option. So and requires some data in a similar way of the or condition, but basically what the or condition requires is that either of the values, if the value is true, either of the values is true, then or returns true. In and, both of the values needs to be true so that it returns true, okay. So that is a condition that is required. So if we just click on OK in this top 5 or bottom 5, then you see nothing is highlighted because there is no such subcategory that is available that is in the top 5 and the bottom 5 as well. So this is the kind of a problem with the conditions. So it is always required that you go with not only just the correct condition but the correct formula as well. So top 5 or bottom 5, like this, you can just go for it. If you want to learn more about these functions, you can just go to these functions over here, and that's a logical disjunction operation performed by or. And if we just search for this particular function, that's and, so it performs a logical conjunction onto expressions. That's kind of difficult to understand. So in the similar way, you can understand that and requires both the conditions to be true or all the conditions to be true to give the true result. So if you just click on apply, you see already these things are highlighted, and click on OK. Now this is something we have applied over the table. Now there are various ways through which we can apply. Suppose we want to apply this conditional formatting. Let me just rename this sheet as conditional formatting on a visualization. I want to create a visualization on which I want to apply conditional formatting. Suppose I get this subcategory, I get the sales, okay. So I don't want the sales here, I want the sales like this, okay. Now all these things are created, the index is created, the last value, everything is created for me, right? I can grab the index over here. Over here, actually, make sure it's not visible because I don't want to show this. So I have to just turn its header off. I want the top 5 values. I can get into the colors part. So these top 5 subcategories are highlighted. I want the bottom 5 values. So if I just drag this bottom 5 right now, then you see, although we have not got the last index, still the last value is not there, still it's working fine, okay. So that's pretty good actually, it's working, it's highlighting the things for us. So that's the top 5 category, that's the bottom 5 categories. If you just want to drag this bottom 5 values, so these are also working for you, okay. So this is the bar chart. Suppose you want to work with maps, so that's going to be the conditional formatting on maps. How can we work on maps? We can get the data like the states data on the maps, right? So these this is the map actually. If we just get the sales into the colors part, so yeah, these are the sales. We want to get the top 5 over here. So we don't want this top 5 in the detail, we want the top 5 in the colors part, okay. So actually all are giving us the true, we can get test the index over here. So yeah, you can see that index is not working very good over here. What we can do is just double click on this, just remove this top 5, get the sales into the colors part, double click on the index. So yeah, that's applied. Double click on top 5. Now when we double click, what happens is Tableau tries to automatically determine that which place is best for this particular field. Now if you just drag this top 5 into the labels part, again we are getting all true options. That means it's not working good, because we are not getting a good index for all of this purpose, right? If we just get it to the latitude or the longitude values, then every place we are getting just index, that's 1. That's why it's not gonna work for the things like map. So we can just delete this sheet. If we have any kind of visualizations, like it could be any visualization, it's gonna work for it. If you want to cross check it for yourself, you can just go to this visualizations pane and try to work, right? We obviously need to make a few changes for each visualizations, so let's just take a look at that how are we gonna do it. First of all, make sure this is the correct visualization we have. We're gonna duplicate the sheet and change it into this visualization that is side by side bars. Okay, now for this, what we need to do is, this is the subcategory and the sales that we are getting, right? Let's just get the index along with the subcategory over here. So yeah, we are getting this, and then get the top 5 into the colors part. So these 5 are visible. You want the index to be hidden, you can just make sure that the show header is not selected and that particular value is there. You want to expand this chart a little bit, you can use the shortcut control and the arrows. So yeah, that's visible, but that's again the bars that we are talking about. You can create a tree map in this way actually, and work your way through it. You have this packed bubbles also that you can work through. You have all these charts that you can work through. Okay, so these things would be provided to you, all these visualizations would be provided like this. So that's how we can work with these different kinds of visualization. Of course, you need to make the changes, that you need to figure out that what changes are you gonna perform in which visualization, and that would work for you. So that's all for this video, in which we learned about the visualizations that we can perform on or the conditional formatting which we can perform on the different visualizations. Now that just not is for the top 5, you can drag this bottom 5 as well. So if you just drag this, the bottom 5 thing is also working. You want to work for all, the top and the bottom 5 both are working, right? Now let me just show you one more thing. If you just don't want bottom 5, you want suppose bottom 10. So let's just go with 10. What you need to do over here is just change the index, that's 9. Click on OK. Now when you apply this bottom 10 into the colors part, then what we are getting, the bottom 10 bars are highlighted like this. Okay, so that's all for this video on conditional formatting, and thanks for watching. In this video we are going to start discussing about the dashboards in Tableau. What is a dashboard, what is its usage, how can we create one, etc. So first of all, what is a dashboard? Dashboard is something that is used to represent the data to us through various forms of visualizations. It can give us the textual information, or it can give us the information in the form of visualizations. The visualizations so created in dashboard are also connected with one another. That means if I just select one data on a particular visualization, all the other visualizations would show the data according to that. So that is a dashboard. Whenever you are working with data visualization, or whenever you are supposed to work in Tableau, the important thing is that you should submit the dashboards as a report. Okay, so that is a dashboard. It combines different visualizations. That means it gives the perspective to take a look at the data through various formats, right? So let's see, how do we do that? How do we create a dashboard in Tableau? This is the dashboard icon. As you can see, the tooltip, new dashboard. You can just simply create on that, and a new dashboard would be in front of you. Otherwise, what you can do is, let me just delete this. You can go to this dashboard option. Here is this option to new dashboard. Okay, so first of all, in dashboard we have this preview, like the phone preview. So this is how the things would work like in your phone. And then we have the device preview. If you want, we can just go to this default preview as well, right? This is the device preview. In the case of the desktop, what model you want to select that: iPad Pro, medium desktop monitor, large desktop monitor, generic, whatever you want, you can just select, and you can just add that particular kind of a layout, right? So that's a desktop layout. This is a phone layout, this is the default layout, and this is the desktop layout. You can create as many layouts as you want. This is the size that we have. You want to change it, you can do that with a maximum size or a minimum size. Any of the ranges are there, you can go with it. Okay, so that's the maximum size I'm gonna go with. And this is a sheets icon, that is all these sheets that are present in this particular file are present over here. You want any of those sheets, you can just drag it, like the charts, you can drag it. Okay, and that sheet is visible. Now you can not only just drag one visualization or one sheet, you can drag as many as you want. Like I want the word map as well. So you see, this is how the space is being distributed in these 4 things. I have got the word map over here. I want the bubble chart. Let me get it over here. Okay, and using this you can just change the shape. If in case you decide that it is not looking good, you can just change the shape. Also you can determine that how much space they are gonna take, like this. Okay, then you want, let me just get the tree map here, increase it in size a little bit, and like this. Okay, maybe distribution is like this. Okay, now I also want a bump chart to be here. I can just get a bump chart here. This is the space distribution of the bump chart. You want the area chart, you can get it here. That's the area chart. Okay, so basically it's totally up to you. How are you gonna organize your visualizations? Now we have got multiple visualizations. If we just select this furniture category, let's select on keep only, then only furniture category is present over there, right? The things are not connected right now, but I will show you how to connect them all, visualizations, later on in the tutorials. Right now what you can see is that we have different visualizations, we have different cards, but that's too confusing, right? That which card is associated with it. Right now if I just select profit and I select go to profit, and just a second, I go to office supplies and select on keep only, then which chart is gonna change? Go to copier, select keep only. So this particular chart gets changed, right? If I go to central, keep only, so that bump chart has changed, right? So it totally depends that with which it is associated, that's gonna change. Let me just clear up the dashboard. Okay, now there is one thing that we are gonna talk about, and that is how to connect the different visualizations together. So right now I'm going to show you a really simple example on how to connect these things. Then we can just take it on through other things as well. Suppose we have this option of a web page. If we want, we can add a web page in the dashboard as well. Suppose we just drag this web page, so it asks us for the URL, that what URL are gonna add. So I can just simply type Google, right? So what is it gonna do is it is gonna generate the web page of Google. Now this is all the Google web page over here. You can search for anything that you want. I want to search for Tableau, so I can just search it and it would fetch me the results. Of course you need to be connected to the internet for this to work, and you can see that all these results have been fetched. So wouldn't it be interesting if this kind of a web page was associated with some of my visualizations, right? Like if you see, I have a word map. If I just drag it here, this is my word map. It has these different states in it. If I just click on any state, it should fetch me the Google results of that particular state, or any kind of like a Wikipedia page of that particular state should be loaded. This is what I want, right? So what can I do is I can get a web page, enter the URL as www.google.com/ there is this icon. What do you want to add? You can just specify that, like the full name or whatever you have, you can just add that. I'm just gonna skip it right now. Okay, so it's gonna load, take a few seconds. If I select California, that's what it should show me, but right now it's not showing me. I'm clicking on California, I'm clicking on keep only, but that's also not showing me. So what do I need to do is go to this dashboard, and here is this actions option. So what I need to do is I need to set up an action. Now what is this action? This helps us to create an action. That means whatever operation I perform, that would be searched over here. Let's just click on add action. So there are these different actions which we can perform. Right now I'm going to discuss with you the URL action. So you can provide it a name, and that's going to be Google state. On which dashboard? On dashboard 1. This is word map, already been taken because that's where we want to click, right? And what action you want to perform. So I want to select, that is whenever I select on any particular state, it should Google that. Okay, now you can provide the URL. So it's going to be www.google.com/. After this google.com, I want the name of the state. So what can I do is go here, and there is this state which is taken from this particular sheet. If I just uncheck this, then you see nothing is happening. Okay, so that needs to be checked, state. So that's it. We can just test this link, like this was an error that we cannot Google things like that. So what we can do is just go to Google and search for a state like California. So this is what we are getting, which is a really huge link. Of course, Google is going to encrypt the things that we cannot do. So what we can do is we can get the Wikipedia pages, because you can see in Wikipedia pages there is no encryption of the data. So we are going to copy this URL, and instead of this google.com, I'm just going to write this, and instead of California, this state is going to come. If I just test this link right now, so with a dummy state, that is Alabama, it's gonna test the thing, and you can see it's working completely fine. Let's click on OK. Click on OK. Now if I just click on California, you see Wikipedia page of California is loaded like this. Okay, you can just change the size of these things for a better understanding, right? You select on New York's Wikipedia page is there. You select on Texas, that Wikipedia page is there. So that is how you can just set up the actions in dashboard. And that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to discuss about the data science algorithms which we can write and basically use in Tableau. So I hope you all know that Tableau is a data visualization tool that helps us to create the different types of visualizations which we have done throughout the course of all these videos up till now. Okay, now the thing is that data science is not just only about visualizations. It is a big field which incorporates visualization as its part. So the basic concept in data visualization is that you get the data, you first need to work on it, clean it, then you need to create visualizations out of it to find out that what kind of data you have, and on the basis of those visualizations you try to find out some trends in data, and using those trends you try to predict the future or try to classify the data or anything that is required. Okay, so this is the whole process of data science. So for the visualization part, Tableau can be used, but it can also be used with a few simple tricks for a part, that is the prediction part or the creation of the machine learning models. Right, so how is it gonna be used for that? This is what we will be seeing from these video onwards. We would be covering a bunch of algorithms that are really simple. So even if you don't have any experience or any background of data science, then also it would be very easier for you to understand them. So let's start with this video. In this video, we are going to work with the Iris dataset, and it is actually a really famous dataset in the field of data science. Why is it so? Let us learn more about it by googling it. So we just go to Google and simply just write Iris dataset. We can go to its Wikipedia page to learn more about it. Here. So this Iris flower dataset is actually a dataset that was built in the year 1936, and the reason why is it so popular is because it is considered one of the best accumulated data sets. It has four things, or the four you can say data or parameters, that is the petal length, petal width, sepal length and sepal width, all in centimeters as written over here. And using those four criteria, the flowers or the samples or the data set is converted or is categorized into three categories, that is Iris sedosa, Iris virginica and Iris versicolor. So these are the images of all of these. You can just take a look at them. Total there are 150 records, 50 for each species, that is sedosa, virginica and versicolor. Okay. So this is the data set we would be using, and we would be trying to predict the data. As you can see, we can use the simple code of the languages like R and Python to work with it like this. But what we are going to do is we are not going to use any of the coding languages. We are going to simply use our Tableau to work with this data set. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to download our data set. So what we can do is we can just write Iris dataset CSV file. The first link you would be getting is of Kaggle. You can just go to Kaggle. For those of you who don't know about Kaggle, it is a website that is considered very good for the data science enthusiasts. You can just work on it. It's just like a really important website where you can post your code, where you can discuss about the solutions. You are given tasks that you can solve, and you would also be given an opportunity to get a large number of data sets. So this is a data set, as you can see, this whole data set, but it is also available for download. We can click on this download button and save it in this documents folder, since archive is also already there. So I'm just going to name it as Iris data set. Click on save. So it's been downloaded. Let's open it up. Now what we have is the CSV file. So let's just extract it to the specified folder. And this folder is going to be the same one actually, which we got. That is our documents folder, right? So this is the documents folder. I'm gonna click OK. This have been extracted. Let's close this and let's open up our folder. Here is the documents folder. Yeah. So this is the Iris that has been extracted, right? So we can open it up, and these are the records that we are getting. That is, let me just expand them all. The ID, sepal length in centimeter, sepal width in centimeter, petal length in centimeter, petal width in centimeter, and the species. If you just go down, so there are a total of 150 records by ID. The first one is the headings, so that doesn't count. Total of 150 records are there, right? 50 each. So this is our file. Let's go to Tableau and connect to the data. That is in the form of a Microsoft Excel file. So we can go to the documents. So here we don't have any Iris, right? Because if you remember, that was a CSV file. So there are two ways you can work with it. Either you can just go to all files, and here you would find this Iris. You can click on open, but this would throw an error because the Tableau public that I'm using, the CSV files are not supported with it. So you cannot directly import CSV files into Tableau public, right? So how would you work in this case? What you need to do is go to your Excel. Here, go to File, click on Save As, select the folder, the same folder I'm using. Make sure the name is same, or you can just give it like Iris Excel so that to differentiate between the two. And here just save it as an Excel workbook. Just change its type to Excel workbook. Click on Save, close it. Now if we just connect to data and select Microsoft Excel, then Iris Excel is present. We can click on Open, and that's it. Our data set has been loaded. So that's how you are going to work with, in the case of the CSV files, with Tableau Power, because it doesn't support so much connections as was supported by Tableau Desktop. In case you have Tableau Desktop with you, then of course you can use that Tableau Desktop and directly CSV files could be loaded. Now this is the data set. What I'm gonna do is, I don't need this ID column because it's just the numbering, so I'm just gonna hide it. I have these 5 columns that I'm gonna work with. So let's go to sheet 1, and this sheet 1 is going to be the actual data. Now what do you mean by actual data? That means that how are we gonna generate the data out of the values or the data set. Okay, we are not using any machine learning algorithm right now, but we are just trying to generate a scatter plot out of the data. Okay, so there are 2 ways we can do that. First is actual data on the basis of the petal. So I'm just gonna rename it, that is actual data petal. And the second sheet I'm gonna create is on the basis of the sepals. Right, so actual data sepal. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to know that out of the petal length, petal width, and sepal length, sepal width, which is a better measure to find out the species of the flowers. Okay, so for this I have created 2 sheets. First of all, let's work with petal sheet. So in this we would be getting the petal length in the columns and petal width in the rows. Okay, so this kind of a scatter chart is created because this is aggregated one. Of course you don't want aggregation right here, so you can go to analysis and make sure aggregate measures has been cleared out. So this is the whole data, right? That means the petal width and the petal length in the scatter plot for the different species. But we don't know what different species are here, right? For us, the whole data is in blue column. Luckily, we have this column called species. We can just drag it into the colors column, and here we have different clusters present over here, right? Blue, orange, and red color clusters. Now, what is the significance of these clusters? How are we gonna use them to predict the data, or how are we gonna design a machine learning algorithm? This is all we will see in the next video. In this video, we are going to continue our discussion on the Iris dataset in Tableau. So this is what we got in the previous video, that is the data on the basis of the petal width and the petal length. And as soon as we brought this species into the colors part, these are the 3 clusters we got. Now what is this cluster? If you take a look at this blue portion, let me just select all of that. So this is a blue portion, and we can just a second, we can just click on keep only if that's possible. Okay, that's not possible. So let's just work this way. So this blue portion is selected, right? That means all the data points which have a lower petal length and a lower petal width are in this Iris setosa species, right? So they are given a cluster, means they are collected together. So if any new data or if any new point occurs like over here or over here, that is near to this cluster, then our system or our machine learning algorithm would be able to classify it as Iris setosa. So this is what the purpose of a machine learning algorithm is, to work on the previous data set. Firstly, it works on the previous data set, that is this data set, suppose, and now it has got a parameter on how it is going to work. Now, if any new data comes, it would be able to classify it very easily as iris setosa. That is, if any data set which is given a lower petal length and a lower petal width, it would be iris setosa. Okay. Next we have is iris versicolor. So if we just go on keep only iris versicolor, okay, so keep only won't work. We can just select it like this. So what will happen is, in the case of iris versicolor, that's orange, the petal length is between 3 cm to 5.5 cm. Similarly, the petal width is between 1 cm to 2 cm. All the data between this range is in iris versicolor, with a few exceptions, like this is just below 3 or it is an exact 3, right? And this is 1.8, this is exact 1, like this. So all this data we are having. That means any of the data which is in these range would be classified as iris versicolor. The third is iris virginica, and this is the data we are getting for iris virginica. Although some of the data for iris versicolor and iris virginica is colliding with one another, like these 2 points. So it might be a little bit difficult to classify them correctly, but we can get a pretty good accuracy through these clusters, right? That is the collection of the similar kind of data. Why are they called clusters, or how are they found, or how are they formed? That is through the center point. Each of these clusters have a center point, and the data that is taken, its distance from the center point is taken. If that distance is within the available range, so that data point is classified as that particular cluster. Otherwise, it is classified as a part of some other cluster. Suppose if I have a data point over here, right? So it is closer to this orange color cluster, so it would be classified as iris versicolor instead of this virginica or setosa. However, if it is over here, so it is closer to this particular cluster, that's why it would be classified as setosa. So that is how the classification occurs. This is just one machine learning algorithm, which is the clustering algorithm. Okay, so we are using this clustering algorithm, and this is the k-means clustering algorithm. That means we have the n number of clusters, or the k number of clusters. Here the number of clusters is 3. That is setosa, versicolor and virginica, right? This is on the basis of the petal width and the petal length. Similarly, we are going to do the exact analysis on the basis of the sepal length and sepal width. Why are we doing these two things? I will explain you just a few seconds later. So here we had the length in the columns. Let's do the same thing. Sepal length in the columns and sepal width in the rows. Make sure the aggregate measures are unchecked. This is what we are getting if we go to species and bring in the color parameter over here. So this is the clusters. Let me just get the entire view. This is the clusters we are getting on the basis of the sepal width and the sepal length. That means the this blue part is setosa, orange part is versicolor, and the red part is virginica. Now, if you take a look at these two data sets or these two graphs, then what do you think is best for identifying the type of a new data? Of course, it's the petal length and the petal width, because in the case of sepal length and sepal width, the data is all clubbed together, right? So we cannot use this as a parameter. It is essential to compare both of them because we wanted the best results for us, best results for our algorithm, best results for our model. And when we compared them, we found that petal width and the petal length is a better parameter for the cluster, for finding out the clusters, right? Now the sepal length has been rejected, so we can move this sheet over here and work with this petal. This is the data that was given to us. Now what happens is, we are going to create a machine learning algorithm and allow it to find this out on itself. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are going to create the ML algo. This is the ML algo. It would be created on the basis of the petal length and the petal width. Just make sure that the length is in the columns in the actual data as well. Yes. Same, go to analysis, uncheck the aggregate measures. So this is the data and we have to classify it. So how do we classify it? Using machine learning algorithm, you need to go to this analytics tab. Here we have this cluster in the models. You see, this is the models. That means this is a machine learning models. and here we have a clusters. So if we just open it up, these are the variables that it has taken, and if you want a specific number of clusters, you can specify that, otherwise it automatically takes it, and automatically it has identified 3 clusters. Let me just change it to entire view. This is what our algorithm has predicted. Our algorithm has predicted that this is cluster number 1, this is cluster number 2, and this is cluster number 3. This looks a very good prediction. However, there is some issue in this. Like if you just go to this actual data and you see that these two, this is a red color Virginica, this is also a red colored Virginica. However, in the case of machine learning algorithm, this is also taken in cluster 2, and this is also taken in cluster 2, which means of course the data is not 100% accurate. Despite that, it is a pretty good result, because 100% accuracy is not achievable, especially in data science, because that would mean that we have overfitted our data, and overfitting is always an issue. It may work for some data, but for the unseen or the new data, it may pose the problems. That is why a higher accuracy is good. Above 60 to 70%, anything above that is considered to be good. So we would be finding about the accuracy of this model as well. Okay, but before that, what we are going to do is, right now if you see, we have created 3 clusters, or the algorithm has created 3 clusters, 1, 2 and 3, but we want them to be specified as these species, Sedosa, versicolor and Virginica. So what we can do is, we need to go to this sheet, drag these clusters into the tables. Just a second. Create a copy of it and drag it into the table. So a new column would be created, and that would be the clusters. Let's just name it as clusters. K-means. Okay, that's just the name of the algorithm. Now what I'm gonna do is, instead of 1, 2 and 3, I'm just gonna change its names. So how are we gonna do that? Let me come to this Beetle data. Here I'm just going to edit this group. The cluster 1 is going to be the Iris Setosa. So it's going to be Iris Setosa. Next is going to be the Iris versicolor. So Iris versicolor. Now you need to make one thing really sure over here, is that there is no spelling mistakes. If there is a spelling mistake, then the accuracy of the model would be affected. How? We will just take a few seconds to talk about that, and that's done. Click on apply, click on OK. Now if you go to ML algorithm, we have clusters k-means. We can drop it into the colors part, and now we are getting these cluster names as the species names. We don't have those cluster 1, cluster 2 and cluster 3, right? Now how are we gonna talk about the accuracy of this model, or how are we gonna find out the accuracy of the model? We will see it in the next video. That's all for this one. Thanks for watching. From the previous 2 videos, we have been discussing about the Iris dataset, and we have actually discussed that what is the significance of a machine learning algorithm, how can we predict the data based upon the machine learning algorithm, that is the k-means clustering algorithm. Okay, in this video primarily we are going to talk about the accuracy of the model. Okay, so this is the machine learning model that we have created, and we need to find its accuracy. So for finding out the accuracy, what is the thing that you need to keep in mind? The thing is that what the machine learning algorithm has predicted. If you take a look at this particular parameter, that is clusters k-means, if you see, this is a weird kind of an icon. It is because it is not a generated icon. It's not actually text, it's not actually a number, but it is a generated icon, an icon or a parameter that has been created by the machine learning algorithm. Okay, that means this is the data that the algorithm has predicted. Always look for what parameter the algorithm has predicted, right? Now over here, what is happening is that the k-means clustering algorithm is a supervised machine learning algorithm. Now what is a supervised machine learning algorithm? It is an algorithm in which we already have the data, and we try to compare our model with that already present data. Okay, in this case, our data is in this species parameter, because we already knew that there were 3 species of flowers and how they were looking. So we got it in this actual data, that is the species parameter. And the same thing we tried to generate with the help of the algorithm. So we generated this clusters k-means parameter. That means if we want to find out the accuracy of the model, we have to compare these two things, that is the actual parameter and the generated or the derived parameter, right? If you are still finding difficulty in understanding this, you can simply understand this as, this is the sheet which we used. So in the colors part, species is used, right? Similarly, in this ML algorithm, in the colors part, this clusters is used. That means these two will be compared to find out the accuracy. If the model has generated all the correct answers, then it would be 100% accurate model. Otherwise, the accuracy would differ. Okay. So what we are going to do to generate the accuracy is we are going to create a new sheet, rename it as accuracy. Okay. Here we are going to create a new calculated field and name it as accuracy again. Now in this, what we are going to do is compare these two. So how are we going to compare? Let's just get the first parameter, that is clusters k-means, and compare it with the second parameter, that is the species parameter. So if they both are equal, then it would generate a true value, otherwise it would generate a false value. That's the simple code that I've written. If you want, you can just throw in the if statement, the logical statement, and get all that correct, incorrect, or accurate, not accurate, any kind of the parameters. But I'm fine with true, false, because what we are concerned with is just the accuracy, nothing else, right? Click on apply, click on OK. Now the accuracy has been generated. It has got a bunch of true false data. That means if the values are same, it would generate true, otherwise it would generate false. Let's just get the accuracy over here. So you see it has two values, false and true. Now if you just generate the count of the iris into the text part, it would tell you that how many true values are there and how many false values are there. If you remember, when we discussed about the iris dataset, we told you that there were a total of 150 records. So out of the 150 records, 144 has been classified correctly by our machine learning algorithms and 6 have been identified as incorrectly. So that is a pretty good accuracy score that we are getting, right? That is the number of the records actually that we are getting correct. If you want to find out the accuracy score, how can you find it? You can just go to this icon, go to quick table calculation, percent of total. So true is 96%. That means this is the accuracy of the model. Our model is 96% accurate. Furthermore, what you can do is bring the accuracy into the filters and make sure only the true values are visible. Click on apply, click on OK. You can just uncheck its header, so the accuracy is a 100%. For this, you have to generate a calculated field instead of the percent of total over here, because that would give you 100% accuracy in the case of the true false values, right? So actually 96% is a pretty good accuracy for a model. Now this model is created. You can use this model to predict any new data. Now if you want, you can create a dashboard out of it. That's for the here. That's the actual data on the basis of the patent. Okay, this is the ML algorithm, or this is what our ML algorithm has generated. We can just remove one of these because we are happy with it. Furthermore, I'm just going to change it to floating, so I can bring it here. Right, and I can also get this accuracy score as a floating part into here. Yep, that's fine. I think that's good. Okay, or a little bit more. Yeah. Now if you just go into the presentation mode, this is what we are getting. This is the actual data, this is the algorithm, this is the accuracy, and these are the species. So that's the whole dashboard that we have created out of the machine learning algorithm, and that's all that you need to do in data science, in generating the visualizations and finding out their accuracy of the model, etc. Now the thing that must come to your mind is that one question that we discussed earlier was the importance of naming them correctly, right? Suppose I go to this ML, I'll go, we have clusters, k-means, let's just remove that, go to edit group, and here instead of iris setosa, if I just name it as just setosa, okay? So setosa is a species name, right? I have named it as setosa, and let's just keep these two as it is. Click on apply, click on OK. Now what happens is, if we go to the accuracy part, you see the accuracy has changed. Now my model is giving a 62.67% accuracy. Why? If you take a look at this calculated field, go to edit it. So it is directly comparing the species name with what we had in this k-means clusters, right? And if there is a slight difference in the spelling, or if there is even a slight difference in the casing, or if there is a slight difference in adding the symbols, then it would change the results. It would classify it as false, right? So you need to make sure that you are not doing any kind of these mistakes, and you're getting the correct data for all this data in order to get the correct accuracy for your model, because this is not the standard way of getting the accuracy of the model. This is something that we have created, right? So that's it. Now this is a heat map that I have generated, the data basically that I have generated. What I have done is, on the basis of petal length and petal width, I have tried to classify it on the basis of the clusters. This is the cluster data. It is classified into cluster 1, it is into cluster 2, and it is in cluster 3. But the color part I have taken as species. So you can see that some of this is of Iris virginica, but it has been classified as orange color, that is versicolor, in our algorithm. And similarly, this is the Arrhenius data. So like this, you can find out that which data is Arrhenius and which is correctly identified by the machine learning algorithm. So that's all for this video, and that's all for this analysis. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to talk about another machine learning algorithm, and this is also a supervised machine learning algorithm, and this is the linear regression algorithm. This is the simplest machine learning algorithm that is available, not only in data science but also in terms of Tableau as well. There are the fewest steps that we need to follow to create prediction based upon this algorithm. Okay, so here is my workbook on Tableau Public, whom I have named Linear Regression Study /Rs, and there is this sheet called Linear Regression, in which all the analysis has been done already, but we won't be using this. We would be creating our own analysis. So let me just clear this sheet. Before that, let's just talk about this data source. So here I have the data source in which the number of hours is given, that is how many hours a student studies, and then what is the score that he has got. It is all given. Okay, so there are 25 records that we get in this data set. This is a very simple data set, a very simple example, so that we are able to easily understand that how a machine learning algorithm, the linear regression algorithm, is gonna work. Okay, so here is a sheet which I have named linear regression, and how are we going to work with it? Let's just see that. These are the two measures that we have, that is the hours and the scores. So we can get them over here, that is the number of hours and the number of scores. It doesn't matter where they are. That means if you want, you can just swap them as well, but it won't matter. The thing that's going to matter is this aggregate measures. You can just remove them. So this is the number of the hours studied, and this is the scores that the student has get. If you see, there is a linear trend between the two. That means if the student has studied for a more number of hours, then he's getting a better score, right? Similarly, if you just swap those values, the trend is same. That means it doesn't matter with swapping, because in linear regression, we have something that is called as the correlation between the two values. So this is a positive correlation. That means as the r's increase, the scores is also increasing, and the positive correlation is same whether you compare r's versus scores or you compare scores versus r's, right? So it doesn't matter. What does matter is this degree of positive correlation. Like you can see, there is a simple line that you can draw, and those points would be just working on that line, right? But still there are a few here and there points which of course are there to make sure that our model doesn't get 100% accuracy, and we are just gonna ignore them. Okay, now this is what we have got. If I just change its type to a line, so this is the kind of the line that we're getting. You see, it's not a perfectly straight line, but still it's giving us a positive correlation, right? So what we do is we go to analytics for the linear regression algorithm I'm talking about, and this is the model, the trend line model, which we're going to use. You can just make sure your mouse is clicked and you drag it. Now there are these 5 types of trend lines that you can create, and how are you going to choose which one to create? You see, there is this line that is given with these points. You have to compare it with what your points are going to look like, right? So let me just drop it for a second, and for a better view, let's just change it to automatic. So these are the points. Now if you just grab your line, you see your points are looking like this. That is a linear trend. If you see your points are showing a curve kind of a trend, or an exponential trend, or polynomial trend, or a power kind of a trend, you have to choose your line accordingly. So I'm just gonna drop it into this linear because this is the trend being shown by my points, right? You see, this is the linear trend line that I have got. Now we can just select this. So if you just select this is something that we are getting. That is 9.7758 multiplied by r's plus something, and then we are getting the scores. So what is this? This is the equation of the line. If you have learned about the line equation, then you might recall that the equation of a line is in a form y equals mx plus c, right? So this is exactly what we are getting. Y is scores that we are trying to predict. M is the slope of the line, which is given as 9.7758 multiplied by the x parameter, that is the parameter which we have, which is the r's parameter, plus c, that is the intercept. The intercept value is this 2.48367. So the basic work in the linear regression algorithm is to find this value of m and c. Now once we have find out the value of m and c, if we just provide any value of x or any of the values of the r's, then it would give us the corresponding value of scores. Of course that won't be 100% accurate, but it would be pretty good assumption made by our machine learning algorithm. So this is the prediction that the algorithm will do. Here there is one more value known as the r squared value, that is 0.952948. That means the accuracy of the model is pretty high. That means higher the r squared value, the better the quality of the model is. That means it's almost closer to 1. That means it is a very good model. Okay, the r square value is the more it's closer to 1, the better the model. Then we have p value, which should be less than 0.0001, which is again another indication that our model is working pretty good. Okay, now we have this option to edit. If you just select on edit, here what we can do is we can just select the different types of the lines. If you want a logarithmic line, so you selected logarithmic, so it's changed into a logarithmic line. If you select on exponential, this changed into an exponential line. You selected on power, it changed into the line of a power. If you selected on a polynomial, you can provide a degree. Right now it's 3. If you provide 2, so that would be changed into a power of degree 2. If you select like 5, to change into of degree 5. Okay, so if you see this degree 5 looks pretty much more suited than the linear regression, like this line. Okay, so I'm just gonna click on OK, and now if I just select on this r square value, of course it's better, but the model is being overfitted, because I know for these data points that we are getting, this line is considered to be good. It's considered correct. That's why we can work with it for this data. But in the case we are working with any of the unseen data, then those points might lie on the line and we might get incorrect results. So this would hamper the overall accuracy of the model. Thus, this is the concept of overfitting, which I have shown to you. Now what I'm going to do is edit it and get it back to a linear model or a linear line. And what I'm going to do is make sure the show confidence bands is there and click on OK. Now these confidence bands show that this might be the range of the errors, like whichever points line that, they are also going to be considered. Okay. Now if you want to change the way the line looks, you can of course change it from here, but I'm not going to go that way. Now if you right click, there is this option to describe trend line. Now this describe trend line gives us the values such as the p values and the equation of the line. So this is the line equation. If you want, you can just copy this data and paste it or show it to others. Now here is this coefficients value, that is the term is ours, and the value of the intercept, and what is the standard error in that. Of course, nothing is 100% accurate. That's what the machine learning algorithm also understands. That's why it's giving us a measure of standard error, that what is the error it thinks has occurred in this particular kind of model, and it accepts that error and it is showing the extent of that particular error. We can close it. Next, what we have, if we just right click over here, we have this describe trend model. Now what is this describe trend model? It gives us a lot of values, a lot of information, like a linear trend model is computed for scores given R's. The model may be significant at p less than equal to 0.05. So whenever the value of p is less than or equal to 0.05, then that model is significant. Right now, if you see the value of p is less than 0.0001, that means this model is significant. Okay. And this model, what it does, it scores are computed if the number of R's are given. There is a lot of information given about the model that we would be seeing in the next video in this particular describe trend model dialog box. Thanks for watching this video.